Hello, everybody. My name is Ron Hulbert from Orlando, Florida, and you're on Friday Night Live with myself and my co-host, Len Nakamoto, over in St. Petersburg, Florida. Orlando has survived the hurricane, and I think Len did too. And we've got a good lineup for you tonight. And I'm going to let my co-host, Len, tell you about it. Go ahead, Len.
All right. Welcome, everybody. And we're going to have a great webinar tonight. Our topic is Ask the Leaders. Who do we have today? We've got Mike Ellis. We've got Jeffrey Morlock. We have Marty DeGarmo, and we have Chris Johnson. So they're going to form a panel. We'll be chatting, and then we'll be opening up for questions and comments. So it's going to be a very dynamic and interactive session today. So let's begin now by me bringing in people to the panel. Mike can begin speaking as I add people to the panel. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, Lynn. Thanks for the introduction. I'm not sure I can live up to your introduction, but we'll give it a shot. Most of us here are founders, and we've been listening to Mr. Mufareh for a couple of weeks, especially last Thursday. And everybody here knows just about everything that Mr. Mufareh said. But I think there are a couple little things in there that most everybody here missed. And it's one of those things. Mr. Mufareh came on last Thursday, and it really was only maybe 2 or 3 or 4 sentences. But if you were listening, you understand the impact that's going to have with OnPassive. And I want to start by saying something we all know. OnPassive, we all know, is a global corporation. We are going to do business globally throughout the globe. And because of that, we have to deal with the global economy, okay? And as we look at the global economy today, it's in a mess, along with a lot of other things in the world. And I could talk about that probably for the next 2 hours, but I know what I can say and what I can't say on these webinars, and I can't go there tonight. But Mr. Mufareh said some things that were really, I think, extraordinary and powerful. If you look at the world economy and you look at OnPassive, both of these entities are coming to a head, and I think they're going to meet in the middle. And when you look at how bad the global economy is, how is that going to be affected as OnPassive and the global economy kind of come to a head? And I think it's going to come to a head in the next 2 or 3 months. When I was listening to Ash, he talked about finances very, very briefly. And for me, it was very, very powerful. It was very, very, it was nice to know that Ash understands the economic conditions throughout the world. And when I listened to Ash, I knew it really doesn't matter what happens. Mr. Mufareh has a lot of different scenarios in his mind, regardless of what happens in the next few weeks, few months coming. And I believe that things are going to be happening in the next few months, things that most of us aren't anticipating. But I think Mr. Mufareh is. And when he came on and he talked about finances, he talked about how he was dealing with the wallet, the back office, that kind of stuff. But just that little short introduction as to what he was doing, it showed me that he's on the ball. He knows what's coming. He knows there might be some financial situations where he's going to have to adjust very, very quickly. And he's ready to do that. He's absolutely ready to do that. So it's one of those little things that most people miss. But when you put it together and you think about the worldwide economy, what's happening in the world today, it's really, really a difficult place to navigate right now. And we're so lucky to have Mr. Mufareh at the helm to navigate through this, because, I mean, this is real life. Things are going to happen. And believe me, I think they're going to happen before on passive launches. I think they're going to happen after on passive launches. But because on passive has done what it's done, not only Ash, not only the tech team, but the founding members, we are a power to be reckoned with. And the reason I bring this up, whatever happens in the next weeks or the next months, whatever it is, everybody, and I mean all the founders, just stay calm. When you think about on passive, when you think about the founding members, when you think about what on passive has done, we are a force that cannot be stopped. And if we stay united, I don't think there's anything that we can't do with Mr. Mufara at the helm. I believe that 100%. So whatever's going to be happening in the near future, and this is a kind of a precautionary tale, just stay calm. I believe we're in a great place. I think things are going to go smoothly. I think we're going to get into the product launch to the global market, and everybody here is going to be happy. But if there are a couple little bumps, don't worry about them. Mr. Mufara, I know he understands where we are. He understands what's going on in the world. And I don't think there's anything out there that he can't handle. So that little tidbit, financial tidbit that he went over, I thought it was really, really powerful. I don't know that many people caught it because he went on to the next thing. You know how Ash is. He's light speed. He's just going on to the next thing. But we're in a good place. Ash has got a really good understanding as far as what he needs to know about the economy and on passive, and probably more than that. But it was refreshing for me. It was comforting. Yeah, and we're in the right place at the right time with Ash Mufara at the helm. So that's it for right now, Lynn. You're muted.
Oh, thank you, Mike. That was great. All right. So let's go on to Jeffrey.
Hey, Lynn.
Oh,
Lynn,
yeah.
before we go on, can I ask Mike a couple of questions?
Yes.
Mike,
Sure.
when that person came to you, whoever it was that introduced you to OnPassive, and you, how long did it take you to say yes?
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
And that was with nothing, right?
No, I had listened to one of Ash's webinars, and I listened, and it was awesome. And everything he said was awesome. And 8 minutes in, I said, you can't do it. It's impossible. And I didn't look at OnPassive for another 3 months until Marty brought it to my door. And I do what Marty says. We got in.
Did you ever think, Mike, that
What's that?
Did you ever think that we would be where we are now when you first joined?
No, there's no. I had a good vision about where we were going to be because I understood what Ash was telling us, and it was absolutely awesome. And if that's all Ash would have done, we would have been in a really great place. The problem with that is the majority of you would not be in. You wouldn't be here because we would have launched the first year. We'd have done great. We wouldn't have brought in as many people. We didn't need to. And what Ash was doing was just extraordinary. Now, he just took that and put it on steroids. Now, if you'd have told me 3.5 years ago that it's going to take 3.5 years to get to the place where we have the product launch to the global market, I don't know what I would have done, Ron. I don't know. You know, sometimes ignorance is bliss, and I was ignorant. And that's not a bad thing with OnPassive because I wouldn't want to be any other place than I am today, right here, right now, at this moment, getting ready to go into the launch of OnPassive. It's just going to be fun, and the fun just starts. You know, I talk about all the other ancillary things that are going out there, but OnPassive is one of those companies, honest, clean, ethical. They do the right thing all the time. They are the light. The darkness is always going to try and turn the light out. And Marty talks about that a little bit in some of his lives. The bad guys are always going to try and snuff out the light. But what I've seen with OnPassive as it launched, it was glowing. There was a light there. And over the last 3.5 years, that light has gotten brighter and brighter and brighter and bright. You cannot put this light out, especially with us, the founding members of OnPassive. We are so powerful within OnPassive. I don't think some of you understand just how powerful an organization we are, a family, people that actually care about each other. It is so powerful, and Ash Mufareh knows that. So I wouldn't want to be anyplace else, Ron. Right now, at this time, this moment, it's just very, very cool. I think everybody agrees with that. I don't think anybody here would want to be anyplace else. And in a couple of 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, whatever it is, I can guarantee you won't want to be anyplace else. That's
Let me
probably
tell you,
more
I'm
than-
happy to have a position under you. Okay.
Yeah. That's
All
probably
right.
more than you wanted to hear, Ron, but I
Nope. That's great. That's great.
Okay.
That's what we want to kind of get some interaction going here. Go ahead, Lynn. I'm sorry.
And panelists, feel free to chime in on anything anybody says. Just do it, okay? We'll make it very interactive. So if you're inclined to say something, go for it. All right. So now we have, who's next? Jeffrey Morla.
Well, hello to everybody. I like the way you brought that out, Michael. You had some good points there, and I'm identifying with what you probably saw me laughing, because I was like you. It didn't take 3 months, but I told the guy, I'll show you why they can't do this. I'll show you why it won't work. And that's when I started making a lot of notes. So I was a skeptic a first class skeptic right to start with. But before we get into this, I do want to remind folks there are pendings available. It's going to stop on the 6th. So get what you can, get what you need. If you've got good profiles that you haven't taken screenshots of, please take screenshots of your profiles. Keep those in a good place. If any challenges happen with your accessing, that's the first thing that support's going to ask for. They're going to say, do you have the original registration message, or do you have a screenshot of the profile? I didn't have either one, so it took a long time to fix some things, but it got fixed. It just make it a lot easier. I like the way you opened up, Michael, because you were talking about the global economy. And you're absolutely right in that OnPassive is leading the global economy. And we're doing that by 2 ways. And both of those ways are online, because we got an online business model that has taken the conventional model, flipped it around on us ear. The second way we're doing it is because of the marketing model that's happening with online. And that's the way everything's going to be going. And as you had alluded to, everything in the economy, education, politics, you name it, it's on this track. The trajectory is for decentralization. And when you look at currencies, especially with the cryptos and the fiat, I mean, just all together, it's all looking at decentralization. You guys can feel what's going on with the banks right now. You'll probably experience some kind of ATM problems somewhere. I know that China has the banking systems, things are happening, and it's all because it's going to decentralization. And the beauty of this is, and again, Mike, you're right. Ash Mufareh knows this, and I will guarantee you the man is more deeply and highly connected than any of us probably even think. But his OnPassive is going to be the world's first biggest global company that serves to decentralize a massive amount of wealth. He's going to bring that wealth in, and then he's going to distribute it nicely over a 1.5 million founders and eventually 1 billion members that's going to be able to lift humanity in that way. So my hat is off to you, and I agree with what you're saying there. And I think maybe what I'll just do is let it go from there. Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah, as you know, Mr. Mufareh says, there's plenty of wealth in the world, right, Jeffrey? It's just the distribution is incorrect. So we're gonna.
Well, and that's with anything. We've got abundance. We have solutions. We have the fixes. We've got no way to get them out. Distribution has been halted, and a lot of that was by design by the powers that be. Now, I may use a term here, white hat, black hat, whatever, but I'm saying the powers that be have really stifled our development over the last 100 years specifically, and this is starting to be turned around, and OnPassive got a big part in that.
Let me say one thing, just very, very quickly. Jeffrey's right. Black hats, white hats, but I want you to understand, yeah, there's evil in the world. We all know that, light, darkness, evil, good. And right now, you look out into the world and you think, this just should not look like this. It should be different. But I can tell you flat out that there's more good in the world than there is bad, guys. You might not see it. It might be behind the scenes, but it's there. And as we look at what OnPassive is going to be doing, it's all good. Ash Mufara, what he's doing, what we're doing with OnPassive, it's all good. We're going to do very, very well. And I think that good is going to come out more and more as we go forward. Darkness, it can never succeed. Once that light starts to come out, you can't put it out. And that's what OnPassive is. That's what Ash Mufara is. It's what we are as a family. So very, very cool stuff. Lynn, go ahead. Looks like you're trying to share your screen.
Oh, that's odd. How did I do that?
And I think I saw Mackenzie actually, there you go.
I'll disable the screen share. And in the meantime, we'll go on to Marty. Is Marty ready? Let's see if his camera's on.
I'm here.
Okay, come on down. There you go.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Same couple of questions, Marty.
What's that?
Same questions we asked the other guys. Answer those two first.
Well, it's pretty close to Mike because we worked together for 10 years. The thing with, did I know where we would be here? I'll tell you this much. When we got in and we knew whatever it is we knew, we worked as if it was bigger than it was. And that worked out because it actually became what we were promoting. And I don't know how that happened. I was talking to Mike about it yesterday. I said, how is it we were pushing something that it wasn't yet? I just, after talking to Ash, myself, Mike, and Dan, you just go, wow, this is huge, this is huge. And we just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And I think about some of the videos that we trashed and burned because they were a little too much from Mike. And looking back at those videos now, and they'd be calm. They would be baby compared to what's happening now. But it all turned out it was the truth. And the truth was even bigger. I saw this. I heard about this from Peter Rogers and Red Redfern. I asked Peter what was going on. I said, what are you guys doing? I haven't looked at a business at that point. I can't remember. We businesses came to us and we did them and they disappeared or they weren't what they planned, the horror stories. But when I asked him what was up, I asked him simple questions. He answered them correctly. And I got in 20 minutes after I talked to him. I went back to Mike and Dan. I said, I want to meet you guys on Skype, whatever it was. I said, listen, here's what we're doing, right? So I just babbled on and on and on. And okay. And then Mike went, I think I heard this before, right? And I go, yeah. I said, no, we got to find out. So that's what happened. And we got in and the rest is history. But we decided, because the weird part about it, we had to build a business that nobody was making money. So our whole marketing plan, it's really hard to, hey, come join us. You're going to make money, but we don't know when. Not a whole lot of people are crazy about that, okay? But I tell you what it did do, though. It brought out the best of the best because we brought in the people with heart. And it worked out that way. And if you ever saw how we designed it, it turned out, well, we made a marketing platform for the poor because we were broke. Dan could only have so much money. He did give me his credit card and we did work that pig to death. But we brought him in, we brought people in and we made a Passive Nation group. And that was on purpose. It wasn't as a group as people would think. It was a group to get to know people and then talk to them in person about OnPassive. And as that happened, it grew. People signed up, it grew, it signed up, people grew, it signed up. So it worked out. And then, like, I was looking at old posts and 3 years ago yesterday, I sent out a post and said there's a good chance we'll be launched by Christmas. And I just didn't say what Christmas, okay?
What year, right?
Yeah, what year? I didn't say what year. But at the time,
Every year.
every year. But at the time, I remember I got to know Ash very well. And we talk a lot. And as things were going on, I remember he told me, he goes, and this is why he believes it's divine intervention. And I do too. Is he said a door, he'd walk through a door of something that sounded earth shaking. This is going to be the biggest thing ever. And that door would close on him. And he just went, okay, Ash, he just kept going. But the next door that opened was bigger than the one before. And that happened through the whole journey of Unpassive. That's why we are who we are now. And also, I want to add something. This is very important, I believe. Some of the products that we don't know, you would not want to introduce to the world if you were a baby company, because it will squash you like a bug. Some of the products that Ash will introduce to the world, you want to introduce it as the baddest guy on the block. A lot of ideas move up in the world from a farmer in some hick town where he learned how to drive his tractor with chicken crap, or some guy, because they get squashed out. Big industry doesn't want to hear that. Big industry doesn't want to hear, I could do this and this with this, because there's too many people wrapped up with money. But if you share this package to the world, and you are the baddest dude in the ring, you have a lot more clout. You can introduce it as the heavyweight champion of the world, and not some peepsqueak in the audience. So that's very powerful. And I think listening, and I don't know all this stuff, but I'm just saying everything he does is strategic. People say, you want to do this now, we need to do this now. Trust me, we need to listen and do what he says. We need to back him all the way, because he knows better than we do. And the thing about darkness and light, you never ever click a switch and darkness comes on. Darkness is only allowed in if you shut out the light. It has no power over light, zero. That's the difference between darkness and light. Anytime darkness gets in, it's because you shut off the light or you dimmed it. This light is bright. And as long as we take care of each other and we help each other, and if you see somebody getting a little dim, help them get that fire back up again. Darkness has no place in the light. It's not stronger than. It can only creep in if you let it. And that's not going to happen in Unpassive.
Hey, Marty, can I mention something there since you opened that up?
Yeah, of course.
I want to talk directly to your audience here, because you bring up a very, very, very good point that each and everybody, and you got some powerhouses in this webinar. You've got some faithful founders that are all over the place, and you have influence. And it's not just the influencers that have this ability to reach out and affect how other people feel, and kind of like you said, put the fire back in. We're all significant. We all do something at our level, from our mindset, from our perspective, that can help do everything you're talking about doing. And I just want to remind everybody here, like you said, if you see somebody that's faltering a little bit, or maybe they're having a down day, maybe something has happened and they lost a little faith in Unpassive, or maybe they had, whatever it is, it's another day. Breathe easy. Know it's happening. Know it's coming. You're right. The light is getting stronger and the dark is getting weaker. And that's why we see all of the chaos right now in the world, because the light that's coming into the world, and Unpassive is a big one. I mean, there's other lights, but Unpassive is huge with what it's doing. But the light that's coming in is showing us a lot of the bad, and that's why it's raising up. We're starting to see all this, but each and every one of us have an ability to do something for somebody right now, today, to help lift them up. So thank you, Marty.
No doubt about it. And one time, well, many times, I talked to Ash, and he goes, how many rooms are conference rooms do you think I enter, tell them what my plan is, and they all go, good idea, Ash. He said, never. Never. It's always no. It's always, you can't do that. What are you talking about? What are you insane? the whispers behind each other. And he says, in some cases, if I can't do it with you, I'll find someone else.
Marty, you're right. It's like Michael said. Mike said earlier. That's exactly what I told my sponsor. Nobody can do that, and I'll prove it to you, Jim. I said, Jim, I'll prove it to you. You can't do that. Boy, was I
Exactly
wrong.
right. And what he did, what was he doing? He was focusing on the light. He's focusing at where he wants to be. This nonsense here at this one table, or these group of guys, or that group of guys, you can go with me, or you get out of my way. Go with me or get out of my way. Because what's behind Ash now? A million lights. He's
Yes,
coming through
yes.
like a freight train. He builds that momentum. This is not a company. I hear him say a lot of stuff, and most of the time I'm going, what the freak does that mean? But when he brought up value, he did that for years. You ever notice Ash never mentions money? And then one day, bing, it hit this big head. I'm sitting there right before live, and I go, what does he always say? He says this, and this, about 5 things. But if you add those 5 things up, it's a lot of apples, right? You don't have to say it. It equals what it is. I said, man, that's very smart the way he did that.
And you know what, too, Marty? He's been doing it very low key ever since day one, since those early webinars Mike was talking about. And you may remember when he first started saying, we're not going to allow negativity. I mean, a journey of 1,000 miles, right? We're not allowing a negativity. I mean, you know how many people looked at that and said, oh, he doesn't want the truth getting out. He's like, no, we don't need negativity, because he understands that where you focus, your energy goes to. And everything he's ever had us focus on is all positive, it's all light, it's all good, it's all benevolent, it's all for lifting people, and it's not on ourselves. You're right. I love it.
It's exactly right. And the thing about the economy right now, we know we're in a recession. It's not a joke. You can go anywhere and look at it. If you understand what it is what it is. With these big companies, I work for a Fortune 500 company. I was shipped all over the world, different places to start up a company. I did the training. I was kind of a troubleshooter. And when things got bad, recession-wise, companies don't shut down. They look at ways to cut cost. What better way to cut costs than Unpassive? You take an $8,000 webinar that we're on right now, $8,000. People get kicked off. It doesn't work right. It's not user-friendly. You kick the mic to adjust the camera. You kick the camera to adjust the mic. I mean, everything's backwards. That's because they repaired as they went. No, I'm serious. I look at this and you can see where they went, hey, let's add this. There wasn't any room in the coding. Well, put it here underneath this button. It doesn't make sense. But like he told me, because you're either building or you're repairing. I remember driving on the Autobahn. I got sent to Luxembourg, and I'm going down the Autobahn as fast as the car would go that I was with. It was a lot of fun. And I looked in the rearview mirror, and there was a dot. What the frick is that? And 1 second later, boom, a Ferrari went by. And I went, that's Unpassive. They can laugh all they want, but that dot, they go, what is that dot? I tried to tell somebody, I said, you know, the Burj Khalifa and all that big event? It's the playground of all the biggest CEOs in the world. You don't think they went home and had a conference room and said, who the frick is Unpassive? What are you talking about? I went to Dubai to party, and there's this big, and they're running this name up. And I said, who's Unpassive? Kind of nerving, like I don't know who it is. And we said, hey, let's get out of here. Let's go skating.
It was in my face. I couldn't get away from it.
then they go skating to the biggest thing in the world, right? Biggest place, and there's Unpassive again. So no doubt, Ash thinking, see, a lot of people want instant gratification, and Ash's thought was, I'll get in you here over and over and over and over. And he knows people are going to talk. And I guarantee people who went out in the world after that happened. He told people in the boardroom, you go find out who that company is. Survival mode. And I believe they're going to find out really, really soon.
And
But
every
no,
bit of
listen,
that, every bit of that, Marty, is all part of changing the paradigms, and he's changing quite a few of them. Every bit of that is him understanding that for the last 100 years and more, we have been so beat down, dragged down, and ingrained in us. You can't do that. We can't do that. We can't think for ourselves. We don't need to try to figure it out. Just rely on the powers, rely on the government. Let us take care of you, whatever it is. Don't think for yourselves. The way the education's been dumbed down and all the secrets and everything, he knows all that, and everything that On Passive is doing is flipping that around and
I said
empowering.
something to somebody, Jeffrey. I said, tell me, anybody you meet, I'll talk to them on a 3-way call. Tell me why they would not come to Unpassive. Name one reason. Well, they wouldn't go because this is better than that. No. They wouldn't go because the technology is better. No, that's not it. So there's no reason. They're coming. They have to come. They have to come. And once you know that this so-called technology, I mean, when I went, I shopped for all the gadgets, all the stuff to market, everything, and you'd have this little comparison chart everywhere I went. What do you do when you're not on the chart? Passive's here, and everybody else is running second place.
You're absolutely right. Mike, you'll
we're for a
appreciate
ride
this.
of our life.
I had somebody ask me the other day, point blank, you tell me why O'Mail is such a good product. And let me tell you, for 15 minutes, I tied O'Mail in with the rest of what's going on and tied O'Mail in with other products and what On Passive was doing and just shut that guy down. I loved it. It's easy to do because the products are that good and our heart is that good and our direction and our trajectory is that good. And you're right, we're unstoppable.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. That's all I got, Ron. Sorry, I went over my
No problem.
3 minutes.
Before we, Lynn, before we go to Chris, let me throw a couple of questions in the chat or in the Q&A. And whoever wants to answer this can answer it. Just jump in there. So, Stefan from Argentina. Hello, I am just thinking about, would we have our own internet browser and go away from Chrome, Firefox, Safari, etc.?
Well,
Let
me tell you what I think. What I think would be possible down the road. I don't know how far down the road because we're an Unpassive. Who knows? But I would not be surprised if the day came that Unpassive sells computers. Right? They have a laptop. Now, most computers you go to, unless it's an Apple, has Microsoft systems. Right? That's how Microsoft became rich. I would not be surprised if the systems would be Unpassive. Computer was built by Unpassive. And when you log in, you're in Unpassive. Now, how far can we go? I just don't think there's any limits. I don't think.
only the shadow knows.
Only the shadow knows. No, I don't. If you knew, we know what he's doing now. And he told me, he called me aside. He has no problems to let me know I don't know anything. And he said, you know about 1%. And I sat there like a dumb dog, you know. And he goes, the stuff that we have that you don't know is 100 times bigger than the stuff we do know. And I went, thank you very much. So the next day I was going to talk about something. I didn't even talk about it because we did a meeting one time between me, Mike, and somebody educational with some people from another country about Academy. And Ash tried as hard as he could not to sell it. I couldn't believe it. Well, come to find out, he was rebuilding it. He was already making it better. And the Academy we saw a year ago, that's a joke. Academy's coming locked and loaded. All these
You know
things are
something,
coming
Marty?
Yeah.
You know what? I think you're a lot. First of all, you're spot on. But I think we're closer to your version of where we're going than a lot of people think. I mean, think about what you just said. He's got hundreds of products that we don't even know about. Some of these are inventions. Some of these are never before seen technologies that have never been introduced, never done anything with. So we've got hundreds of physical products. You've now got every digital product you can think of for any online presence or business, right? You've got the marketing platform, you got the AI that ties it all together. You've got the on-passive business solution that houses every bit of it. And we've got so many, we got 98% of the company that is unknown because it's so, you got to dim it down. So I think you're a lot closer to what you're saying, to where literally he said one-stop shop. Hey, the light goes on, everything you need, that's it. We're done. You know, I can see, yeah. Oh man. Yes.
Yeah, let me add something, Jeffrey, real quick. And this really will pertain to every founder that's here. Marty talked about a group of individuals, educators, and these are big dogs. They have a very, very large organization. And Ash tried his hardest not to sell on passive. This is how powerful on passive is. This will affect everybody that's here. Those individuals are in the background waiting. They heard enough to understand that on passive is where you have to be if you're an educator. If you want to educate online, you have to have Academy. You have to have it. And they heard enough to wait about 1.5 years. And as on passive goes into the product launch, they will come back in. They will be in on passive. They will use Academy. That's how powerful what Mr. Mufara when he shares with you, that's how powerful it is. Even if he's not trying to sell them, you listen to him and you go, okay, I'm in. And this affects everybody that's here, because there are thousands and thousands of people out there right now that are just waiting for the product launch. They're going to see it for about 1.5 weeks and they're in. And they're in your groups. They're in my groups, Marty's, Jeffrey's, Lynn, everybody. That's how, I'll get into the numbers in a little bit. I thought about some numbers the other day that'll blow you away, but I won't do that right. I know Chris is saying, don't do that, Mike, don't do that. But I might have to. So go ahead, Lynn.
I'm sorry, I got the mute button. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, the other thing, like you said, the other day I said, I was talking to Ash, and there's some pretty crazy conversations. And I said something like, there's enough room at the top for everybody. Everybody on this platform can find their way to their greatness. I believe that with all my heart. I said, my opinion, I always say my opinion, I don't want to get in any trouble. My opinion is a $1 trillion company that has laughed.
Yeah.
He laughed at $1 trillion.
Wow.
Now
Marty,
he would never talk that way a couple of years ago. Never. He's not talking. He doesn't mention money, but there's something there that's bigger than you see him jumping around. Every time he talks, his phone's ringing because he's got people on the other end going, "Don't say it," So,
Let me throw out another question here.
Hey,
One more
Ron.
question, and then Len, we can
Ron,
get to Chris here.
Can
Hey.
I interrupt you for just a second before you start something?
Sure,
new?
go ahead.
Michael brought something up
Go
that
ahead.
reminded me that I want to just remind everybody. Michael is absolutely right. When he says people are looking, let me tell you that the world knows who we are and where we are. The techs know us. I mean, they got people looking, and we need to be mindful about what we're saying in our videos, what we're doing in our marketing efforts on our social medias. These folks that are looking at us, a lot of them have more than just a passing interest. I'm telling you, some of them, they're not out to do us good, or they're trying to get dirt on us. Whatever it is, just be mindful that when you're out open and you're doing things publicly, like videos and all that sorts of stuff or whatever, they're crawling over everything you're doing, and they're taking notes and they're taking names. So just please be mindful that we're putting out the on-passive message, the right message. Thank you.
And I'll add one thing to that, guys. I understand Jeffrey's concern, but if you tell the truth and you tell the truth all the time, you're never going to get into trouble, period. You're not.
Amen.
Because on passive, it is honest, clean, and ethical. And if you stick to the truth, you don't try and do anything shady, which Marty's talked about a few of those things in the last couple of days. we're fine. Everybody here, I mean, everything you say comes from the heart and you believe it's the truth. And 99% of the time it is. So Jeffrey's right. People are looking at us. Not all of them wish us well. But again, on passive, it is just too big today for anybody to do anything. But tell the truth. That's all.
I tell you, my daddy used to say the same thing to me all the time about the truth. And that was meant every time I lied to him, he told me that. So not that I ever lied to him, you know.
No, never.
Anyways, let's go on one more and then we can move on here. Gloria Scarborough, and it doesn't say what country she's from. It's and I can answer one part of it. There's going to be no time frame given here because we don't know. Will our websites be operational before the free products are open to the public? And then she says, and will that be in October? But we can't answer that because we don't know. Anybody?
Well,
Let me talk about the launch just very, very quickly. And Marty hit on this a little bit earlier. I have a scenario in my mind's eye, and a young lady comes to me and she asked me that question: when will On Passive launch? And I flat out tell her it's going to launch the 20th. And she's excited. She's exuberant. She can't wait for On Passive to launch. We're going to change lives. Everything is going to change as On Passive launches. And I agree with everything she says. And then I tell her, but I don't know what month. Just like Marty said. And of course, the air just went out of her balloon. Now, we don't know when Ash is going to tell us the day of the launch. We don't know that. I don't even think about that anymore, and neither should you. He has given us a time frame. If you've listened, you know the time frame. It can happen anytime in there. Don't worry about the day. It's coming, and it's getting here quicker. And Ash said this: it's going to be here sooner than later. So I forget the other part of the question, Ron. I'll let someone else answer that.
The pages will go live either at time or just before. They got to go live so we can go inside and all that. Right now, they're just, you can see them, but there's nothing to go inside to. But yeah, I mean, it'll be really close to the same time, maybe a little before. Yeah, that's all. Because they can't put a website out to the world and people can sign up to what and buy what. It's pretty much the same time. They got to be ready before, but how long before? Not that much. It wouldn't have to be.
Yeah. You know, we need to just remind folks, the launch, it's happening, guys. It's happening now. It is a sequence, kind of like he says with NASA. It's a launch sequence. We're in launch right now. But he's also said, if you'll pay attention to what he's saying, we know we've experienced trouble in the back room, some challenges because he's working back there, getting the old mail ready. That's the sequence he's got to go through. Then he's going to be migrating all the products that we're going to have first access to before the public. That's another step in the sequence. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like biblically when somebody says, how is it you can look at the sky, you can predict the weather, but you can't tell what's going on? You got to look out there and see what's happening so that you can predict. But we're on the way. It's happening.
Keep in mind, if you set up a marketing budget that's going to start on a certain day, and that advertisement says, how would you like to have this? This better be ready to sell. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I don't know how else to tell you. Now, some of the stuff free, it doesn't matter, but even then, I mean, trust me, everybody for some reason thinks they hear one thing and think that's all they're working on. They're working on many things at one time. I mean, many, 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 and they're locking them all in. We are a lot farther along than everybody thinks. There's a lot of things sitting at the finish line. And what Ash does, in my opinion, there'll be 7 things ready. The 8th thing's going to take a week. He goes back through the 7 things and said, can you pinstripe this? Can you Simonize this? Can you shine the windows on this in that week's time? So that it's not longer, it's just doing it at the same time. That's all he's doing. And there's different phases. There's market value, above market value, and he's got a new one called magic. Okay, there's going to be a magical value. Well, you just think about stuff and it happens. No, I don't know, but really, there's going to be a phase that you just go, what the frick? Yeah, no, no, I guarantee it. And that's going on all the time, daily. Boom, 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 boom. So.
Good deal. Back to you, Lynn.
I like this format. I think it's really dynamic and interactive. So let's keep it. I really like it. I hope you guys in the attendees like it. You can give us feedback about it in the chat. What do you think of it? And we want to hear from Chris Johnson.
AKA Lassie.
I was having so much fun listening to these three guys talk. First of all, let me say something real quick. The three gentlemen here, Mike Ellis, Jeffrey Morlock, and Marty DeGarmo, are two of these guys are the first voices I heard after Peter Schur called me up and said, hey, I got this new thing. And I want to say to both of them, and I'll get to Marty later, Mike Ellis and Jeffrey Morlock, been true leaders to me, listening to what they had to say since I started. Phenomenal to be sitting on a panel with these two guys. Even though they don't like when I say it, I want to say thank you. Thank you for all you've done for a lot of people. Like I said, Peter Schur called me one day. I had probably been a couple months retired pretty early at a young age. And he called me up and he told me about a passive. He said, I think I asked the normal questions. What do you got to do? He says, nothing. Huh? He goes, Chris, it's all done for you. I don't got to get into a monkey suit and go to meetings and buy CDs and books. He says, no. I said, Pete, let me go try to find my wallet. And it took me 10 minutes because I forgot I left my wallet in my truck. And I signed up not knowing anything. He told me about the artificial intelligence, what I knew about artificial intelligence, not what I know now, just what I knew. And went on blind faith saying, I just spent 32 years of my life working the last 8 years of my life, over 130 hours a week, nonstop. Didn't know what day it was. Busted my entire body up. Labor, pushing myself because the rule is you're supposed to make as much money you can in the last 10 years before you retire. It's a stupid rule, by the way, just to let you know. It hurts.
Yeah, they had you programmed.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the guy that comes along and said, Chris, $97, $102 with the credit card. They do it all for you. You know, that was music to my ears after I just spent 32 years, actually over 40 years, doing everything else nobody wanted to do, because that's the kind of guy I was. He doesn't want to do it. I got it. I'll do it. I believed the harder you work, the faster the day went. The problem was I was working the entire day. And after 8 years, something snapped in my brain and said, Chris, this isn't how to live. This isn't how to live. So I literally went on vacation and I never went back. And then Pete called me up. I was blown away by it. I was excited. I didn't know a lot. I mean, I remember hearing Jeffrey for the first time. Hello, hello, hello. I'm like, wow, who is this guy? Listen to him. Then I got, Chris, did you see who Mike Ellis is? Who the heck's Mike Ellis? Just go on YouTube. Oh, okay. Listen to some of Mike's videos. All right, I'm really liking this. I start going to webinars. Marty DeGarmo, who's this guy? Actually, I said he reminded me a lot of my father. I tell Marty this all the time, and that's it's a great compliment because I had a great father, and Marty gives me a lot of memories of my dad because of the way he is. And out of the blue, DeGarmo sends me a text and says, oh my God, this Marty guy just Facebooked me. He says, you want to go to PNG? What is PNG? I didn't know what PNG was. Papua New Guinea. I said, yeah, I'll go, send me the link. Went to Papua New Guinea. I think at the time it was 11 o'clock at night. We didn't switch to the 12 o'clock at that time. Got on there. I'm listening, finding out somewhere, country I never even heard of. And here comes this beautiful sister. And we called her Nancy. She completely tore me up. Everything I thought was real or scared me, she set my mind straight. She set my heart straight. And I'm forever grateful for her. And I did something that completely changed me because of Nancy. And a lot of people, some know it, most people don't. Peter signed me up. Listened to Ash Mafara. Didn't quite understand what he was saying, but I knew exactly what Nancy from Papua New Guinea was saying. And it hurts to realize there's people in this world, and all the complaining I did for 40 plus years working and listening to what the women had to go through in Papua New Guinea, it broke my heart. And I realized this isn't just a company. This is something it's bringing people out. It's going to change lives. And I was hooked. And I'm not going to lie. All you guys were awesome. All you guys, you threw that bait in the water, but it was Nancy that made me bite that hook, and she drugged me in, and it changed me completely. Well, then he starts talking about women, bless, and I'm just blown away by this. When do we have companies that care about people? I worked for Ford Motor Company and Mazda Motors for 32 years. I was a number on a card. I was replaceable because there was 1 million people standing in line waiting to get my job. All right. It didn't matter who you were. You got sick, you got hurt, you died. Bye-bye. You're a memory. Next. And I'm listening to these people talk about this on passive. Then I start really focusing on what Ash was saying. What he really meant, what he was trying to do. It was nothing about making you wealthy. It was nothing about making you successful. Yeah, he threw that in there. It really was just, someone's got to change something. There's too many things broken. Now, I saw the brokenness in my industry that I worked. I didn't like it. I knew there was nothing I could do about it. He saw what was really broken in the industry, which is online MLM, something that I never paid attention to. And I see you guys saying we can do better. I've watched him for, I don't know, since 2020, keep changing things. And I got to say, there is no organization in chaos. And as many people think this is chaotic, no, because there's nothing but organization in a passive. I believe he's laid it out perfectly. I believe the times I'm like, what is he doing? He knows exactly what he's doing. I really do have 100% faith in Ash Mafara and what he believes and what he's actually done. That is the truth. I get hit every single day with a negative person. And you know why? We'll just say the evil person. All right? They can't change my mind. You know why? The devil only attacks weak people. He is not going to attack a strong person because he knows better, but he will attack an evil person, a weak person. I mean, I learned that when I was a little kid. You stay strong, be smart. This is the smartest thing that I myself have ever gotten into. I was not the MLM person. I think I'm the only one. I watch people go through it. I watch people give thousands of dollars away. And I'd say, how you doing on that? Because I was interested, just didn't want to do it. I was making big money working 130 hours a week. I forgot who I was. Nah, it didn't work out, Chris. Okay. I just was checking because I didn't want to miss out. And when I found this place, I'm going to tell you, Mike Ellen said something to start off. Let me tell you what Ash was saying. I want to tell you something that I think that'll excite you. What my neighbor said and what Ash told me about 2 hours ago. My neighbor came over. I have 2 or 3 neighbors that are founders. Said, you guys got to check it out. One of them I gifted to because I knew we needed help. My neighbor next to me comes over today. I was sitting on the porch trying to take a breath because it's been a long day. And he says, Chris, and he's a computer guy. He's an accountant, works on his own for a pretty big company. He says, Chris, do you know how big that old mail is? No, Chris Johnson right now is here to tell you, I don't. I'm not the techie guy. I don't know from one email to the next. All I know is you hit send. He says, Chris, do you understand how big mail is? I said, it's pretty good, isn't it? Really don't have a clue. No, Chris, I've never seen this of all the emails and all the companies. Never have I seen something like mail. And then everything else connect. Guess what? He's firing me up at my front porch, and I'm the guy that should be firing him up. And I said, Jeremy, that's his name, Jeremy. Can you just say that one more time? Because I'm trying to get an understanding, because I'm not that techie. What is the difference between, all he had to say is, Chris, I've never seen this. He starts flaring off every email you can possibly imagine. He goes, nobody's got this. He goes, I can't wait. He goes, the mail we're seeing right now in the back office, that's nothing. What he showed us yesterday, he goes, dude, I was a believer, but I was blown away because he wants those tools. And I said, how is a passive going to help you, the company you work for? He goes, to be honest, the marketing is going to blow up his company. But he said, mail? Chris, he goes, I haven't even seen. He goes, no, ask Marty. He's going to tell you. We've only seen 1%. But what Jeremy told me, I know 100%. Because of the faith I have in Ash Mafara, because I'm not that techie guy, a neighbor come over and said, Chris, I've never seen that before. This is going to be amazing. There's my 100% belief. Now, I had a little text war with Ash today, having fun with him. And he says, Chris, how you doing? Did you get any rest? I said, well, I didn't sleep at all last night. I found out kind of like Marty about the 6 o'clock, about 4:30 in the morning. I might as well stay up. We're going to hit that one. Then the Bangladesh. And then I had worked it. I said, no, Ash, I got about 20 minutes of sleep. Now, of course, this is Ash Mafara talking. Hey, Chris, it's going to get worse. Stay excited. You're going to lose a lot of sleep. The doors are wide open, brother. It's going to keep getting better and better, and you're going to lose a lot of sleep. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I want to hear it. I want you all to understand something. All right. The belief in something is a great thing. If you have any doubts, and we do, there's people in here that still doubt things. And I'm going to say a lot of what Marty says. You know what? If you have doubts, please go fishing. Or if you have doubts, I want you to work an extra 30 hours a week overtime in your building or your job. All right. Just keep doing it. Ash Mafara, since I started and before, never said, Marty, Jeffrey, Dan, Lynn, Ron, you guys just quit your job. You are going to be the richest, luckiest people in the world. The man has never said that. What he says is what Mike started in the beginning. Stay calm. If you got doubts, go fishing, because your life right now has not changed. Mentally, I think it has changed if you really plug into Impassive. But right now, every problem that you have, and believe you me, you can ask Marty on this, I get quite a few calls that break my heart. They want to say, man, I want this to go as bad as you because I know how much you need help. But what I tell them, I said, and I can say promise on this one. I don't care how bad you got it. When this launches, you're going to forget about it. And you're going to turn around and help people that now are in the position you were in. And it's going to be a great thing. Giving, and I don't care what anyone says, there's nothing like giving. Ash Mafara, as far as I'm concerned, has given 1,400,000 strangers who now he calls family and probably knows them. He gave them a life that none of us ever could have had. And you're talking to a guy who did it for years, labor, repetitiveness. And he's going to pick my big, ugly butt up, and he's going to take care of me, and he's going to do all this. And all he ever asked me was, hey, just believe in me and share this out. And pretty soon, in a few short weeks, there's going to be a whole heck of a lot of people seeing for the first time on passive what Marty was talking about, what Mike was talking about. And I tell people daily, you got to talk about it. You're going to get the people that think you're nuts, probably from your family. It's okay. Because when they see on passive in the biggest sporting event in the world, yeah, some of them are still going to be ding dongs. The other ones, they might even apologize to you and say, my God, what did I miss? You're not going to miss it. I'm going to get you as a reseller. It's okay. Ash Mafara, once again, I'm just going to keep, Ash Mafara's slogan should be, I'm just going to keep giving and giving and giving, because that's what I believe he's done. As Marty says, he's taken arrows, bullets. He's walking through broken glass, fire. For people that don't believe him, but he keeps going because he doesn't let that stop him. Lynn, on that note, I'm good. Thank you.
Hey, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Chris, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great if Artemis launch was the same time as the passive launch? That'd be out of this world.
Yeah.
Haha. Go ahead, Lynn.
Oh, anybody want to chime in on what Chris said?
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, he brought some good stuff up that I think, I mean, I love hearing you. I love the excitement. I love where your heart's at, you know, and some of the things you brought up, you know, like when you start talking about evil people, I mean, I just start laughing because, yeah, it exists. People exist. They got bad things in the heart sometimes, you know, but they're just lost themselves. And that doesn't mean that we need to downgrade or beat them up or get on their back or do it. We just need to love them through it if we can. And if not, we just get away from them because, you know, that's what it's about. You were talking about them, you know, the devil not picking on weak people. Every one of us have an energy, a very subtle energy, a bioenergy that extends out a good 8 meters around us when we're full of love and full of good feeling. And as we say, compassion, you know, and wanting to do compassionate action. And when you've got that coming out, I am telling you, evil cannot approach you. The only thing that you can have are people like you. You come into a room, you light the room up and people go, wow, I want to get next to that guy. You know, I want to be next to that gal. He's got something that I want. But man, how many of us have been in a room where somebody walks in and just sucks the air right out of the room? You're like, oh, I'm going to stay with bad vibes. I think they did a song about that, right? Good vibrations. So yeah, if you think compassionate thoughts, get our minds off ourselves and put it out. I mean, that's what Mr. Mufara does all the time, day in and day out. And that's exactly what we're about, all of that stuff. So man, life is pretty good. Now you talked a little bit about, O'Mail, you know, and for those of you folks that didn't hear yeah, it is absolutely huge. And it's only one component of 1,000 other things. I mean, these things have folders within folders and separate security like nobody's business, right? I mean, you can search every folder from within the main account. It's got automatic file download conversions, file compressions, linked within counts, accounts within counts, the primary accounts, video, speech to text, that they go read to you for Pete's sakes. I mean, and that's not all. Mr. Mufara said it's got things you've only had in your imagination. So yeah, it is a big deal. But even bigger than that, Mr. Mufara has got this same sort of technology, this same sort of integration, this same sort of feature ability and functionality in every product that he's ever put out, and he's giving it all away. And that's why we need to be excited, because you're right, Chris. He has changed lives already, and he is changing lives now. And not only is he changing our lives for the better for the future, but he's given us something to be passionate about, something to find our own mission and our own vision, and something to go after that's going to fulfill us. And that's what we're about. So I'm telling you what, right on, Chris, right on, man.
And you know, when we talk about the products, you know, like Omail, yeah, is it just an email product? Mr. Mafara says, no, it's way more than just email. So we have to maybe create some new verbiage to describe our products, because Omail certainly isn't just an email product. It's much more. I think it's more of a communication product with many, many layers and many features. So I'm so proud to be associated with OnPassive. I think our products are stellar. They're unique, have features that you won't find in other products. We're just going places. We're a fabulous company, a wonderful CEO, and I'm so blessed to be part of it. And I think those of us here in the webinar feel the same way.
And you know what, Lynn, as long as I'm talking about Chris here and the rest of us and everybody on here, I want to point out, we are all where we are because of the decisions we've made, but we're all here in OnPassive by a point of grace. Every one of us has been extended to and given grace by Mr. Mufari to be here to do what we're doing. Some of us seem to be in positions that maybe have a little more grace, others lesser grace. I'm telling you what, it doesn't matter. It's one big circle. We're all on that circle and everybody's doing what they need to be doing, and we need to lift each other up to that end. So thank you. You know, Chris, thank you for what you're doing and the heart that you're showing. Thank you so very much. Mike Ellis, for your videos, man, what a pillar you guys are. OnPassive Nation, you're a pillar in OnPassive. All three of you, Dan, Marty, the three of you, the three amigos, you know, the whatever title people give you, you have been doing such a phenomenal, awesome work for so long. I mean, you're part of the woodwork, man. Come on. I mean, it wouldn't be the same without you guys here. Lynn, and I mean, you guys been doing this for a long time. I'll bet you there's 100 people in this panel right now that are out doing their own thing, just like you guys are, and they are making a difference in their world at grassroots level, just like every founder on the planet is going to be able to do. And imagine what we're going to accomplish. So lift those up that are around you and just do what you're called to do. I like what Laredo, you guys know Laredo, she sings that beautiful song. She said, you know, it's deep calling unto deep. And that tells me she understands that iron sharpens iron, and every one of us can be a blade sharpening tool for somebody else that's near us. So let's lift everybody up. Absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, let me say something just very, very quickly.
Okay,
Jeffrey and
quick, but you don't have to be quick. Take your time, Mike.
okay. I appreciate what Chris and Jeffrey have said about Marty, Dan, and I, but I want to add that Dan, Marty, and I, we all know we're not smart enough to have done what we've done in OnPassive. And I don't want to make it sound bigger than it is. We had a little part to do with OnPassive. And everything that we did was from God. It literally, the Spirit has directed us to do the things we've done. We couldn't do it on our own. We're just not smart enough. Now, saying that, I believe the same thing about Ash Mufara. Ash Mufara has done terrific things, but he could not do these things by himself. I think he has been directed. It's the only way this thing can happen, guys. There are too many coincidences, and I don't believe in coincidences anymore. There are too many things that have happened to Marty, Dan, and I over the last 10 years, coming into OnPassive, working with Mr. Mufara, and the things that have happened for 3.5 years. There's no way any of this could happen without that direction. And I know Ash believes that, and I think most of the people here believe that too. You know, we appreciate the accolades, but we really don't deserve it, to be honest with you. So that's it, Lynn. Go ahead and you can get to some questions or something.
I'm sorry, Mike. I wasn't trying to put you on a pedestal, brother. I mean, but
no,
but
you don't
guys
have to, because I won't stay there.
Well, and that's as it should be. But what you're referring to, you're absolutely right. We call them synchronicities, right? Where everything is working together and everything is ordained, and it's all going to happen. So right on. Thank you. Yeah.
And
I'm so glad to hear you say that, Mike. I mean, because that's how I've felt from the day that I heard it. And you know, we don't like to talk about a lot of religion and stuff, and we don't. But we all are led to where we're going. And,
Yeah, and let me say, Ron, if you're one of those individuals that don't have a spiritual bone in your body, I understand that. You're in on passive to make money and take care of your friends and your family. You're short selling yourself. You do have a spirit, even if you don't know it. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get in too much trouble here.
God bless you, man.
Keep it
You're
kind of
better off talking about the numbers right now, Mike.
Well, that's coming, Chris.
Hey,
What do you think, Chris?
do we
These
want to,
folks these folks that don't like to think, we've been programmed that it's bad to talk about, spirituality. Yeah, that's the programming. I mean,
Len.
I won't get on that box. Sorry.
hey, Len, do we
Yeah.
want to go into Q&A or do we want to hear some numbers?
I want to hear numbers if whatever is appropriate.
Everybody wants to hear numbers. Raise your hand.
I don't know. I sure would like to talk to Mike ahead of time.
Yeah.
No, these are really pretty tame, guys. It just gives you an understanding of where we're going. Okay. Initially, we thought on passive would launch and they would bring in 100 million customers. Okay, that's kind of what the consensus was out there, that over the course of 65 days, 100,000 customers would come into on passive. With all that Mr. Mufara is doing, I think that 100 million, not 100,000, 100 million customers coming into on passive, I think that's going to happen probably in the first quarter, first 3 months, maybe the first 4 months. But it's not just 100 million. And this is where it gets really, really interesting. And again, this is like in 3-4 months, guys. It's not just 100 million. When you look at the structure of unpassive, and I'm not even going to go there, 100 million is really 1.5 billion. And I'm not even going to explain that because I will get into trouble. But that's how big what we're doing is. When you start to understand the numbers, when you can see what's coming with unpassive and having 1 billion customers coming into unpassive, that number is staggering. And if you're a founding member and you're worried about making $30 or $40 or $50 a month in unpassive, or apples, I'll change it to apples to make everything happy. You don't have to worry about that. It is massive, massive, massive. There's more, but I won't go there because Marty will shut me off. Just real quick.
Suffice it to say, does it involve, I don't want to go into details, but does it involve the power of compounding in that figure?
No,
Absolutely.
no.
Well,
Well,
it will.
I mean,
It will if it keeps going.
we can go there, but what I'm talking about has nothing to do with compounding. If we get into
No.
compounding, Marty's going to ask you just to delete.
All bets are off. Yeah.
Did somebody mute Mike? That was Marty. You muted
I
Mike.
did. I was testing. Make sure I can do it. Unmute him. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Uh,
where is he?
You're still muted. Mike, unmute yourself.
Okay, you can unmute.
Uh-huh.
I was joking, Mike. I was joking.
No, that has nothing to do with compounding. Nothing whatsoever. It's just the structure of unpassive and what's actually going to happen without the compounding. I'll let Marty talk about compounding. It'll blow you away.
Listen. I believe on a good running day, when things are going smoothly, we should bring in 90 to 100, maybe 90 million people a month. $3 million a day.
Yeah, enough said. There you go.
And I
And Marty
think
said it.
I,
For the record, Mike, Marty said it, not Mike. I'm backing you on this one now.
Marty, you muted.
Marty,
Somebody.
they muted you.
thank God. No, if you do,
I always
talk
wanted
a
to do
lot,
that.
and we look at all the the market caps on everything that we do know. We look at conservatively taking part of the market. I'm not saying all of it. There would be no reason that we wouldn't bring in 3 million people a day at one point as we get moving. And I also believe the company will double every month for months and months and months and years to come. So
There's your compounding, Lynn.
Here, let me give you some better numbers that will make Marty's numbers feel phenomenal. Here, let's do 40 hours a week. We'll do conservative 40 hours a week for 32 years. Which numbers do you like better? See,
Oh,
we
that's
don't
right.
think of the reverse psychology. 40 hours a week, which is conservative for me, times 30 years. Add the driving, the frustration, the nightmare, and this guy comes along and said, I'm gonna take that away from you. And I'm gonna do this in a few years for you that took you 32 years to get there. Marty or Mike could say any number they want. I'm gonna love them because I already lived the other hours and I know they did too. So
and that's just my opinion. Okay. I do
Just
not
over
know.
broke, buddy. Just over broke.
Yeah. And Chris, what you're saying about your work, I understand it. I was there too, but it's what made you who you are. And if you hadn't had that, you wouldn't have the experience, the understanding, the knowledge to be able to come into Unpassive and make the impact that you've had. So although it was a tough road, and I understand that very, very well, I'm glad you went down it because you wouldn't be the same person today. Do I want to see people go 40 years? No. Come on into Unpassive.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Right. Well, is it time for our Q&A and comment session? I think it is. What do you guys think?
Yeah, their hands have been up so long, they're getting cramps. Look at Jean. She can barely hold her hand up.
we shall have mercy on them. And before we begin, let's talk about the guidelines for the Q&A and comment session. So we ask you to raise your hands, and then we're going to call you. Make sure that you got your name and your country showing if you're going to be doing the Q&A. Also, can you monitor yourself as far as time goes? Right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands, and undoubtedly there'll be more. So we want to keep our sharing to maybe 2 or 3 minutes, because then that gives us what? 10, 15 minutes already, just with 5 of you. So if we can monitor yourselves until we go to O Connect, because guess what?
Lynn, I'll put the counter on. I'll put the counter on the screen. Oh, wait a minute. This is Zoom. We can't do that.
But I would say until we go to O Connect and we have the timer, the countdown timer on the actual screen. Can you imagine when we have that? Everybody will be able to see that. And I'm guessing there's going to be a sound component with a little beep or something that goes with when you run out of time. Like a beep, beep, beep or something.
Quiet!
Have a flashing thing or some graphics that show up. Who knows? It's going to be creative, but
Crap, that thing's gonna be screaming when I get on then. Right?
so we look forward to having O Connect. But in the meantime, we have Zoom, and we appreciate having something so that we can have these webinars. So we're going to begin with, also stay away from support topics, stuff like I'm having trouble, I forgot my password or stuff like that. Avoid those types of questions. That's not what this forum is for. All right. So keep it on the topic. And our topic today is Ask the Leaders.
And
Motivational.
let's make sure.
Oh.
And let's make sure it's a question. We know that you love everybody, and Ash is great. So make sure it's a question. That's what we want to do, is we want to get your questions answered. Correct?
Yeah, if you would like.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, I usually say questions or comments because some people just want to share their thoughts, but don't necessarily have questions. But
Okay.
either way, I mean, let's stick with questions. Let's go with Ron's thing. And so we're going to say, keep it to a question. Make sure you got a specific question to ask if you're going to be raising your hands. Okay. All right. So now we go to our first. Jean, I guess, had only a comment. She lowered her hand. All right. But if you think of a question, come on back, Jean. Now we go on to William Delorme. You can ask your question. You can unmute, William.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mike Ellis. I have a question for you. I'll give you an example. I was on a webinar and I heard grandfather rights. So I'm thinking everybody's had a grandfather or a grandmother, and they sit you on your knee and they take you by the hand and they put you at the dinner table. It's the same as my sisters or anybody of that effect. So I'm thinking we're in on passive. We have those rights. So have you any thoughts on that, Mike?
I'm not sure what the question is, Robert.
William. Yeah, it's grandfather rights. Like we're sitting at the table. So the grandfather takes you to the table to eat. So I'm thinking the table to eat is on passive. So we're in on passive. So now we have those rights.
I got you, William. You know, we get back to on passive being a passive business for everybody, 100% automated. On passive is going to do everything for us. I don't really agree with that. Yes, it's 100% automated, but it is not passive. None of us here have been passive coming into on passive and participating with on passive. If you become passive, there's a tendency to just kind of go away. You think everything's going to be done and you don't think about anything. That's not on passive. On passive, you have to come in, you have to engage, you have to understand what Ash is doing. I love the grandfather analogy. It would be nice if we all had a grandfather would take care of everything, but that's not the real world. We have to come in, we have to do what we do and take instruction. And yes, it's 100% automated, but don't be passive in on passive. I don't think anybody on this webinar today is passive. You're thinking about on passive almost constantly. And I know that from my own experience. There's nothing passive about it. And you're thinking about the possibilities, what I can do, what Ash is going to ask me to do. So good analogy, but on passive, I think is more than that. I hope that answered your question, William.
Being more than grandfather's right is a much better analogy.
Okay.
So, yeah, I like that attitude.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm out in left field, William. Sometimes I don't get it right.
Thank you, William. All right, next we have Richard Lamotte are you in Canada now? Come on down, Richard.
I love all you beautiful men, women, and children of the world from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry, Ron, but I'm going against your rules. I don't want to talk about questioning these people because these people have been there since the beginning and they are awesome, 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 awesome people. We are a big family and we have all become God's children again with this beautiful love in our hearts coming back out that's been stopped for many, many years by the corruption of this world. Since I'm a child, since I'm a little boy, I've never been a religious man. I've always been a spiritual man. And I will tell you that God works in mysterious ways. This family is the best family that I've ever had. I mean, this family is even better than my family was. even though there was nothing but love in my family. I had a father that taught me that all human beings, no matter who they are, we are all human beings, God-given spiritual beings. And my father was a people lover, and I became a people lover. And I even stood up to people telling me I could shoot you now because I'm a criminal. I just looked at him. I says, whatever you want. I mean, this is the power. This is the power that this family has. We are protected. Ash Mufara was given to us as like a father, I should say, because he's teaching us. Now, he gave us Mike, he gave us Marty, he gave us, Jeffrey, he gave us Chris with his on Passive Angels. And I mean, what else can we want? What else? Be honest now. What else is my question? What else can we want but what we have is God-given love worldwide? And I leave you all with this, and I give you big kisses and big hugs to all of you. Thank you so much for being here for us.
Hey, Richard. That's okay. You can break the rules. Your grandfather.
Thank you, Richard.
Hey, Lynn, let me say one thing very, very quickly. Jean had her hand up for hours. Come on in and give us 2 minutes.
Yeah, come on, Jean. Let me unmute her. She's been so patiently waiting.
She really has.
If you have a comment too, yeah, go ahead with it.
Yeah.
But we'd like to have questions.
Yeah, so we'll have questions and comments today.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're done. No.
Thank you, Mike. Well, it actually goes back to when Mike was talking about dark and light and how there really are more good people in the world than people think. And every leader that spoke tonight really touched on what I think is one of the most impactful things that Ash is doing, and it took time to do. In the beginning, we were little pockets. There was groups in Africa, there was a group in India, there was a group in the US. There were little pockets of teams and people had their groups. But Ash's message has always been in unity and love, which is going up the Burj, right? And just in the past, a few weeks with all of these face-to-face events, in India, Hyderabad this morning, in Bangladesh, all of a sudden we've become one family, and that's where the power is. That, like Jeffrey had said, it's when people gather together with a good purpose. It is literally like electricity. It is a power cell. And when you talk about the powers that be and how they try to suppress and all of that, it was to suppress that knowledge that when we unite, we are powerful, and we're going to be able to go out into the world and make that change. But in the beginning, we were still little groups. We get sort of like, there were cultural gaps, there were language gaps, there were all of these things. And now that stuff is just dissolving. And once we have OConnect and Academy, those language barriers with the auto translation, it's just going to drop. And we are literally going to be one big human family, which was Ash's goal from the get-go. So that's what I find the most impactful thing that's happening, far beyond any money, is to get us together as a human family to go out into the world and create change. So that was my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. That was beautiful. All right, who's next? We got Bruce Gerstein. Hi, Bruce.
Hello, I am unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Yes, good. I want to thank you all for everything you say. And, the first person I heard was Jeffrey Morlock. And it was funny because he was in the same company I was in before he came into On Passive. So I've never really talked to him about that. But there's some things that Marty or somebody said one time, and it reminded me of when Ted Kennedy was talking at Robert Kennedy's funeral. He said about Robert Kennedy, he said he saw a wrong and he wanted to right it. And that's how I think of Ash. Ash saw a wrong and he wanted to right it. And this, we can talk all we want, but the bottom line, everything here is divinely guided. And everything that Ash has done was because there are many people in the world hurt, lost, dismayed, discouraged, disappointed, let down. They're afraid of doing anything. And they all were calling inside for help. And Ashmafera happened to be the vehicle that God created to do something good for the world because it was in Ash's mind and heart to do that. He had said something that my father said to me one time when I asked my dad about we called his father Grandpapa. And I asked, tell me what Grandpapa was like. And he said, the most important thing you remember about your Grandpapa is that he always told us to always look for the good in people. And that's what I've always done as best as I could. Doesn't mean I've been perfect with that, but I have tried as best I could. I want to move away from that for a minute because I was watching the news today on Fort Myers and down south below Lynn and Ron. And thank God you guys were spared that catastrophe. It looked like World War II. It was terrible. But there were people from the community that were in boats, they were in SUVs, they were in airboats, and they were literally finding people and carrying them to shore. And the reason I'm saying this is because Jeffrey said, there's kindness in this world if you look for it. And that was the kindness. And that was the spirit of people wanting to help people. And what we are in Unpassive is that same spirit that wants to help people. When we stay focused on that, 1.5 million people, let's say roughly, regardless of the numbers, is a very incredibly strong number of consciousness to come into the world and have the same mindset of wanting to do something good to help humanity. And that's what we have here. And I feel very blessed. I'm very blessed. I used to hear Mike Ellis, and he would always talk about the structure of Unpassive and all the things that were confusing and sounded like Muslim level. And one day I said, forget that. Let go of all those charts. I'm sorry we've mentioned those charts. And we have to get away from that mindset because it's not anything like multi-level. This is a group of people who are doing things together, compounding the consciousness of each other to help each other and help something grow. It was great to hear Ash say that Unpassive is a movement, because you never hear a businessman talk about their business as a movement. But this is beyond just business. This is a heart and soul of where the world is going to. And I'm proud. I'm a proud mayor. I think Ash coined that phrase. I am a proud mayor. I'm an ambassador being. I'm proud to be there. And there's many people who want to say a lot of things. So I'm not going to say a lot. Marty, I love you to death, my little brother. And I love you to life, not to death. I don't want you to die. I want you to live a long, prosperous life. But, I love Chris. Chris's heart is bigger than his head. And that's amazing. Lynn, what Marty calls our sergeants, they're all amazing people, as Ron and everybody here. And everybody matters. No matter whether you might think you're small, but inside, everyone has that same diamond. Everyone here has that same greatness. Everyone here has what Ash called beautiful beauty inside them. And everyone here is perfect. And Unpassive is perfect. And as I say, it is without a doubt divinely guided. And with God behind us, and we put our faith in front of us, we will not fail. So I'm glad to be here, and I hope I make sense to some people. I love you all very much, as Rashida would say from the bottom of my heart.
And Bruce, I always see that you do look for the good in others. That's one thing, a strong trait about you. I don't hear you speaking negatively about people. That's really, really special. Thank you so much, Bruce. All right, so now we've got more hands up as I thought we would have. So now we've got 3, 6, 7, 8 more hands up. And we're coming up on 2 hours of the webinar. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna implement a time limit of 2 minutes. Again, that's 2 minutes, and then we're gonna have Ron do the timer. Can you do that? You got that on your phone? That'll help.
I think so. It might be an
So
app,
they-
right?
8 people at 2 minutes is 60 minutes. And then if the panel here wants to respond to something people said, that might take us another half an hour. So that's the only reason I'm saying we should have some time limits to keep it reasonable. So we're going to begin with Violet Ryan. And Violet, you got 2 minutes. Okay, Violet, good to have you here.
Good evening. Okay, I put 2 minutes on my phone too.
Good job.
Does Ash have staff that travels with him? Why I'm asking is because there may be somebody out there that might not like to have him around, and or his family.
We don't know that, and that's proprietary. I don't think Ash would tell us that information, and he doesn't want the public. And he doesn't want the public to know it either.
Of course, yes, I know he's very private. Okay, that was my question. I've got 1 minute and 24 seconds to go.
Oh, good job. You're a shining role model for everybody. Thank you for being here. Okay. Next we have Elsie Patch. How are you, Elsie? You can speak. Click the unmute button.
I am doing well, thank you. I just want to say that I have been in Unpassive since January of 2019. The person that I signed up under, he disappeared. I don't even know if he even knows what's going on with Unpassive. I found Unpassive Nation just by staying plugged in. I'm not under anyone there. Well, I wasn't back then. I just found them. And if people aren't staying plugged in, then they're not going to know what's going on. I have one guy under me that just complains constantly every time I tell him there's a webinar or I tell him what's going on. And I finally just told him one day, I said, if you want your refund, I can get you your refund. And I tried to explain to him, it's like a GPS. This is like a GPS. You are driving, and if you don't take your turns, you're going to get lost, And I just wanted to say that I feel like people need to really stay plugged in and know what's going on. And I wanted to say thank you to Unpassive Nation for keeping me plugged in, honestly, Marty and Dan and Mike. I mean, I appreciate it a lot because I wouldn't know what was going on if I would have never found you guys. And also, pardon me?
Let me say something just real quick about Unpassive Nation, and you can put more time on the clock.
Okay.
You say you found Unpassive Nation. Let me tell you that Marty DeGarmo is a devious bastard. You didn't find anything. All roads lead to Unpassive, and that's Marty DeGarmo's mind working. So just a quick, that's it, Lynn. I didn't want to go any further than that.
That's funny. All right, Elsie.
But well, I'm not really, I'm not,
Minutes, so we'll give you another 30 seconds. Elsie, go
okay,
ahead.
I'm not sure who I'm under, like, or whatever. I know it's not like that, but actually Bill Must, he made me a website back in 2019 because we were in another platform together. So I just want to thank Bill Must also because he's an awesome guy, even though we've never seen him. But I just wanted to comment and tell you guys all about that. And but it's like a GPS, so take your turns. Ash is
Right.
taking his turns, and we're going to get there eventually. And I just want to tell everybody, wish you all peace, love, and I'm passive. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie. Right, next we have Benny and Tinglet. Come on down.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Auntie Lynn, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Brother Ron. To our leaders. A question, who are the powerhouse and faithful founders within Unpassive? So what can I do to become a powerhouse? Just asking a question.
Mimic Chris Johnson.
Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing.
Let me tell you something, Dr. Benny. I was asked that question. I wasn't looking to be any kind of powerhouse I'll tell you what, everybody I know that was on the leadership council, everyone I know didn't ask to be there. No joke. And what I want to tell you is, and this works, it's not just pie in the sky. If you shine the light on others, the reflection back is double. And if you do it enough, and you help enough people, you become a leader. And you know what? That wasn't my idea. It was the idea since man hit the planet. The more people you help, the bigger the spotlight on you. I don't get it. I like it, but I don't get it. I know somebody said, I don't understand, why is everybody like him? Why is everybody following her? Why is everybody? And then if you really go back, it's because they're the biggest servants in the company. They focus on others. I don't care about that nonsense. I want to help people get, if I see someone, in fact, I told us, I said, I'm a diamond miner. I go to meetings and I look, and Mike knows this for a fact, anywhere we've ever been. I try to find the diamonds in the rough. And I believe in lifting people above you, not equal with you. Be happy with who you are, but show those people to the top. Shove them to the top. And I'll tell you what, if we all did that, which we're starting to do, that's why Unpassive is Unpassive, is focusing on someone else other than yourself. And if you do that, you could be this so-called powerhouse. It comes with the territory. I tell you what it's like. It's the same as value, technology, support, AI, build the best you can. Think of other people first. Don't look at it as money. And what happens? Money comes. You don't have to look for it because it equals that. If you want to be a big, leader or whatever it is, and people follow you, serve as many as you can. Give as many people what they want, and it will reflect back on you triple. I could give you examples of my whole life. I had $100 left in my name, and a man came to our home from Indiana, dirt poor. He didn't ask for money. He never did. I gave him my $100. It's the last $100 I ever had to my name. I've got 4 kids. I reached in my pocket. I grabbed it and gave it to him. He walked up the door and I went, yeah, I swallowed deeply because I go, what am I doing? But I just did it. The next day, I found out I overpaid $250 on something. They sent me a check. So I made back 2.5 times the money I gave that man. Did I know it then? No. Shine the light on others. I've had people come to me and say, I don't get it. I don't get it. I know more than him. I know more than him. I said, the reason you will never be that person is because you never helped anybody else. If you look at the people that did something, they probably helped more people than anybody else.
Goes to
It's just the way
motivation.
it is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give a prime example. Ask Mufara. Close the book, drop the mic. He is helping a bunch of strangers change their lives forever. That's the biggest servant you can be. Right? Think about that. That's how it works, guys. That's how it works.
And Ash Mufara never asked to be put in the position he's in today.
Would much rather not be.
Exactly right, Marty. He came to serve. He served so many people. He's where he's at today. And it's because of the service. It's not because of the products, the Burj Khalifa, the everything else. It's the service. He always raises people up. Always, always, always.
Dr. Benny, it's not a ladder. It's a hand.
Thank you so much.
It's not a ladder. It's a hand. You
me,
reach
I
down and pull the people above you. I believe that with all my heart. I've seen it my whole life. I've lived that way my whole life. Always pushing people up. And people get insecure over that. I don't. I'm happy with me. I'm very happy with me. And that's all I can look at. But I'm much more happier if I can push that really quiet willow that's just barely moving in the grass and go, wait a minute, she's got something to say. I did it with Chris. I saw him sitting there bobbling around. He's rubbing his hands, and I go, this guy's going to explode. I said, Chris Johnson, you look like you have something to say. Biggest freaking mistake I ever made. He hasn't shut up since, okay? No, but truthfully, I even tell, when I talk to Ash, if he's around, I'll say, that's a diamond. That's all I say. He knows exactly what I mean. And there's a lot of diamonds in the rough that I'll pass it. A lot. Drove by a huge cemetery. My brother's buried in a military cemetery. And we went by, my kids, and I said, you know what's over there? I said, dead people. I said, no. Treasures that will be gone forever. People that never lived their full potential. Because they thought they didn't deserve it. They're not as good as he is or she is. People tell me, oh, he's lucky, he's lucky. Don't ever tell me that. It's not luck. You make it happen. You help people, you're as good as anybody else. I stood in boardrooms with multi-millionaires, and a little bit of me goes, what the hell are you doing here? They're gonna catch you. Well, I told myself, he goes to the bathroom, same as me. And you meet these people and you realize they're no better than you are. So it builds, take something you're really nervous about and do it. Every day, do something that just is out of your comfort zone. Do that every day, just a little bit. And when you see somebody that you say, you don't look at that person and say, well, I got to watch them. They're going to overtake me. You'll never be a leader. Never. When you look at somebody and say, I think they're better than me, push them above you. That's our obligation. That's the way the world should have been. Biggest people in the world were servants. Martin Luther King, Jesus Christ, Moses. I mean, you could go down the line. It's not, God said it. Love your neighbor. Take care of your brother, your sister. That's what we're here for. And like life is a vapor. Short time, poof, we're gone. I was 10, I was 20, and a week later I was 30. 2 hours later I was 62 years old. And the older you get, the quicker it gets. So this can't be all it is. It's a small ride in a hearse. We're here for a reason. I believe this company is it's closer to what I believe my life than any other company I've ever been at, because Ash is that way. He pushes everybody above himself. Everyone. He's walking through dog crap, getting arrows and darts, dodging bullets for complete strangers. And you know who beats the company the most? Founders. Biggest headache for Ash Mufara are founders.
Oh, yeah.
Doing the wrong thing.
Absolutely.
I know you asked the question and I'm going to lose my mind, so I'm going to get clapped out. Yeah.
Thank you.
my opinion.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Benny. Next, we have Harry Beckschneider. Come on down, Harry.
First, hey, Marty, that was excellent, but you broke my timer.
Hello, everybody. First of all, it's my 4th anniversary today for ASH, Go Founders, O Founders, and Passive, the process. I've got actually kind of a question aimed at Chris Johnson for Obless. Since we didn't have Obless the last Tuesday. One lady one founder that came on, Amy, with the Blue Tarp Project. And I guess Kevin Rutledge said that the bluetarpproject.com was taken up. That same night that I was watching that, I went to Namecheap and I registered the name, the Blue Tarp Project or Project Blue Tarp. I registered both of them. So if you can get a hold of Amy, she's entitled to have them, no cost to her or anything. I don't want money for it or anything. But if she would like to have any of them or both of them, she can grab them. I don't know how we transferred into another person's name or something, but I thought because it was quite I like the idea of that, the Blue Tarp projects now, because I'm running around looking for blue tarps on roofs since that night. So I don't know how to get a hold of her.
I think she's in our my YouTube channel chat right now. So she's hearing what you're saying right now. So maybe what you can do is
she wants these websites for her project because it's basically the same thing. Personally, I think I like the Blue Tarp Project better, but than the Blue Tarp Project, because people usually use the term "the" in front of it. But if she would like them, they're hers, and no problem. Just transfer to her.
You can get a hold of me, and then I can get a hold of you. So
okay. Because now I'm running around looking at roofs with blue tarps on, so it's just kind of funny. Anyways, so I would like her to have them if she would like them.
Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you.
So
thank
thank you for. Anyways, that's basic. But my 2 minutes is gone now. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Right. We want to acknowledge the presence of I think he's here. Did he just disappear? Oh, Mr. Ash Mufar is here, but his camera is off, which tells us he's not ready to come on in view. But he's here with us, sitting in our group. So welcome, Mr. Ash Mufar. We're happy you're here today. And now we're gonna when you're ready, you can turn on your video, and that'll be my signal that we can bring you on
Hold
camera.
on a minute. Did I say anything bad? Tell me now before you.
No, you're in real trouble, Marty.
Oh, that's why he's here, Marty. Don't you know? All right, so let's continue with our Q&A, and we have Caroline Maki here. Good to have you here, Caroline.
Thank you, Lynn. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, it's a given that everybody, all the founders appreciate what all you leaders are doing. But I wanted to come on and tell Mike, Jeffrey, Chris, Marty, and Mr. Ash that what y'all are doing and what you said tonight about the divine power of a higher God, that I'm coming on here to tell you, to confirm that the route that you're going is exactly right, because I was prophesied over 30 years ago that I would be making money for the kingdom. Okay. And I'm talking about big money for the kingdom. Well, I had no idea, how I was going to do it, or I was just going to let God lead me to where I needed to be. Well, guess what? He leaded me here to own passive. Okay. And I knew without a shadow of a doubt that it was where I was going to be making big money for the kingdom. So I wanted to say that everybody here, it's a divine appointment that we are here. And the people that we have gone to and tried to present it to come in as founders, that they've got scales on their eyes, okay? And there's a reason why they've got scales on their eyes, because God didn't want them in here as founders, okay? For some reason or the other. So I believe that we have been divinely appointed to be in this company. I also wanted to ask, I do have a question, but I think we also need to give praise and credit to our Almighty God, because he has chosen Ash Mafari as his vehicle to accomplish his purpose, that he wants his purpose to be completed here on earth. And my question that I have is on the resellers, when the resellers come in, does anybody know what's that going to cost, or exactly how the resellers are going to work when they come in? Or is the company still going to be putting people underneath them too, to where they don't have to actually go out and build? I mean, of course, they're going to be resellers and customers, but how is the company going to handle resellers? Are we right in telling them that the company is going to help build their organization for them? And that's all I've got to say. Thank you, guys.
Caroline, I'm sure one of us
Answer
here.
is yes.
Question, and welcome, Mr. Mufara. Just letting you know you're on camera, Mr. Mufara.
The answer to your question, Caroline, was yes. And I love your accent.
Oh, yes, I'm from the South.
Yeah, I could tell. I was from South Detroit, so that's where I got mine.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully,
Mr. Ash, come on in.
Mr. Ash. And if, oh, wait, I didn't, yeah, you can unmute.
Can't hear you, Ash.
You're unmuted, but you have no sound. It says unmuted.
Yeah, you guys are all tired. I've been seeing this guy for 3 days straight. My goodness.
Yeah, right. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yay, yes.
Fantastic. All right, I'm fired up. Somebody has.
If you want the background, Mr. Mufara, I texted it to you. If you want to use it, you can. Not required, but we got it for you. Did you lose sound again?
To my email, please, if possible. Yeah, it's up to you. Would it help? Maybe that light. I feel the light in my face. And...
You,
good.
you look good, Ash. Good picture.
Good.
You're fine.
Are you okay?
Thank you. Not so bad. Yeah, appreciate you.
Good to have you. All right.
Oh,
So we continue.
I hear
with
myself twice. Like, oh, I know.
throwing you off. We got like 5 hands raised. Should we go ahead and finish up with those 5 hands? Or did you want to speak now because you got time now? Should we go to you?
I have nothing to do in my life but you, and I'm passive. So
Go to
I'm
him.
bored. I'm looking for a side job.
You're bored. Yeah.
All right, I'm fired up. I don't know why. I'm cooking. I'm sizzling. I'm pumped. I guess there's so many reasons to feel that way. It was a great day. I would love to catch up the recording, the previous speakers who spoke just before me here, and I know it's exciting. That was by design. I told you we're gonna exhaust you in Unpassive, and it's just warming up. And can you imagine just like a couple of months down the road, and we have those live events, but they're more lucrative? You know what I'm talking about? It's going to be a movement, a revolution. And what's really refreshing and inspiring, that people are going to do it for the cause of what they do it for. Yeah, money is going to be there. Most of our following will need to fill their tank, will need to be settled first. That is absolutely fine. But I know, because of the culture we were able to cultivate and build throughout the years, just the last couple of years, I know we've gone beyond that, so it's not necessarily people are just going to, okay, money, 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 money. No, we already have topics like, oh, women. I'm going to say it. Well, let's put it this way. There is a massive platform that is going to go like wildfire in a couple of months, and it's about kids. So let's put that aside. That's not Academy. But Academy put, oh, bless every movement that we do. And every single product is touched by and somehow rubbed by a human heart. There's nothing we do is 100% transactional and just amount in, out, get out of my way, just as a traditional business or most businesses are. None of that in OnPassive. Everything, we have a touch of humanity. We have a touch of heart. Every product, every click in our platforms. And the whole entire purpose of what we're doing, the core reason of OnPassive is to make that impact. One day, if you don't believe me now, one day you're going to discover I'm horrible. You're going to discover I'm horrible at money. I don't know how to manage it. I don't know how to collect it. I don't know how to make. But for some crazy reason, I'm so fired up about helping others make money. When it comes to myself, boring, doesn't inspire me, doesn't even move me. I never said I don't want to make a living. Yeah, of course, okay. But I just don't find it difficult. I mean, is it a gift? Is it naturally? It just doesn't require my passion. I'm not motivated to just work for me and make a living. That's what's happening. Most people are just like, they see it from that one angle. They see it from their side. They know what's in the bag, what they have to do, what they have to pay, what's in the refrigerator, what's coming, who's knocking, who's that. They know that, but they don't go beyond it. So I was able to have this passion to skip that. Like, what if I have the ultimate power? Okay, I'm sitting in Four Seasons, I don't know, a good place, pick somewhere. Not Vegas, for sure. Top of the mountain, Colorado, sounds like a good place. Nice, beautiful, mild weather. And God is next to me and tell me, listen, whatever you want, I'm your buddy. I'm going to make it happen. And I feel I had that opportunity. Whether you believe it or don't, I have that concrete feeling. He's constantly sending us messages and signals. I got your back. Keep doing what you're doing. You succeeded. So I think I would be embarrassed when I sit down, I want to pay the bills. You got God, you got the ultimate power. But even as a way of thinking, don't even take it literally, okay? Just like think, if you're not a believer, I respect you, okay? No matter what you do or believe, it's okay, okay? You behave and you know, decide in your life according to your set of beliefs. And I'm not here to dictate what you think. I may be wrong too, okay? I'll be screwed, okay? Because I'm working hard to go to heaven then, okay. But I think, you know, we're rational too. It's not all that emotional. So think of it, even the universe or nature or the United States Navy, or I don't know, whoever you think is powerful, not Putin, okay, that is backing you up, unlimited amount of money, unlimited amount of energy, whatever you want, you got it, it's here. What would you do? If you think this way now, like just between you and yourself, relax, outdoors is highly recommended, look up to the sky. You don't believe in God, just connect with a star, with a rock, with anything, whatever you believe in. And imagine that you're connected with a pipe directly. There's like a a physical pipe between your head and that ultimate power. In my case, it's God, all right? And he's got everything I asked for directly, not in the bank, not after 5 days, not by FedEx. It's instant, whatever you want. Wouldn't you be embarrassed to ask God for like a check or come on? So that's how I feel. I mean, I acquire that power and I ask God for guidance. And I have the way of thinking that what if it's there? I probably no human got there, but what if it's there? So you go far beyond your that little tiny skinny corner angle, thinking of your own needs and all of that, and you grow above it. So automatically, when you go on a bigger purpose, that daily living, it's just going to be a done deal. Don't worry about that. So nothing we do in On Passive is transactional. Nothing we do is just another business. I'm not a businessman. Whatever you believe, I'm not a businessman. But I thought it would be incredible to just dodge that financial pressure that is like heavyweight, always like punching in the face. If you just like lift off that pressure from people's, mind and shoulders, how would they breathe and how would they function and how would they operate and what things we can accomplish, what potential that is buried if we just push that away and think. So this is exactly what we're doing. We didn't get to the point where the money is like pumping all that, but as you see, automatically it's coming. So yeah, I admit that, we don't have the business per se, management and financial statement and all the old fashioned way. I mean, it doesn't impress me, but some people good at it. All right. They know how to do business. I'm not a good business person. And I just believe that we have the gift, all of us collectively, to see other values that are more meaningful and not ignoring the fact that we're going to make a living. Like I often say, I love my business, but I'm going to be truthful to you. I'm not in business just for love. All right? You get that with your wife or a spouse, whatever. I am not in business just for, I want to make a living. I want to, achieve things. And not only that, how would I be able to fund and dare to dream even bigger? How do you get a data center? How do you get buildings and all of that? How do you crush revolutionary marketing campaigns? How do you do that if you don't have that? So somehow you want to acquire wealth, okay? But my engineering is not like, okay, so much pressure. How can I make money? How much I want to make and all of that. And then by the time you figure that out, okay, so now what do we do? Which business and what transaction, what model, what, MBA we hire, and just like the old lame story. I don't do it that way. I said, that is here, done deal. Let me not bother with it. What if it was here? How would I function? See it as it's already there. How would I do? Because what if it happens? And then I look back at myself, whoa, I was such a jerk. How did I behave that way? I could have been a better human. I could have been a better, citizen in a way. So the whole structure of what we do.
Go to bed, buddy. Turn on your.
He can have another 3 minutes. It's Saturday. Tomorrow, can stay up a little later. Okay, so aside from that, I am just so fired up. I love what's happening. It's happening. I told you it's gonna gain traction and momentum as we go, and I'm just feeling it. I don't know if you feel it in every aspect. And I hope I can help you to somehow think today, or at least start thinking today. Like I have a giant screen right now here. I'm looking at myself there, and I wish this stupid Zoom will cooperate. Okay, let me try something else. Okay, maybe better. Okay. But I would like to see if somehow I can inspire you to start thinking. My name is Chris Johnson, and today I don't see today. I'm going to connect with a year ahead, 2 years ahead. I got all the power I need. Universe, pigeons, whatever you believe in. And that is backing you up with the ultimate force. Also, we understand money is a big part of today's life. No matter what amount of money I need to accomplish that vision or that goal or perspective, I have it, no problem, or it will be managed. So 2 years from today, I want to be this, that. I'm not thinking of how. I have no idea how I'm going to get there, but this is what I want to achieve. See, I'm closing my eyes intentionally, like just you have to go deep in the future, but not being carried out with what's happening now, because I can guarantee you, and we all know, and we said it, this very moment is just going to pass in a minute and it's over. All right. It's so temporary. It's so fragile. But tomorrow, I have a better shot of aiming for something. But how much you can achieve in a day, make it a year, make it 2 years, 3 years, and aim high. Once you figure that out, you might not know tomorrow where you're going to start, how you're going to tackle it. But eventually, you are living for a higher purpose or mission, not just, jiggling to get through and to get by. I don't know if you believe it, but I don't think God just created us just to work and make a living. I believe there's more morality in it. Like what's the difference between this computer screen or monitor? I don't know, this object, or a human being, or an animal, or a dog, or a penguin. What's the difference? What's the most distinguished privilege that we have as humans? Our brain, our mental capacity, and our emotions. Other stuff, no matter other than human being, is limited, is programmed, it's just got one lane to go for. All right. So what we're capable of is something far beyond what a donkey could carry on their shoulders. They can work, right? Or an elephant, or whatever you choose. They have high physical power, but can they think or invent? Or a tree is beautiful, but come in 20 years, you think it's going to change zip code, or be working on Artemis, or the newest rocket, or I don't know, metaverse? No, it's going to be a tree. 70,000 years if it lives that. So a tree is going to be a tree. A dog is going to be a dog. I don't know. A wall is going to be a wall. But a human can be anything they can envision. Anything you can imagine is possible. It's powerful. So we have those two elements that we're privileged with, and they're not work. Of course, the persuasion to pursue for for advancement or for something that is more valuable and dignified, yeah, it's an obligation, because we have the tools, the brain, the emotions. We feel, we think, and we sense. We can visualize things that are not done. I don't think a horse, powerful physically, right, can think what's going to happen in 2025, or they can have a Christmas plan. No, they just see grass, they eat, or hay, or that's it, drink, sleep, poop. They're animals. So I'm just telling you, we can be anything. And sadly, most of us are blocked with that heavy weight. But you have the ability to bypass it, at least mentally, visualize something else, and then you will figure out the details. Or God will create on passive, I don't know, or dumbass Ash, I don't know. Somebody will create it. Somebody will create it, will give it to you as a gift. but it will be done. Don't worry about the details. So we often overestimate small steps and what can happen over a long period of time, yielding small steps. And we so exaggerate what's going to happen tomorrow. It's like we believe magically tomorrow we're going to have a complete life-changing solution. All right. And I do believe that if it was a step, hello Zoom, help me. Okay, don't embarrass me. Okay. If you can see the screen, hopefully you have a larger device. All right. And if you have a ladder here and a ladder here, I'm not going to put the steps, but I'm going to show you the difference. We over exaggerate. We think we're going to jump so big, so fast, these big steps, and say somebody's here, tiny. I don't know. Even if we stretch our hands, we're not going to even reach the next step. Visualize this with me. But if we aim for smaller steps, no matter how small we are or incapable, we will be able to proceed.
Are you
Especially,
writing, Mufar?
you didn't see anything?
Maybe, is it because I disabled the whiteboard? Let me enable it.
Oh my God.
No,
What?
we're seeing it, Lynn. I
We're
see it on
seeing
my
it.
screen.
Oh,
Go to the bottom, Len, and where the magnifying glass is.
Now,
Okay.
Ron, okay, can you wink if it's horrible? Maybe I'll just say, oh, it's not
No,
working.
you're good.
Give,
You're good.
Oh, no,
give me a
no, it's the
softball.
full, it's perfect.
It looks like a Picasso, Ash.
Of
If you don't
course,
have
that's what I do.
If you don't have a big screen, you can go to the magnifying glass and the right down
There you
in the
go. So
minus.
I think you get the point. If you have small steps, they're definitely more achievable. All right, especially if you have somebody here who just got ahead of you here and they extend their hand and pull you up and pull you up and pull you up. So success is more realistic if we have small steps in the right direction, even yelled into tiny micro steps. But it's a done deal. You just understand it doesn't happen overnight if you're aiming high. If you have two big shots, 2-3 steps, you think you're going to reach the top, whatever your top is, not realistic. So what I want you to do is, don't worry, you're here, you have connection to the seventh heaven, okay, and you get the ultimate resources, and you want to get here. This is your top. All right, define your top, no matter what it is, or your ultimate purpose, what you could achieve. Don't think of the steps. Fortunately, we are in a movement called On Passive. We broke it down. Anyone can climb that little tiny step, and somebody is going to pull you up. Just pull up your hands out of your pocket. It's possible. It's achievable. It's realistic, not just theoretically. It's physically, mentally, logically, mathematically tangible. All right, but don't think you have this incredible power and put a weeny tiny, small, conservative, invisible goal, or that just goes around you and just making a living. I just told you we were not created just to make a living, or even if it's not about created, if you want to skip that part, depending on your set of beliefs. But I think you're going to respect me for my faith. I don't think we're going to argue on that. But whatever your faith is, you probably agree with me. The human purpose and the creation of humanity is not just to do the usual and just make a living or maintain a living and working till we die. So if our power is that brain, it's for a reason. I think we can use it and utilize it. Somebody can pave the way, and I feel we are there. We are the founding members. In my eyes, like in the very early stages of Unpassive, it's not a lifetime journey in our life. It's even beyond. It's a legacy that will be here for generations to come, and we're just paving the way. We're just sketching the lines. All right, but it's becoming believable and more clear every day. Nothing we do is normal. Nothing we do is just another business, and we are motivated to go have a visit to hell and come back every day with the same exact tenacity to get it done. And just because I understand that we have a higher power and a higher purpose in life, I'm just moved. I will not look back. I will not look around. I would not look at myself. I'm just looking at forward, how many lives we can pick up throughout the way to get to that more meaningful way of living and lifestyle where we can achieve more, doing less, suffering less. What was the topic about, by the way? I just jumped in. All right, so
Ask the leaders.
Pretty much
Ask
anything,
the leaders.
right?
Ask the leaders. All right, so let me ask you.
Very general.
Oh, okay, that's easy. And what about the smart people, the IT guys? I don't see them.
They're not here today. They're taking a break.
How so?
They're here. They're here.
That's why I came here.
Oh, they're usually here
No,
every
I'm
other
kidding.
week, every other Friday now.
Oh, okay.
Getting some rest.
Are they having a booze club or something? Friday night booze instead of live.
BYOB.
They deserve it. Yeah, they should take a break and polish that brain. So I'm here. My brother Marty DeGarmo told me, stop what you're doing, pull over and come and talk to us. What do you want?
Marty
it's
did.
funny you did that bridge or that ladder analogy. The even worse than that, some people, they deliberately put the bottom step where they can't reach it. They put limits on themselves. They do it to themselves. You see people, I can't do that. First thing out of their mouth is, I can't, or I don't know how, and you're done already. You could do whatever you set your mind to do. I believe that. So.
And you know what? Just because you mentioned that, since I blew your mind with my art, let's put it in a different way. So now we're going to do it this way. say it's a trail or a track, okay? And someone here, especially young people, they want to start from the back, from here. They start with the lavish lifestyle and all of that. They don't calculate the process, or they're unwilling to pay the price. They just want to get to the, ceremony or to the end result or whatever, or they start backward. You cannot skip the success process. You cannot. There's not a magical pill you swallow. Oh, you wake up successful. I'm pumped. No pain, no gain. And that what gives you the confidence. It's not even tasty if you just like get there. Like, how do you know what it means? So it is not only that small steps, but you gotta go through the proper order. Don't expect greatness by yourself. That's number one. You're gonna inspire others. You're gonna have a team. You're gonna have a movement with you, a tribe. Don't expect to have it without building some, financial capital. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. Don't expect to get there without acquiring the strong, solid knowledge. All right, and having the personality and the energy. So it's so many steps you have to acquire before you even dare to think about the results. But here's a so logical way. Think where you want to go, no problem. Have a clear vision where you want to go, and understand that you have to go the proper small steps. You will get there. No matter how far, how big, how high you aim, you are going to get there. And I will sell you my paint for $5 a copy. Milo, I don't know if Milo here. I mean, we were at Dennis, so it's not like the fanciest place. That's where he invited me to. And we sketched a lot of stuff 2-3 years ago, I guess. And he said, no, I'm going to keep them. My chicken scratch. So who knows? That becomes meaningful one day. Keep pushing in the right direction. Even if it's slow and steady, you're going to get there. But don't settle just for survival. All right? And you're a human being. I don't think you were born just to maintain your survival or live. Like, if you don't make an effect or impact to your surrounding, whether it's environment, your country, your society, whatever it is, family, if you don't make an impact, you're an object. So don't just like limit your ambition to the framework of your body or your financial needs. And okay, yeah, I'm just going to do that. That's slavery, by the way. And that's something another man, I don't know when they put it, and like we're just like dummies moving. Dummies, I mean, not like idiots. I mean, as like toys. Okay, we're not questioning that. We just put our head down and nobody looked at it. Who put it? That's not the law of God or nature or universe, whatever. That's the law of somebody found a way to succeed themselves and built it around themselves back then, and we just inherited that in a way that we never looked back. Like, we don't question. Like, come on, another man or mankind, let's put it this way, put it, and it doesn't have to be brilliant. You could be more brilliant today. So we have the ability to question systems or theories, and if we come up with a better solution, you'll be more brilliant. But it's so clear the system is broken, no matter like where you look at it from, like which angle. It's broken. Education, academia, is it working? I didn't learn a thing from my university, and I put tens of thousands of dollars. Nothing. So how is that good? Bring me somebody when they graduate and we'll ask them like decent, normal questions. Where's Colombia? They have no clue. Common sense. Okay. Yeah. So financial system, educational system, it's messed up. If we can improve that, we can definitely extract more potential and make it viable instead of just burying that down to the cemetery. So I want you to start looking at things. I hope so. If you believe that what we're doing is good, look at it as a whole. All right, I'm gonna die and so and so. What am I gonna get? Like, what am I gonna accomplish until I get there? Just have my funeral fees. Is that accomplishment? Not embarrassing. Come on. So just realistically see your capacity, and it should not be like your neighbor. Nobody should look around like I'm like that. No, nobody. I will never be you. You will never be me or him or her. You are unique. There's a reason our DNA is different. Even we're from the same father and mom. Our finger print. Why? Because we're unique. Your 5, 10 fingers here, none of them has the same fingerprint. Why? You're unlimited. You can maximize your capacity and your ability. I don't know about you, but this light is bothering me. So what should I do? I'm going to try to turn it off.
Just letting everybody know, we're not taking any comments and questions from the attendees. So I see their hands raised, so it's useless because
Better?
No questions and comments. Yeah, that's good. You look good.
Yeah, turn off the light.
We know. Thank you.
All right, ask, no, challenge me. We're here. Like I said, got nothing to do. Friday night. I don't drink. I don't smoke. What to do? Talk to sharp people.
And if we're gonna go to Q&A, I have a list already of people who had their hands raised long ago. So we'll go in that order if you choose to.
Yeah, welcome. Anyone, hit me.
Okay, so Lily, you'll
Hit them hard. Hit them hard.
Right.
Yeah, the harder the better.
Okay, so
Hit them
now
high, hit them hard.
okay, so we're gonna allow. Let's start with what we have, so we don't overwhelm Mr. Mufara. So we're gonna start with user Zachariah Fang. So because I know that this person was waiting the longest, I write them down so I know who's.
Are you gonna have Rob Lynn like in 1 hour?
Yes, we are, but we can always go later. No problem. We're flexible. We'll hang out here as long as we want to. No problem. So we got user Zachariah Fang, who has been waiting. So you can unmute Zachariah. You need to click the unmute button.
What's with this Zoom these days? Like the unmute is not working, right?
Not,
I think it's okay
It's
now.
getting old, right?
Zoom sucks.
Getting old.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
so
waiting for O Connect.
yeah, can't wait. I'll tell you. Okay, we've got user Zachariah.
Yes, I'm so happy to be on passive. My belief in on passive is over 100%. I thank Mr. Ash Mufare and all the engineers in Hyderabad. I thank all the leaders. I'm happy to be here. A few days ago, I think Ash in his during the webinar said you cannot log into OBS until you create an account in OMail. I have not quite understood that. If somebody can explain it to me, I'll be very happy.
No problem, Zachariah. Number one, I would like for you to, when you type your name next time, it has user ahead of it. Just delete that. Your name is Zachariah, right? Not user Zachariah.
The user, I don't know, it's the.
It was there, you didn't delete it. So
No.
the other thing is your camera, we're just seeing your nose from above. We're not seeing your face. Either you sit back, there you go, a little bit better. All right, now I can see you. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Very simple. So we will not have to per se create so much. It probably you just have to define a username inside your O-Founders account. It will be limited to the O-Founder. So it's not like you're going to create a name and we already got that, but we need a username, and we could use your full name, the password, all of that will be kind of centralized. All right. So don't worry about that. Don't jump ahead. We're going to make it seamlessly doable. All right. You fix your name, or somebody helped you do that. No, somebody. All right.
I'll ask somebody.
Fantastic. We just want you to look in your best. Name, camera, all of that. That's what it is. Because how you do anything is how you do everything. Now you're perfect.
Thank you so much.
Good talking to you. Where are you from, by the way? Where are you now?
I'm in Maryland.
Maryland.
Maryland in the USA.
Good enough. All right.
The links to the products, where can one find them?
I'm sorry, which products, sir?
The eventual products, the links will be when the products are out.
Inside your dashboard, inside the back office. So each product, when you click on it, it would have its own link, and then the dashboard itself is going to have, and the universal, for now, unpassive.com is going to have a unique website to you frequently. Eventually, it's going to be one a day, and it will be once we move on to our domain names, it will be your own domain. So your domain name is going to be always linking to a way to register, whether the products or just to the dashboard, at least mail. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're not going to miss it. I guarantee you. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
Zachariah.
That's all I have
Right.
for now.
All right, next we have is Ophelia. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Go ahead, Ophelia.
Thank you, Auntie Lynn, for this opportunity. Actually, I don't have a question, but I wish to thank Chris, Maddie, Jeffrey, Mike, and all the leaders in the house for all the work they are doing. I really wish to thank all the founders, the All Tech pros, engineers working tirelessly, and a super special thank you to our umbrella, our hero, our humble, honorable CEO, Mr. Ash Mufara, for this great vision, the humanitarian heart, and the hard work to bring it to reality. I actually say, God bless you, Mr. Ash, and your entire generation for blessing us. Thank you once more.
Thank you for those kind words.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you, Ophelia.
You're welcome, sir.
Now we have not only then our own Robin Noble. You can unmute yourself, Robin.
Thank you, Lynn. Ash, you look like a movie star. The lighting It illustrates your
you.
face.
Yeah.
It brings out your cheekbones, that chin, the smile. You're ready for filming.
Oh,
It's
stop
wonderful
it.
to see you.
Thank you.
It's wonderful to be here. What an excellent webinar this evening. I have 2 points. The first one, I'll do it in reverse. The first one had to do with Ash when you were speaking about focusing. As a ballerina, many, many, many years ago, we were taught to focus, and you would look at a point on the wall, your head would spin and your body would follow. And that is how you focus in life. When you pay attention to a spot, you pay attention to where you want to go to, and you follow that accordingly. Whether it's a spin on a dance floor, whether it's a direction to go and achieve something, whether it's an accomplishment or anything else that you want to achieve in life. Focus on it and you will always attain it. Going back to the earlier part of the webinar when I joined, I wanted to bring back the fact that I was so fortunate, and many of you know this, in my career prior to the accident when I used to travel around the world and visiting 200 countries. So to me, when I heard about On Passive, which I have said before, I know I helped to dream into existence. I helped to dream all of this, as many of us have. Ash was already involved in industry and working and doing what he did. But the talent and bringing him together and bringing him with all the founders, his tech team, and all the knowledge that he's put together into On Passive, I know I was part of that dream in creating. My goal on the ships had always been to help and educate people. Many of the guests were Fortune 500 CEOs, company owners, heads of state, etc., to visit countries that they had never been to before. And so education has always been a part of being able to empower others. And that is the joy of On Passive as well. So coming full circle into where we are now, and having started with my own little team when I first joined, I was then empowered by Mike Ellis because he was out there speaking and doing something that I used to do easily every couple of days on board the ship about the different countries. And I realized how much I missed it. And I realized how much I have missed so many things that I put on hold because of the accident, because of a previous life, that I didn't feel I could ever merge with what was happening now. And again, On Passive helps us to realize what is within us, what we've lost, what we've forgotten, and help to bring forward again and what we are capable of doing. So never lose hope, always stay in that sense of hope, because everything and anything is possible. And recently I did have a dream after my mother passed, and I thought she might have come and given me a message, but it was actually about On Passive. And it was literally the joy of success that had occurred. And On Passive has been brought through and brought out to the world. And the people were celebrating as founders, but it had also progressed beyond that. And it was, in fact, being rejoiced upon in different countries because it was helping other people and doing exactly what Ash has envisioned and what everybody as a founder is hopefully bringing forward. And if I may, Lynn, just 10 more seconds to say that we have to stop putting labels on ourselves and on each other. We are individuals, as Ash was saying. We are just like snowflakes. There are no two alike. But as soon as we start criticizing, as soon as we start looking at the negative of somebody, or how did they do it? How did they accomplish something? We're putting a label on it. And those labels are not always a positive or an encouragement. So just realize that we're all in this together as founders, empowering each other, moving forward and connecting the world that I know was connected before, living on my little ship in my beautiful little world of beauty and integrity, love, honesty, while we met all these amazing people. We've now expanded that now into the big world, and it's going to be On Passive ship as we travel around the world together, meeting each other and encouraging and being there. Thank you, Lynn. I know I went over my couple of minutes. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Robin.
Was that a book or from your brain? Like, how did you talk like that?
My heart, Ash.
There you go. I dare any other person to say the same in that voice. It's only Robin. And we felt your heart for sure.
Okay, I'll try. Just kidding.
Thank you.
So you're telling me you dreamt of mom and on passive.
Yes.
Wow.
And Mum was very involved in this. She came in January 2019 as well, and she sat with me when we used to listen to you. And even as she declined and as her mental faculties became less and less, when we told her that we were coming on a webinar, she said she wanted to join, and she always came and listened right up until the end.
So when was the last time, Ron Hulbert, you had a dream about Bank of America? Or you
When they
said,
gave me an overdraft.
I love Wawa gas station or something.
Hey, my wife works at Wawa. I gotta love Wawa. Okay.
gotta have a Wawa, yeah.
In Bank America, the last time that was when they set me an insufficient fund notice.
Only on passive we have that love and connection and dream and manifestation and dare to dream and the hope. It's not a business. You don't dream about a bank or Amazon or UPS, right? You don't dream of them. They're just transactional. You don't have emotions for them. You're not going to stay up all night for them, right? You're not going to emotionless. They're just, right? Just a way to get things done. If we have a better way, we're not going to think twice. We're ditching them. I've never seen anybody saying like, Gmail changed my life. You're not going to have that. Or Yahoo or Hotmail. So we're a movement. When people from all walks of life, different languages, different backgrounds, different faith, different culture, complete different concept, they never got together, but they have one thing in common, and it's just taking their breath away. That is not a business. They're captivated. Do you agree with me? We're captivated by that. Like ourselves, we're creating that, but we're looking like, how is it's evolving? It's majestic to watch it. It's mesmerizing for sure. I love it. Where's Rob himself? Is he watching or taking notes?
He's monitoring our YouTube channel chat.
With John?
Yes, with the other chat guardians.
Would Rob Gorman or John Barilla would do this thing with any other company? It's volunteer. No payment for it. No
John,
contract for it.
my husband says love
Just
it.
like Robin said, from the heart. Yeah. Got to shoot them before they do that for another company. And they're like the hidden or the anonymous soldiers.
And there's our very own John.
You mean I'm doing this for free?
I know. And the last time Lynn or Ron paid you.
No, but you know what? We're gonna double your salary. We're that generous.
Okay, I got it.
I don't think you would do it for a paycheck. It's not going to be the same. Not going to be as creative.
That's for sure.
I gave 2 cars today. I don't know if you heard the news in the morning. One guy, he said, I don't deserve it. Can I give it to somebody else? I still didn't earn it. Like I feel I need to do more. He's a head delivery guy. Literally came back to me and said, I don't want to get paid. If you don't want to pay me, that's fine. You pay me when I'm done. I'm here to, I believe in your vision. I believe in what you're doing and how good it is. And I feel meaningless if I don't participate in the delivery of this movement. Not joking. Not joking. I'm saying, how are you going to be leading like not getting paid? You're going to live, right? Kids and universities, yeah, schools. So I'm just telling you, this is not a business. Nobody would do that with Wells Fargo. Don't pay me. I'm going to work for you. I believe in your vision. What's your vision? you hold people money as hostage and just milk their eyes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's a movement in every essence of the way. I loved what you said, Robin. That was, I don't know, how do you do it?
My sister
Anybody
will
got
tell
any
you.
sleep today?
My husband says sleep is overrated.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Deborah was on the list. I have her down on my sheet of paper here. Deborah Drake. Come on down, Deborah.
Hi there. Thank you so much for allowing me a moment to speak. I'm so thrilled to be here, and a bunch of questions I have. If you don't mind, I just want to give you a little stream of consciousness. I'm a professor with the International World University of Humanitarian Medicine, and I've signed up 12 or so of our professors with the help of Lynn and Marty and Francesca and a few people. So I really appreciate you helping me get my professors in there. They're all chomping at the bit to get it to Academy, especially because September rolls around, as you know. My question really is a couple. Just first of all, are we able to bulk upload many of our other courses from previous platforms? I bought and loaded 3 or 4 years of courses, but I would love to move them all over to on Passive, since my provider is now starting to offer me an extra $2,700 a year charge for their services. So, and with such limited ability, are we able to bulk load the courses over? And if so, are we able to do so maybe in a beta testing way, or get a little bit of a head start on getting some technical support for some of these professors to get into the slot early? And I guess the other question would be, if we're going to bulk upload those courses, does every professor need to have their own slot so that their courses would be recorded on their Passive suite? Or is there some commercial version of Academy where you would sign up the whole World Organization of Natural Medicine and they would be able to have multiple professors under their one umbrella? So I'm just wondering, is there a personal versus a corporate version of Academy? And if so, how might we connect into that, or who might I talk to link myself up into that? And
That's a professor level question. Go ahead. What's the third one?
The last one was, well, if we're going to be doing all that, can we use the autoresponder systems within the to solicit other clients who are not on our list? Because mail, we're only allowed to send mail to the people who are in our downline. But what about if we wanted to send across mail to other people within the organization?
Very nice to meet you, and great questions, by the way. So for the first part, yeah, there are both. Okay, there is the corporate standard way of handling your academic, I would say, profile and journey. Okay, you can achieve that within the standard copy. And yes, you would be able to import any format, whether it's a file or a video, audio, in any format of data material, you will be able to do them. The only thing, you're going to have to map them again, the order, the structure, all that. So you're going to have to do it once. And once you have them, say, archived or stored in your Academy account, and then you're gonna okay, this course, this day, this data. So you will just have to justify it to fit in this platform. And the second part, yes, there are universities already in the dialogue with us to have their own structure. Not that they're not interested in the other elements of Passive, but they want to have a specific monetization to it, if you wish, or lack of it. All right. They don't want to get into the business structure of Passive and all of that, but they're excited about the tools and all of that, they're happy to do it. So that is not available on day one. In everything we do in the beginning on passive, the suite, the ecosystem, the standard one is going to be available. We don't want to jump ahead of ourselves or go too fast. Then once we stabilize that, the next level is going to be the same team is owning the product. So each, let's say Academy or Mail, for example, they're owning the product. Once we stabilize the ecosystem, and we're able to maintain and really get a good grip of the influx that is projected and the massive global surge, okay, we don't want it to be like spread too wide too soon. So we're going to handle that, and I cannot foresee the time. Once we feel we're good, we got it, then we're going to start those divisions of the different products. They will start at their pace opening different business models, such as give a complete white labeled application or software, say for staff, for a company, they're not interested in the other elements, no problem, we can do that. Could be also as a subscription, but just a standalone. So we would be able to do that. We will have also some customization. We're open to do that. We love to create technology and maximize our capacity in that aspect. But that is not on day one. On day one, you will be able to achieve the first part, which is you are going to be able to transfer all previous courses, curriculum, handouts, materials. You will be able to put them, organize them. You feel good, then you will be able to display your classes and all of that. And email is don't take it in any way a sense of arrogancy. My humble piece of knowledge to you, I'm known as an expert in email, okay, in IT. When our teams and engineers and all that, they have to do anything with email, they come back to me. You're the expert on that. They just, whatever I say, they follow. I just have an extensive experience in the email field. So I'm well aware that we need to also not to limit ourselves to our just like say coon, if you wish. Okay, we have to be more vulnerable and accessible. So yeah, definitely we have other ways. So we're gonna have bulk mailing and generic mailing, and we will have also the O-Post for the business transactions, notification, all of that. And we also have the ability to lead a new era of communications. That message, the bottom line, you want to get it to somebody. But if everybody is attracted, I don't want to say somehow hunted and put in that field, and then it's easy to monetize that. But it's literally a fair analogy to say, like you fish in a tank. Everybody would be tangible, and it doesn't have to be the so-called email solution or email marketing as we know it for now. So it would be a different approach, but we believe we have the capacity to bring in people and have a good seamless method to communicate with them electronically.
Excellent. Excellent. It's
But,
so exciting.
But give it some time. Yeah, give it some time. Yeah. And I feel we're going to be very creative when it comes to email and Academy. Why? Because we got so many incredible genius, experts on both topics. And, I do believe we're going to put a big mark in that direction.
And can I just quickly ask at the end, you have the Academy.
Before you go, what is like humanitarian medicine? Never heard of that.
So when you think about allopathic medicine with drugs, radiate, medicate, operate, vaccinate, you have to have a license to kill to have that kind of a profession.
Sure, yeah.
So people who are not killing, such as natural medicine, they can certify their courses under the umbrella of the International World Organization of Natural Medicine, which has its own parliamentary standalone capacity so that they can't be attacked by allopathic medicine. And we can produce bioenergetic medicine, which is my specialty, chiropractic, traditional Chinese medicine, and all these abilities for natural medicine to be given educational credentials so that people can become international health coaches. And we're trying to recruit 1,000 new coaches around the world, which has 75 million searches per minute on Google. So the whole world has lost its faith in the medical profession a lot through these public health fiascos we've lived through. And I think people are going to be learning more and more to take care of them, self-care. So we specialize in
what
giving
is it
back to
different?
self-care.
Understood. What is it different from what you do, humanitarian medicine versus like just natural medicine?
Well,
are you the logistic administrative side of it? And
yeah, we really don't actually have big clinics or big hospitals or big research facilities. We're more on the ground in communities teaching people. We have a branch called Clinics for Humanity, where we send our professors out into the field or to battered women's shelters or to home care.
Beautiful.
Or I was doing a project where one of my nurses was on a bicycle taking care of 500 AIDS patients in Africa using biotechnology on the back of her bike, and she'd set up a quantum field office. She'd be taking care of hundreds of people. So it's completely out of the realm of the normal competitive nature with allopathic medicine, so that we have a protective shield under the parliamentary laws, which previously were under the United Nations in 36 countries. Even the United Nations is getting a bit of a bad rap now for the bad decisions that we've been making about healthcare. So I think that the new era is going to be about natural medicine, and your project on Passive fits so beautifully with giving instead of taking. And this is how we've always been operating, but because we don't get big research grants, we have to do it all on a nickel and a dime. And so none of our professors really get big monies to run big conventions. And so you giving us this international multi-language platform to get language barriers out of the way, and accessibility is really going to bring equality to medicine around the whole world, and never so important in timing as now.
I really held myself to go that direction, but I'm glad you touched up on that. And that's another reason. This is squeeze. Okay. I wanted to add to the, let's say, specific features in Academy and OML. The scale here is always not how much we can make and how much would it cost. And as you said, the nickel and the dime, we're going to think, would it be useful and beneficial, even if it's at our cost? That's the determining factor when it comes to going that route. So if it's useful, it's a done deal. There's no shortage of knowledge or skill. We can do it. And that's why. And the whole thing, like why we do Bless completely free, it's not free for the company. It's at our cost. OMail is not free for the company. So whatever we give, it just, not everything we have to squeeze pennies out of it and all of that. So if there's a higher purpose, whether it's educational, health, and the well-being of our humanity, we're all for it. We will go all the way for
We
it.
had a big convention down in one of the tropical countries. I'll rename nameless, but the American doctors all came the day before the Canadians, and they lined up hundreds of people. And then the next day, the Canadians were woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and the entire village was walking up the mountain to come to the Canadians. And so we didn't understand what was going on. So everybody jumped up and got ready to go to work. And all these people came and they said, well, yesterday, all the Americans gave us a prescription. Aren't you guys going to fill the prescription? And we said, no, we're going to teach you how to take care of yourself. But it was like hilarious that the entire, third world country was walking up with a prescription that we had no ability to fill. We have to get back to people where they're on the ground. like that woman from Papua New Guinea who said that she's out there, with a shovel making her own runway. Can she get some blessed money for a tractor? So I believe that these are the things that are happening on the ground with all these floods around the world that are going to get so dramatically worse in a big hurry with water care and air and pollution and stuff. We really just need to get everybody helping each other on the ground. And your company has got that modus operandi of helping first.
What attracted you to passive in the first place?
Well, I basically lost my medical license because I was defending vaccine damage to autistic children, went through 438 letters and 10 years of abuse and was suspended because I wouldn't comply. And so I went over to the natural medicine world and I didn't have any way to get my education out there. So I went to JV Zoo and I actually prayed to God and said, give me some money, God. And I won some money at a casino and I bought 300 softwares trying to build up autoresponders and social media and everything that I didn't know anything about as a doctor. And I found it almost completely overwhelming to have all these sign-ins. And I literally stayed home for 3 years trying to figure out how to run a marketing business in natural medicine. And then
did you
came
win
along.
the lottery or something?
I did. I went into an online casino. I put my hands over the mouse pad and I said, God, if you want me to do something humanitarian, you're going to have to pass some money through my hands to do it. And I won $20,000. I bet that and made 40. Then I made 80. Then I made 100 and I got scared and I pulled out of the casino and I turned all that money into a whole bunch of softwares to try and run.
Is God Canadian? Because my God told me no gambling.
Yeah, exactly. I was just being lucky that night and it was God behind me that night. And I believe that that's what's happening to you because you have the good intention. The power of the tide is coming behind you.
Yeah. No, fantastic. I'm glad you're with us now. And I feel we are going to make a difference together. How long you been with us?
Since 2020.
Okay, I'm glad we got a chance to talk. Liz, you see, there's always something comes up. I never met you. I'm pleased, and I feel that we can do. So, do you believe that vaccines for children can cause autism?
Well, we have the data to show it. Unfortunately, that is true, and unfortunately, the money is running the business of medicine, not the health of people, and we have to turn that around.
What are the odds? What are the odds?
The odds have been proven to be that if you take a vaccine such as measles before the age of 2 years old, in a white child, you have 3.6 times the rate of autism. If you're a black child, 6.9 times the rate of autism. And that study was hidden because they didn't want to seem like they were racist against black children having double the rate of autism of white. And the study was thrown into the garbage until a whistleblower decided to reveal the data. So
what about Dr. C's program? Dr. Sears, are you aware of Sears? Yeah, like the store. Yeah,
I don't know that.
Yeah, but look it up. Dr. Sears program. He has more natural immunity, system, and it's proven to be, I would say, more safe.
Well, the vaccine word has become a dirty word, a political word, a word to get you fired, banned, shut up, and shut down because it's become such a multi-million trillion-dollar business that the day that the year that I was suspended, 82 of my colleagues were murdered or killed or found dead who were vaccine experts. And that suggests to me that this has been a well-planned execution of the knowledge base, and your platform is going to allow people who have well-intentioned and well-researched projects to get in front of the public where they otherwise couldn't have been.
I'm happy that I stopped by and I got to hear Robin and the other beautiful comments ahead. But I feel that there was a reason I'm listening to you, not home. Because if my wife heard that, she would be in Canada tomorrow. She's a little crazy, endorsing the theory that you have. So she's fanatic in a way. I guess she would love it. So
we're all about
I'm
truth.
sarcastically saying that, it's for a reason we met here.
Yeah. The truth always comes in the end. If you wait long enough and you are strong enough, and sometimes you have to be belligerently anti-establishment if it's wrong or dangerous. And this is where for the last couple of years, we've all sat home and watched, fear porn for 3 years. And now we have to get off of that couch and start replacing that with something that makes that old system obsolete with something better. There's no way to fight the old system, in my opinion. I've tried, but I think we have to make a
You
new
create a
system,
better one that crushes it and it will just like dissolve. Yeah,
make it
exactly. It'll
obsolete.
be an obsolete. Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. You see, we're not fighting what's happening. It will turn into a political, capitalist, okay, fight, and it's a war, okay, and they got the resources. We're not claiming to be tough or powerful. Yeah, we can be crushed. So wisely, we decided we're not going to go and knock down another building, let's like a 10-story building, and build a 5-level or 5 floors and say we're the biggest guy in town or the tallest building. No, let the 10 floors, God bless you, continue doing what you're doing. I'm going to build something rather magical, 100 floors, okay? It's going to be a no-brainer, and people have a choice. And look at the evidence in On Passive, the founders. That's a choice. It's not about the $97 or somebody subscribing. It's literally the prospecting of like-minded people. If to see, we have to put a pulse. We had to anonymously deploy a survey today in one of our platforms. It went like to generations, to levels, countries, languages, all of that. I had to fill it anonymously. So we had a massive database, some employees, some none, some, all across. And just for us, it's something related to the educational system about the kids platform I just mentioned in the beginning. So you don't want to create something based on your, I would say, comfort, convenient, or just because it's lucrative or profitable or promising, or just because. You want to make sure it's suiting exactly what you did in the Latin country, I assume, or Central America maybe, when the perspective, no, we're going to help you identify the cause, the issue, we're going to work on it, we're going to teach you how to maintain that and cure it naturally on your own. So that's exactly what you have to have it customizable, not one size fits all.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that goes in line with your second topic when we talked about we want to make sure we justify some features for if a university or somebody like yourself have an ambition. We're not going to look at it like, oh, is it going to take us a month or a week of exhausting resources, or what? We're not going to look at it that. If it's going to help you, if it's going to help us, have a better answer, a safer answer to those 70 million researches per minute, that's a better payoff for us.
With informed consent. They're consenting to work on themselves. We don't have to then force them against their consent to do something against their will. And that's where people are now starting to balk at it.
Yeah.
So I don't want to turn that into a soapbox, but I believe
it's good. No, we're not that crazy about politics. Yeah, we know it's a corrupted system all across, and we're not expecting.
You're the correction to the corruption.
We're not expecting a massive magical help. They need help themselves. They come and beg us so they can get a vote. Why? So they can have a career. And it's not impressive, a couple $100,000 a year. But if they want to make more, they have to be corrupted and play the different nasty games. So it's a done deal. And if you're in politics and you're clean, you don't last. All right? You're going to be assassinated overnight. So that's why I'm not going to ever go that direction. But if you're there in politics, you have to be somehow, dodging and sweeping under the rug so you can keep that position. Any affiliation. I'm not talking about it specifically. It's just the standard of politics. Politics thrives on people's misery rather on their. I've never seen a politician really wanted to make a movement and revolutionize the economy or the country. No, when economy is bad, they have a pitch, have a punchline. So they actually thrive on people and society's misery rather than their prosperity. It's quite the opposite. And if you're doing good, you don't need them. You don't even bug. I've never seen wealthy, high educated people expect miracles, from the government or something, or politicians. It's the other way. They're the weak one. They have nothing to do. They just want to talk and rant and make a living, have a job, but they're worthless in most cases.
Ash,
But
as you've brought fiber
Nelson
optics in,
Mandela or somebody else, that's a movement. Okay, that's a movement. That's not necessarily the traditional aspect of or Martin Luther King or something. That's not a traditional politician. Yeah, though they're going against the system, but in a way, I believe standard politics is just a losing battle.
well, Ash, I would like to just end by saying that you're bringing fiber optic data centers, and we're literally moving into the world of fiber optic medicine, where we can use light, sound, and vibration instead of invasive drugs, chemotherapy, and things that burn or hurt. And I believe that trend is going to converge right in the middle of your company, where people are going to get instantaneous answers without the side effects, and you're going to have unbelievable success in your business because you're going to
What
be
about
able to bring people like
nanotechnology? Nanotechnology.
Yeah. And the only thing that we have to be careful of is that we use the positive AI with heart rather than the scary part of AI that turns people off. And I think we need to really be careful about humanizing the positive aspects of AI, or even downplaying it to the degree that we're saying we're humanizing the AI is only the speedy train to get you to a more human experience.
True. Yeah, I agree with you. But again, to conclude, we're not the first. Okay, so the ideas are there, but the sad thing, they don't come to fruition because the motive. So they get to a point, it's not that, it's not that easy, or it's not that lucrative to them, not profitable. They just put it in the back burner on the side. I don't believe many of the chronic diseases that are not curable. I don't believe. I believe the resources are there, the researchers are plenty, and we can fix, a good portion of them. However, it's not lucrative. The solution is more lucrative when when it's broke. When people get sick, that's how they make more money. The whole pharmaceutical fiasco. And for example, Metaverse, which is the virtual reality project by what do you call them? Facebook. I don't think it's a lack of money nor lack of resources. It's just the will and the intention and the whole thing is the intention. What's their purpose of doing it in the first place? If it's driven by money, of course it's going to get stuck. It's not easy, okay? But I believe they have the power. If they have the intention, the will, it's more possible. And now it killed them. You see, be careful what you go for. They went for the money. Now it's biting them back, if that's what inspires them. So that's why I don't expect miracles from them. The most powerful thing what we have here in On Passive is the drive, the motive. We know how clean it is, and we know the dollar is not going to shake it up. It is not going to make a difference. All right. Either way, gain or loss, it doesn't make a difference. The bottom line, if we're able to make a good positive impact, betterment of life or humanity, healthier, you know.
The definition of doctor is educator. We have to get back to educating people. That's it. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you giving me that forum to ask those questions and such great answers. And
It's a beautiful chat. No, why educated societies they have a longer lifespan, longer
a longer lifespan, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. They eat better. All of the diseases of the world disappeared before antibiotics.
Because they know better. They know better. I mean, and you know, obviously they can manage those micro things.
It comes down to water and sewage first, please.
Exactly. We will. Very lovely talking to you, and please come back again so we can do something together. It looks like you've been that road, and you probably suffered enough, and we would love to help you get unstuck.
Yes, I'm looking forward to helping in all ways.
If I can politely interrupt, Deborah, we have a show we call Oh Bless, a webinar. I would love to invite you to hear not the political side, but what you do, what you want to do, what you accomplish. I would love for you to come on to that webinar. I know you're connected with Lynn. If you want to connect with Lynn, we'll set that up. I think it'll be educational and fun to teach people.
Absolutely. I'd be thrilled to. Most appreciative.
Where in Canada are you, Deborah?
I'm in Toronto.
Okay, you're not far from Chris. Okay. And yeah, we would love to see you and see, you know, if there's anything On Passive can help with. Absolutely. We'll be delighted.
My last suggestion is we need a quantum concert where we broadcast frequencies of good vibration into these broadcasts here and raise the frequency of all the listeners. And that's how we can actually increase the mental openness and ascension.
Are you sure we're going to do that? Like the next thing we're going to say, like we're going to have the sense of smell. I don't want to smell people. I'm kidding. We don't want to. There is a blessing in the virtual lifestyle that is good to keep it that way. But I'm up for it. You know, it's a good technology. Definitely, it's crazy technology.
I've been teaching it for 20 years, and I could show you some tricks.
I use augmented reality. I've been using it for almost a year and a half, and I never said anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's many ways to heal people, and you can see that you've attracted people from every walk of life in every country because we're all of the same red blood, and we all need some certain basics that you're now providing for people who couldn't get that before in their fiscal way, but also in their everybody's enjoying these webinars because we're actually seeing other faces again, having been locked down. And look at the people that you've attracted in your leadership group. Look at that steady helm of Lynn holding our webinars night after night, and Chris getting everybody riled up. And many of these leaders have rubbed off on what were otherwise very demure people who are really getting pumped up. So I can't wait. I'm really all around. I'm here for the whole ride.
Fantastic. Keep up the good work. Yes.
Thank you.
Never give up.
Thank you, Dr. Drake. I'm sure we'll see
now
more.
You're on Passive. You're home.
Yes. Join us again. We're here every week. All right. I see that we've got our 4 hands up. We've got Lily Lane, Emily de Guzman, Heriberto Rivera, and Armin Hogue. So Armin will be our last hand for this evening, or wherever you are, if it's day for you. So we will not have any more hands past Armin. All righty. And Mr. Mufaro, as far as Roblin Live, we can easily just postpone it and continue.
How can I be with you on that show? Like, you know, how come Mari DeGarmo called you last night? You picked up. I called you. You didn't pick up. I'm dying to be on your show.
I told you he was hot. I got the bat phone. You don't have the bat phone, man.
I was like, is Marty actually calling? I'm like, hello, we're live now.
Does he have a hotline or separate number?
I don't know. Oh, so
I
funny.
actually called to Crasher show to talk about the events. So we make sure like they're posted there, because by the time like you ask question, you or Rob, if I answer you now, it's going to be like 20 minutes down the road. So there's a gap in the timing. So I said, maybe I heard him calling you, meaning I can do the same. But it didn't
Yes,
work.
Marty doesn't answer the phone that much either. Depends on who's calling.
He's selective.
Come on.
I felt Rob looked at the phone and
He said, you look at the phone
just
and said,
ignore.
I didn't see the call. He said he didn't see the call. Did you try
I'm
to
sure he didn't. Yeah.
Did you
No,
try
it did. Because I heard when Marty called, it rang on your end. Mine didn't ring.
It's weird. Every time you call, I never see your call. I don't know what it is. It's my phone, I guess.
Maybe you have
totally-
me like muted or something. But do you get the missed call after that?
You're on the block list.
What about the? You
No
text me the image. You see, I have it. How come I received it? My phone is welcoming you with an open arm. Okay, but
Her phone doesn't like your phone. Okay.
what should I do?
What kind of phone do you have? Is it an iPhone?
It is an iPhone.
I got an
It's a
iPhone.
it's a wind up kind. You know.
I don't know. It's so weird. Not sure how that works. But anyway, we were just saying we can just take our time, relax here on Friday Night Live instead of trying to rush to Roblin Night. There's no reason to because we're having a good chat here. So we'll just stay put here and we're good. All right. No rush at all.
Thank you, Lynn. No problem.
Okay, so now we go to Lily Lane. How are you, Lily Lane?
I'm fine. How are you, Lynn?
Good. Come on down to the panel.
Thank you so much, you and Ron. Mr. Ash, you look so good tonight. You look
Not ugly?
You're not ugly at all. You look really good.
Thank you.
It's only going to take me 2 seconds. And the only reason for that is it's strange that this week I was talking to some people about being engaged, and I was telling them that once they get engaged, they will find out that the grass is greener on our side once we get engaged than it is on the other side. And we continue to talk. And I mentioned to them, I didn't draw the ladder like you drew tonight, but we talked about a visible ladder. And I said to them, I said, if you want to go fast on this ladder, you got to go alone. But if you want to go far, you got to go together. And I began to show them what I was talking about. And I just, because it's so incidental that I'm talking this week about it, and tonight, not knowing I'm going to even see you, that you talked about the ladder. I just thought that I wanted to just share that
You're
with you.
just not as powerful of an artist or a painter to,
That's right.
to draw the ladder.
That's right. That's right.
Because I'm powerful and you're not. No, I'm kidding. You know, no, that it's. I'm kidding. No, nothing. I do believe, yeah. There's nothing significant of or worthy that can be achieved alone. Nothing.
That's right. That's it.
Yeah. Sometimes you need help taking a leak. Yeah. It's after the hour, so.
Thank you,
cannot,
Mr. Ash.
cannot do it.
And
Yeah.
thank you for everything that you're doing for
Indeed. I'm going to switch, what do you call them? Headsets.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you so much.
We're going to lose our PG rating.
Yeah, and by the way, I'll do anything for you, but not that. Okay.
Gotta draw the line somewhere, Marty. All right, we have Emily de Guzman, and she's been waiting so patiently.
Thank you, Lynn. Patiently, almost 2 years patiently, taking this opportunity to talk to Mr. As. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Sir As, oh my goodness, I'm a fan of you. Ever since the number one thing that reason that I stayed, even my leader left already, it's because the trust I have in you. I'm from IT industry, and oh my goodness, it's overwhelming to see all what you have accomplished for 4 years now. I have a project. I have a project for almost 5 years, and it's not done yet. And that is like just a simple system that we're doing is not done yet. And what we have here, I keep telling to my team that what we have here, what you already over delivered is beyond over delivered. It's mind blowing what you already delivered right now for almost 4 years. And
What kind of a project, Emily?
I'm from a gaming industry, so we only have, that's just a simple system, inventory of scratch paper, scratch game.
Mm.
We need to put it on one system to make it integrated to inventory. And until now, we haven't implemented it because of complex.
In a way similar to Deborah's case, like stuck. So you have an ambition. You have a almost a Mexican last name. You live in Canada, and you don't
Yeah.
look neither.
I'm from Manitoba, Canada, and in behalf of my Filipino community here, founders.
Filipino.
Yeah, I'm a Filipino. I came from the Philippines.
Yeah, that's where the D. Okay, I got it. All right, fantastic.
Sigismund. I have a team in the Philippines too, and also all over the country. We have lots of founders here, Filipino founders, and we are so grateful that we found you. Every time that you talk, it's almost like you're talking to me. It's almost like, yeah, that's me, and the things that we've done here in
Mr. DeGarmo, are you mining? Are you taking notes?
Yeah, so
I already know who she is.
Where is she? Like, how come I have to come now to know?
I can't
Deborah?
give too many diamonds at a time. It doesn't. You gotta do one at a time. You remember what you said. You don't bring the whole course out.
So, my ever brother, Chris Johnson, when my leader left, he is the one who always with us, with my team, that always helping us with some of the questions I have. Thank you, Brother Chris. I love you. And also the uplifting lives. I already presented what I have on Obless with the Chris webinar, and all the uplifting lives. You're not only uplifting lives in the future. You already inspired us to do now, to share and to love our neighbor, and you inspired us already without even earning money yet. You already inspired us to do something to humanity. And what we are, the ladder that you had shown today, that will be when we're done with our purpose in here and on earth. You have given us the chance to have a spot in heaven. And for sure, Mr. As, you already have spot in heaven for the millions of people you have already put hope. Just this morning, seeing those people in Bangladesh, I'm crying, sorry.
Did you see the reaction when we said about the office today?
I'm crying. The reaction that they have when they jump.
What does it mean if you open another company, open an office? That's a movement. That's a movement.
It's not only, this is not a business. This is a movement that you
True.
put so much hope to those people that jumping, just giving them that office.
That gave me energy for, I don't know, at least a year, 3 years ahead. Like that moment.
That moment, I was just still on my bed and seeing them. I was crying, seeing them that they're jumping, and oh my goodness, this is just an office and they're already jumping. What more when we already earning money and giving and sharing to other people? I cannot express my gratitude to you and to all coming from us in founders here. It's so much overwhelming. I cannot, the gratefulness or the thank you is not a right word. It's so much the love that you have ever since I watched all your webinars. When I saw you one time, there was a COVID person who got COVID, and I saw you. We saw you that your hand is there praying over. Oh my goodness, this man is a blessing to coming from heaven. And I thank you for
Thank
your
you.
you're the only person. I've been in the business, same thing as Marty. What Marty experienced with all the online business that you have, I experienced that too. And I never see a CEO with so much heart, with so much passion to share what you have. We haven't got it, but we already claim those blessings that coming with this passive. And I cannot, the Ompasibians, the Filipino Ompasibians that currently maybe here are just, giving you all the thanks, all the gratitude that we have. And I have one question. Just because on this one, for the traffic that we're going to have, are we going to also have like a option to choose demographic, like me as a Filipino to target Philippines? So is that possible too with the traffic?
Absolutely. So by default, in fact, if you are in Canada, but let's say you select the Filipini, okay, that is your default. So AI is going to connect you with data more relevant, and down the road, we're expanding globally. So we're not going to have like one cookie cutter solution, say in Canada or the United States, that's feeding somebody in South America or Far East Asia. It's not the same. So it has to be for our traffic. We want to keep the keyword targeted, and the keyword, yeah. So the more relevant it is, geographically relevant to the business, like if you're in gaming and all that, and if your domain name says that, it just will make more sense. But over time, it will get better and more accurate after you use it. Initially, at least somebody in UAE, Dubai, is going to try to connect them with somebody from that region by default over somebody, let's say, in Switzerland or Nigeria.
Yeah, because there's
But Emily, you said something you really, here's the thing. We were talking about how money, when it's the cause of not reaching our goals, that can be a challenge, and it makes a lot of people, be stuck or jammed in a position, and they spend most of their life trying to bypass that obstacle or barrier. And most people, sadly, they don't even succeed to get through. But the problem is, another problem is, when we also have it, if we don't have the proper mindset and cultural articulation, it can be damaging. So as you see, we work so hard and so much most of the time, and we needed to take the time before we go to that. Money is going to come, but also if we don't have the proper foundation in ourselves or within, it can turn into a dogfight, if you wish, or a can of worm, the competitive mentality, or what is it used for, all of that. So that's why the humanitarian concepts, and to say the least, the navigation through our principles, and to try to identify our power and powers in addition to the financial, force that we can obtain. It is important that we are prepared. Okay, so we can
Oh,
avoid that injection. Okay, which is normal. It will happen with any other company, but with on passive, that's why we're going to scale it, make sure it's good and perfect, and massage and tweak the mindset, the culture before moving to a more aggressive milestone. It is critical that we are mentally prepared and eligible.
yes, that's what I'm talking.
We know the example, Emily. We know the example of when wealthy people, I'm sorry, unsuccessful people, they win the lottery. It takes at most 3 years for them to go back to zero. Zero. How come? You got like $5 million or something, and 3 years you're back to zero. You see, but when you kind of obtain that and gradually earn it in a more natural, organic way, you have a higher level of sustainability to that
Yeah.
wealth.
Mhm.
So having wealth is good. You can get lucky, but managing the wealth is another thing.
Yeah, I agree. That's the reason why I keep telling to my team, what Mr. As is doing is making sure when we go launch, we will not just be staying a year. We will staying forever.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have that quality, we have value, so much value that we can give to our customers. And that,
Exactly. And we don't want it to depend on me or to depend on a product or to depend on the first attempt, let's say, and all that. We want to have a good, healthy mentality where that's okay, didn't work, we'll fix it. But we already have the belief we have a better way, and we will do it. It's a done deal. So it's not per se the mechanics. I just said I don't believe that Facebook failed in, achieving metaverse. I don't think so. It's just there's no will. The intention is not there. The focus is more about the money and all that. So if we have the healthier mentality and the right mindset, that's okay, even if it doesn't work the first time. Even if on passive doesn't work. How many people you heard before, I'll follow you anywhere? That's the bottom line. And that's the thing. That is the movement. That is not the business, the conceptual business model and all that. Yeah. So if you believe in a person, you're going to follow them. You would do anything with them. You trust them. You believe in them. That's what we're building. We want to make sure we go anywhere, even if things don't go well, but we have enough believers that we can fix it or, improve, or it doesn't have to be always right, the direction or the first choice or decision we make. We will make a mistake, but it doesn't mean we failed. We can lose a battle, but we will always, or two or three, but we will always win the war.
yes, 100%. Thank you, Sir As. And
Very nice
I'm
to hear you. Thank you so much.
thank you so much. Thank you, Lee.
I'm glad you got to have really good quality time with Mr. Mufara. Wasn't that special for you?
Yeah, I know where to catch Lily now. I know where to hear Robin and in her
Emily
best.
is tickled pink. Look at her giggle. She's so cute.
I'm blushing.
I'm glad. I'm happy for you. All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn.
You're welcome, sweetie. Okay, now we've got only 2 more to go. And I think what we're going to do is we will still have Roblin live after this. But if you're tired, nobody has to come along. But if you want to, because I took a poll and people still want to have it. So I figured.
Let me ask you. Can we all go to StreamYard? Like, can you turn it here? How can we do that? Or it just takes 2? How many can you take?
StreamYard is, oh, you mean to put them into the studio?
We become Roblin.
No.
Everybody here in this Zoom, we have 700 people.
Yeah, they can come to
and I'm not sure how many on YouTube.
So you can give them my YouTube link and they can come that way to my YouTube channel. I think that's how we do it, right, Mr. Mufara?
So you're not using it today. Let's say you're not using Roblin from StreamYard, you can use it through Zoom, and we will be with you.
Yeah, yeah, but then you can't put the comments on the screen. You know what I mean? That's why we use
Zoom.
that.
Okay,
That particular feature is what people love. Is they like to see them.
I
their
see.
comments
I
there.
see. But
That's
they
what-
will see it on the side chat, on the live chat of YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And what about StreamYard? How many panelists can you have, like speakers?
I think something like 8 or 10, something
Oh,
like that.
it's nothing, like not
You
all of
can,
us.
you can only have 10.
10.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can actually
Yeah.
come into the studio with us. So
Yeah,
you can
10 people. 10
studio
people.
with
Yeah.
us, Mr. Ash, if you want to. Come
Okay.
in.
So in Connect we have a chat, same thing. So I think we will make sure that we have that capacity. So you don't need StreamYard, YouTube, all of that. It's just one application. You get everything done.
I'll be
Okay.
happy to leave StreamYard. I'm only using it because that's what's available. But if
I
those
see.
don't have, I'm going to say bye-bye StreamYard.
No, it's good. I like the display, the blue and the white font. That's nice. Very sharp, bold.
One of the things that is a weakness of it is that if the comment is like 3 lines long, it blocks
Yeah.
the blocks. It's like here on my face up to here. I'm like, and I gave them feedback. It's something they don't obviously think is important because they've done that for years.
StreamYard, like you cannot have attendees directly to it, right? You have to, it's like a big piggyback on YouTube, right?
Yes.
So can I, if you
all.
share the link of StreamYard, I cannot attend there.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
need
yeah. You
YouTube.
could come. No, you could come on the screen. 10 people.
Oh, 10 attendees?
Yes, I believe so.
They're
Oh,
panelists. You have to give them a panelist invitation link, and then they
That's
can
right.
come directly into the studio with us.
That's right. And there's only 10.
10 speakers and the same are panelists, like same 10.
A ton of us would be on
10
the same
speakers,
screen.
10 attendees.
Yes.
So not 11 people can watch it. So it doesn't work. Like, for Roblin, it doesn't work.
No,
To
no. I
go
mean,
to the link.
if you brought 10 people on
Mm,
and you share it just like you do now, it would be on YouTube.
mm.
You could put it on X amount of YouTube channels, Facebook.
The
I don't know how many.
Yeah, the limitation of that is you can only stream to, I think, 9 destinations or something like that. And I use them up so quickly because I stream on Red's channel and Marty's channel and OTech Pro's channel, and I stream on LinkedIn. No, not anymore.
So Chris,
Nation,
when you and I do the launch, I'm sorry, the live, what do we use? Just go to YouTube?
We use the StreamYard link that takes us
But how
to
can we have 2? We would need Zoom or another platform, right?
Yes, you got to use.
Zoom and then we stream it.
Yes.
A hub, yeah, you need, okay. You cannot like have Chu speaking from the same YouTube account.
No.
You just make a link for you two. Don't invite anybody, and then tell them to go to the YouTube channel. So.
But Chu cannot speak. Somebody in Michigan, somebody in Florida cannot talk on the same screen.
Oh
Yeah.
No, yeah. If you use YouTube.
One.
I mean,
Zoom or StreamYard, exactly.
That's right.
Okay.
So we can bring into the studio, like Marty said, 10 people. So 10 people can be next to us. You can arrange how they appear on the screen.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
the studio, everybody else is an attendee.
And the attendees are in YouTube or Facebook. Just like the other one.
And also
Now the restream that you own, Ash, you can invite people to that and do it from Restream.
Yeah.
Just like they're doing in StreamYard.
Mm.
But I don't know how many people. I never looked it up.
StreamYard, the limitation is you cannot live stream to like 20 different destinations. Only I think was 8 or 9.
No, but you didn't buy the biggest package, did you?
They have whatever, corporate package for big companies, but I wouldn't want to pay that much because I'm already.
No, but I'm saying they would probably give you access to more if you know.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
if
I
you want.
asked them and they said that's the limit, period. That's the capacity they have.
Oh.
So they said, why would you want to do more? I said, I want to do 20, 40, 50, you know, I want to. And they said, oh, we'll tell the developers. We'll give them your feedback.
Oh, Connect, that's the answer.
Yes, that's the answer. We're waiting for O Connect. Everything will be good once we get to O Connect.
Hopefully that'll launch with Artemis.
Yeah, the highest they have is the professional, $39 a month. And it's up to 10 hours stream. And 8 multi-stream destinations.
Which I already have using, you know, it's so easy to use that up, the 8.
Mm. Oh, it's so limited.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So for what we know, can we survey, what would you give a price for Connect? Brainstorming time. Okay, you're founders and we're brainstorming publicly live. What would you suggest, monthly or annual payment? And what do you think for what it is or what you know, all the capacity, all the features and capabilities and goodness that we have, what would you give it a price? And don't be afraid of you know, but don't dictate the price because in your person, like you're the business decision maker.
Yeah, but I have a question. Is it all or nothing?
Yeah.
Is it all or nothing? Are you talking about Connect?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you get it, you get. Yeah.
Like you can't buy.
We're not gonna have packages. No, why? Just get the whole thing.
So, okay.
It becomes overwhelming if you think about it. Like then you got like Connect, like 5 packages, and we go back
I
to
know, but my God, unlimited and
just one time, just like one. If you open it, you're the master. So everybody, like from the sound of it, monthly or annual?
I would do monthly.
Monthly.
Otherwise, people wouldn't be able to
Better.
afford it because it'd be like.
But
a
people
lot
don't
of
like
money.
the commitment, right? That's the side of it.
I'm
Monthly
looking
with
at
a yearly
small,
option.
shorter rungs on the ladder.
Okay, Robin, that's what we have so far. Genius. Okay, so what we have so far, we are going to have 2 weeks trial and one monthly price, and also a good discount if you pay a whole year. So that solves it, right, Jeffrey? So that way, if you get the monthly option, but if somebody has the ability, they can save up a little bit, just one shot a year.
people love that. They can't.
Okay, yeah, always. So we have an idea. Now, what is that magical number?
Holy cow.
Well, we're gonna need to know what it costs the company to maintain and sustain it and to develop it. Before we know that, we really can't put a price on it.
No.
See, he's a better businessman than I am. That's not how I think. I think, you know, how much he can give people. I know.
$12.95 a month and $250 for the year.
Yeah, but unlimited, you might as well give it away.
$12?
Yeah, I was thinking 500.
Yeah, it's
That's
gotta
not
be
worth a
something because
sticker
you
on
can't,
it.
you can't pay one tech salary on what you'd earn from that.
No,
Yeah,
we're
but
gonna
people are
bankrupt.
people aren't looking at what it costs the company. Unlimited, my gosh, I mean,
$49.95
They're
monthly
gonna be
and
superstars. We'll flock to
$499.95
it.
for the year.
We'll flock to it.
500 a month.
Too high. 125 a month, and you get everybody, you get millions at that rate.
Yeah, but
Millions.
you lose money at $100 a month, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know what the facts are.
Oh,
on it.
I love $100 for unlimited.
Is that
Freak
your
on-
lost product, Ash?
Well,
Is that the
you
one
know
you're
what,
prepared to?
Marty? You've got an economy to scale. So Ron, you're right. I mean, Rob, you're right. When you start getting those numbers, there's an economy to scale that comes into play within the company. And there's going to be a balance point where you're going to break even and start making profit with that number, with those numbers. So yeah, it could be done, which is, 125 a month times 4 billion people. Yeah, you could do that.
All
right, Ash.
And Robin, she tried to say something. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm just, Robin, real quick, I will say it.
Mm.
What are your, what are you thinking? I'm curious to what you think. I know what you.
He's bouncing back. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. But I have my thinking, but if we, take advantage of this gathering, I can have a good sense of where the market is. Yeah.
Well,
What
Marty,
Rob said would be great. But
yeah, but you guys got to remember, what does Ash preach to us? Affordable, unique. Who else offers the best?
Okay,
good
but
price?
listen to this. What is the freaking price for this Zoom right here? We're not going to down
$8,500 a month.
right, and we're going to take it from
We will
that to-
achieve this by the end of the month, assuming now it's already October. By the end of the month, we would have the ability to have every person at the same time up to 20,000.
But we can't
Like
look at the cost of Zoom for what we're looking at.
No,
It's
I know,
comparing
but
There's
apples and
a
oranges.
lot of profit.
no,
Yeah,
I know. But I'm saying you sold it for 150 a month. Zoom is out of business tomorrow.
remember when we talked to Deborah? So the same thing. That is, when you build a higher value, the only reason that we have to pay this is the manipulation and the monopoly in the market. But if there is a better solution that is more ethical and more valuable, and the features are there, so that's not the realistic estimate. It's just like it's monopoly. It doesn't
tell
cost them that
because,
much. It doesn't cost them that much.
Marty, the other day we were talking, you've got your people that are.
But I'll give you good news, okay? Whatever we use is more smart, okay? So it will cost us less. Don't forget, the maintenance, they have almost 3,000 now employees or so in Zoom. We're never going to have the need for 3,000 employees just to run Connect. It's a different business model. A lot of business managers, sales, billing, all of that, customers. We're not, okay? We are more replicated SaaS, and it's a subscription base.
What's a normal size Zoom? Like 200-300 people. Does anybody know what that costs?
In Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah. The 1,350. The 1,000. The 100 could be.
That's not the 350. Well,
as founders, you have low income founders, minimum income
no, I
founders.
know,
and
but
high.
anything under that unlimited, goodbye Zoom.
Yeah.
They're buying it now. You go under that price, Zoom is over.
I'm telling you, this guy's a genius. He tried to act like, I'm a big guy, whatever. And don't play that crap with me, Marty DeGarmo. You're a genius. You're the closest to reality. Okay. Like the $500, that is for somebody who is savvy. The field, and that is more realistic. And he knows what unlimited means. Okay.
That's the only reason I'm talking the way I am. I mean that. I'm not thinking about pie in the sky. I'm looking
but the
at reality.
technology, like if we let's put it this way, I'm gonna help you. Okay. If we have the same rate as Zoom, a better technology, with other benefits, other products, like you get them in the house, like whether Onet or this, that, okay, we still should have better business
No, yeah,
because
no
of the
doubt.
movement. Okay,
And
that's
you-
if the same level. But if we even go 10%,
Lights out.
it's not going to cost us. They should be looking for something else.
No, Zoom would be out of business.
It takes
Guaranteed.
one report on one of those mainstream channels, whether we like them or not. It's
Good
over.
night. Good night.
But if you come in at a value of
Bye-bye.
Let's say you come in at the 125, okay?
Yeah.
Look at all the other platforms we offer. They go on Zoom at 125. If we have something else at 62.50, a big corporation's going to go for that as well, or even more, depending on what the breakpoints are.
I bet you the average, Rob, is probably around the 1,000-person one. Okay, let's just say 100's not enough. Freeze 45 minutes. You get this thing for anything under 200, anything from 250 down. Zoom will be out of business in 1 year. One thing, it says movement, right? So you already got people that are in love with it, starting off day one. They're
You
going to
see,
tell everyone.
no matter what I share information with you, you're not going to see the whole picture. Okay, so number one, you forgot you didn't get Connect. Zoom, you just get Zoom. That's it.
No, that's right.
You have limited hosting recording, and you don't have all the features on Passive. On Passive, you get more features. You have unlimited hosting. Any amount of videos or 3 years ago, they are stored permanently. They don't blink. Also, the other products that you get almost just when you're at the free level or just to get the Connect. Do I need to remind you? What about the commissions? Don't forget, we're paying half of it back to the field.
That's freaking insane.
And you are not only going to pay forever. It takes one example. If that's like one of the products that one and you're done.
Yep.
But say 3, say 5, it doesn't matter. But you're not going to pay forever. At some point, you're going to offset the cost. That's what you need to. You need to see the whole perspective, the whole picture, and there's no chance for them.
No, it's over. It's over.
I'm
No
telling
doubt about
you, my name is Ash. I know I'm talking publicly right now, but you like, okay, Emily called me CEO. I'm just your friend. Okay. I want you to know, I know softwares and I know Connect. Just technology to technology, put the price, like if somebody's paying for you or the business, you don't care what the value is. Technology it doesn't take a genius to select. You know, when they have a business analyst or they do the comparison, okay, I got like, if you get an HR application or if you get a accounting app, you're going to compare what features you get here, the monthly, this, that, you do that analyst, the study, okay? And it doesn't take a second to run a Connect against any other application. Like it got more, and the look and the love and the other applications right there. Now, you tell me it will also be cheaper and you can do more with it as far as like the unlimited aspect, and you can earn. How long does this conversation need to go for? 3 seconds for like somebody slow?
Oh, it's over. And you do that with every product? Holy shoot.
Yeah.
If Connect hits the marketplace right around FIFA, it's all over for Zoom within 90 days.
When you have the ability, let's say something like $100, $200, just play numbers with me, okay? And every sales, okay, you just continue doing Rob Lynn show, okay? And whatever, you know, just go to your neighborhood, 5 guys, like each sale, let's say $50.
Yep.
Do you have a handsome living or what?
Oh, yeah.
And do that once a week. Don't have to sweat.
Yep.
What about just the aspect is, listen, I'm going to teach you how to flip or how to dance, how to do this, how to cook that, whatever quality you have. Jeffrey can, got a lot of knowledge and wisdom and can, okay, I'm going to discuss this book. We're going to have a discussion. 300 people, make an invitation, you get a virtual cookie or something. I don't know. Just come and attend 1 hour for free. You got 300 free trial.
And another thing that I look at is if you're dissatisfied with Zoom, how about the other hundreds of thousands that use Zoom?
Million.
Or millions, whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
They're out of there. Bye-bye.
Listen, the free products will set you free. The free products will set you free.
Yeah.
And they'll come in by the millions.
Yeah. I'm telling you, did you see those hungry people in Bangladesh? I'm saying like hungry for success, like they're on fire in Bangladesh or Papua New Guinea, or they're gonna wish it's higher because they're gonna sell the hell out of it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And India, they're gonna wish it's higher because they want to have more commissions. If you think about it that way, because you're not gonna pay out of pocket forever.
Nope.
And it's not just the commissions of O Connect, guys. There's 1,000 other things waiting once you're inside there.
And once you get exactly good point, Jeffrey. Once you get one attendee on O Connect one time, and like in 6 months or 2 months, they convert to but even if they didn't buy O Connect, but they're gonna buy something.
No doubt. Like I said, look, I do a contest on YouTube one time through O Connect, and I say, I got a question. You get the answer and you come back here, I'm going to give you a business in a box. I'll pay for every bit of it. So I give them a reseller position. 400 people shoot into O Connect. I mean, O Network. They go look for it. They get the answer. They come back. One guy wins. I pay him. 399 people just join my business. You do that 3 or 4 times a month. What do I have? Do the multiplications. Now what you have is some of those first 399 are now upgraded because they found something in the mall of Unpassive and they're spreading the news. So now I've got 500 salesmen. I do this twice a week and I bring in 10,000 people. They bring in friends and family. Freaking lights out, everybody.
I just set him on fire. Yeah. And you tell me, Chris, go get some sleep, right? Okay. How?
You can't sleep.
Knowing what we know, just come on.
I'm crapping myself right now.
So I have to tell you, it's not going to cost us. No, plain business, okay? It's not going to cost us what it costs Zoom. If I didn't figure out a way how to make it more, I would say, robust and more efficient, yeah, you're going to have to charge higher, okay, for what we offer. But before that, I made sure we have an intelligent way to be able to cater to those features.
It's a crazy way. And still, when you're all done and you bring up this, we sell it for X amount of dollars and going to give 50% back to the people, to the members.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And if you are watching live all of that, we're not going to do that, but I'm going to give you some. Again, we said some products are going to be one sale, it covers that subscription, and there are products that they don't have continuous liability for the company. Let's say traffic, it's a one-time shot, we just need to deliver it to you. All right, it's not like something we have to host and all that. It's once delivered, paid. Okay, it's a transactional, and you can do unlimited of those. You could do 1, 2, 3, 5, 17 a minute, as fast as you can. and it's just like exploding your business on autopilot, you're not doing much. You just pay for it from the earnings. Okay. So we're not limited to how we make money. Like, for example, again, I'm going to have to use one free product, whether it's O Mail or O Bless. It's not free for us. So if we don't make it in other ways, and it's not like misleading, it's a fact. Okay. Facebook, when they advertise it, they're not misleading. Just like you just click that fine print, 35 miles pages, I don't know, script, you're not going to read it. Just agree that, yeah, they will advertise and they will sell your name and data. And for us, it's so transparent to say, if everything the same, yeah, we will bankrupt, but we have an intelligent way of knowing what will attract more, even if we give it for free, and what we can make more with it, and it costs us less. That's what we figured out. It costs us less for whether it's an ongoing product or a one-time transaction. But also keep in mind something else. We are going to scale it. So, for example, we will offer. Don't brand. Just keep it here, okay? At least a couple thousand people between now and tomorrow. That we can have a product example that grandfather the founders.
You do know I want to go to. You know I want to go to sleep tonight, right? What does that mean?
So, for example, X product. I'm not going to say the O Connect or something. Okay. I'm going to say, okay, you pay for the first time. Let's say it's regularly, realistically, $300 US, right?
Yeah.
We're going to say founders only a month, okay, $300. I'm going to give you an example. We're going to say one time, all the founders will have it for only $300 a year. And anybody, here's how we sell it for you. Anybody that comes till this date or before this date will have it for $100 instead of $300. After that day, automatically it's $300. You see how you get a surge? Like you get people shaking on the door to pay you with a card. Yeah. Are you breathing, buddy?
No.
Make sure. No.
Stay up till 10 o'clock, right, Marty? Stay up till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Get on this next Zoom. Thanks a lot, Ash.
I know most of you are not getting it, but
Bravo, Ash.
Yeah. So we go back, Deborah, remember? Are you watching? We're not making how much we make. As long as it worked. I want to make sure, it's my responsibility. I want to make sure, yeah, I have payroll, I have this. We just paid payroll today. It's just not those nice cars and phones and all of that. And what we don't show is even more. Okay. We're just blessing people nonstop. But also we paid payroll. We have to pay for it. But I think I would say smart enough as a company, wise enough to work efficiently, to have less cost, have incredible margin, like no company have had it before. So we can offer more, and that's how you don't compete. You just lead. You dominate.
There's no competition.
It's not going to be two columns there. Yeah, it's just
it's off the chart.
Yeah. So whatever makes sense to help those who believe and believed already, yeah, give them. So what? We don't need to get wealthy in a year. We have lifetime. Don't worry. We'll make enough money in other products.
Will
There
a
are
billion,
products people will. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, will 1 billion subscribers at 125 a month, will that pay the bills and pay the commissions, you think?
But if they don't have at least one sale, they're not going to pay. You understand? So the for how long they can pay, there's not 1 billion users for Zoom paid.
No.
Okay. There are 200-300 webinar accounts, but mostly attendees are using them daily, 200-300 million. So it's not even 10% of 1 billion that potentially would pay at some point.
So how about that 10%? Is that enough to pay the bills and pay the commissions?
Yeah, I mean, we can we can just throw one ad on one of those crazy ideas we have. Yeah, I think there's something is supposed to happen now. I don't know when, like in October, we're gonna announce it. I think by the end of the month. If you don't have hair, you're gonna regrow hair. If you have hair, you're gonna lose it. I don't know what, but it will mess you up. It's just ridiculous what we have coming.
That means you're back, Chris.
No, we're talking about head.
Man, you don't want me to lose my hair.
Like a big old bowling ball.
I look just like Uncle Fester. Okay, that's one product he's talking about, just to let everyone know. One little product.
But it's just, there's so many low-lying fruit that people could leverage this and just clean up with no effort at all. None. I'm not going to say it again. Yes, I am. I say it every week. But I'm not
Say
gonna
it, say it, say
I'm
it.
not gonna say it. I say it every freaking day.
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting on my own nerves, you know.
Yeah, we always should remember, Passive has a heart. It's not just gonna like, oh, it's not like, yeah, we can get away. We can put whatever price we want because we're still dominating. But that's not how we're gonna do it. We just want to make sure it makes sense to us, but the value is delivered. There's no point of having 1 billion people that don't use it. We want them to use it, that it can improve their life. And they will use something. If they don't use Connect, they will use Pal.
That's exactly right. They come in, they don't pay for this, they're gonna buy something. They're not leaving without that cart full.
Like,
Give 'em a bigger discount.
have you ever, I don't know if they do Sam's Club or whatever, Costco, okay? Have you ever had in mind, I'm just gonna go and get that hot dog
Yeah.
or that $5 chicken, roasted chicken, delicious, yum.
$5 roasted chicken, yeah, it's
Yeah.
unbelievable.
They
The
don't-
problem
did you
is
know
it
they
costs
don't make,
$300.
it's not profitable to them. It's
Yeah, I
not
know.
profitable. They don't make money with that foot-long hot dog, kosher, and unlimited toppings, right? They don't
Yeah.
make money with it. It's good if they break even. We can look it up, but last I checked, they don't make money with it. Period. Possibly they pay a little bit out of pocket.
Yep.
It costs them labor. It costs them the materials or the ingredients, whatever. And it's $1.99. Unlimited drink.
Where they make the money is the cart
Yeah.
you're filling up while you're eating that hot dog.
You never go to Costco and just buy a hot dog and go home.
That's right.
That's exactly my philosophy here. And sometimes you think I'm gonna be munching, they're sampling, some I don't know, dumpling, whatever, those ladies, nice ladies that give you some chips or dipping, right? Have you tried that? That is cost. But there's no way you leave not spending $200-300. No way.
Yep.
There's no way.
It's a loss leader, right, Ash?
It's sampling. Yeah. So this is exactly my philosophy with what we're doing. So like I said, oh bless, oh net, all that. We're giving them for free, but they're not for free for us. But you're gonna buy something else and you're gonna fill that cart.
Absolutely. They see that dashboard, they're gonna go back to 10 years old and pushing buttons and yeah.
And you're gonna start like, why is he or she, so pumped about this business? What is there that I'm missing? They're gonna, okay, so they're selling it. Oh, they're reselling it. Oh, they bought this, they that. How do you do this? How do you get that? How do you get a website every day? Oh, you're gonna have to have it. You're gonna have to pay for it. We'll give you a website a day. Nobody would ever give you that with the only company. You want to have it? Simple, just go pay. So that's there on the door. Everybody's gonna lose their sleep having a domain name that they choose active instantly and having a new website on it every day. Every day. And your domain becomes Chris at or contact me at chrisjohnson.com or so. Oh, is that fancy or what? Is that branding? Who's gonna tell you Facebook page, follow me here anywhere? Which page? Got a gazillion pages, you don't know, on any of that. So it's a different business approach. And I'm glad we're able to chat about that so I can have a feel of where you are and all that. But I can promise you, you're going to be blown away. We have a heart that nobody has it. And it can be crazy sometimes. But I just have a good pulse of where your head is. We will always make it right and generous with heart. Guaranteed.
Was anyone close? Was anyone close, Ash, to your great thinking? Come on, just say yes or no. That's all you gotta say.
DeGarmo in his logic, yes. In his logic, he is thinking business because he really gets the unlimited. You know how? Okay, the first time I said I want to offer an unlimited for a flat rate. Okay, nobody. Okay. You think anybody said, "Oh, this is a wise person I'm going to follow"? What an idiot! Okay, you cannot do that. That's how. That's how the first reaction. You know what it took me to make the transition? Okay, to make it. So, at first, nothing I propose is welcomed with an open arm. No, nothing. You can't do this, the cost, the media. I said, okay, I didn't tell you the how. This is what I want. Now we go to work. You just don't know the way yet. Okay. But I want you to start thinking now, not because they didn't do it. That's a fact or the reality. I'm not going to settle for that. Now think with me. We're going to be different. Okay. We need to figure out a way. How can I have unlimited media streaming, which is the type of what you have in StreamYard or Zoom or those applications. They know, okay, immediately, okay, AWS is gonna take 80% of our money, or we lose. We're not gonna be able to pay the bill to AWS if we do that. I said, who said I have to be married to AWS? I didn't tell you that. Okay. So we need to find a way we can host unlimited media, period, without exploding that monthly bill. And then, oh yeah, but the control, this, that, one thing at a time. Just understand it's complicated. It's not easy to create such a technology. And with this capacity, It's not possible. Ask Emily. Okay, she's trying to pull up like a gaming application, and it's 5 years. It's not easy to get so many applications, software, services, very little time with the craziest business model. And you solve one, and once you solve it here, it's like dominoes. It solved it in the other 20, 30 products that are using that technology. Just push it a little bit with that intention, then you're going to be led.
Yes. Does each individual product that we have, is it going to be based on the thinking we are thinking now for price, or is each individual product going to be a different thought of pricing? That made any sense?
So we are going to deal with it in two ways. Okay. Number one, there are products that will be a part of a bundle, like they're not necessarily by themselves or standalone. Okay. But also the standalone can be added to a bundle, different pricing. That's why, you know, it's good luck for somebody to tell me this is a network marketing or no. It's a real hybrid dynamic, you know, pricing plan along with the commissions. All right. And each one you deal with it as standalone. It's got this commission, it's got a trial, no trial, who can access it, you know, admin, no admin, peer-to-peer, or just business to customer or business to business. So each one is a whole different story. So there's not one cookie cutter or one straight answer that covers all the applications. So deal with it that way. And when you click, that's why you click on a video. Okay, so OSTAF, so you get it. Or, oh, okay, so this is what I get with it, and this is what it does for me, and this is the price. All right. The commissions are always, you know, not identical, but within the range of we're given half of the revenue, not the profit, to the field. If something is $100 and we give back $50 to the resellers and founders and all of that, we're not profiting $50. The other 50, we have to cover everything, the payroll, the cost, the traffic, everything we have to cover from the, and the remaining little is for us. So if somebody is a customer, they will make more money. We had an issue. We had a few people that took an account and they said, I'm just going to work here until it launches, then I'm not going to be in an account. That's another reason. I'm talking about employees in Hyderabad who they were with us when those people involved in the structure and the integration, they got it. They took accounts. They registered accounts. They had a plot. When this takes off, I'm not an employee. I just get paid until it launches. I know how to make crazy with it. They know it's more profitable. That's why we have to stop and just, you know, it's a violation. So we make them sign on day one, never take an account or have connections to help somebody profit from an account because they know it's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Nobody would know more than they do.
Then nobody's going to work. Yeah, it's like, okay. But the other element, we must pay them percentage. Again, we could have no one work for us if they see what, if you're just a reseller, you're gonna have to sweat.
Why
and
the freak would
work
I
for a
do
few
this?
people. Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. So we want to make sure they also have a percentage, and you know, it's more appealing to them.
Oh my God.
Is Gmail, when you know how like when you get a Gmail account, you automatically have a YouTube account, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Are you thinking of any way of, I don't know how that's all connected with Gmail and YouTube. I know you love YouTube. Is there a possibility of having our own mail and you automatically get a
No,
YouTube or
it's not related, and you will have ONET.
There you go.
The difference is not open. You've got to have an open like an account. Okay. Once you have it, it's on your computer. You don't need to log in and out. Just keep it there, and it everything is activated. So I can have ONET, and that's why it doesn't make sense. Why do you want to go on YouTube? YouTube is good, useful, but if somebody, let's say, want to have following or want to be an influencer or a content creator, yeah, it just there's no way they can make more money in YouTube for what they can make, because YouTube, you just make with YouTube when you have content, and you know how nasty it is. It's not
Oh,
easy. And
oh,
for the views, I'm not talking about, yeah, the good news, it's kind of a fair to have the stickers and all of that for those who are working hard, if somebody want to support them. But if it was just for the views, you would never make a living unless you get into
oh,
millions
no.
of views.
Right.
Millions.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a perfect answer. That's what I was looking for. Hmm.
But if you have Omail or any application you opened, and now you go to the like to the website, click login, or you have uh, you bookmark it like on your a shortcut on your desktop on your phone, right? You just click it, you're there. So it's not like you're gonna have to log in, and it's not a hassle. But I would prefer to put my video on Onet, and let's say I'm successfully able to attract 20,000 views, and I have 20,000 free trial for life, no matter what they buy and when they buy
Oh,
it. And they have the ability to also spread. It just, that's why it's hard to leave. It's hard to to sleep. It's hard to, I don't know. This is crazy.
can I do a video from OConnect and stream it to YouTube, you said?
Yes, it's already done. And Facebook. And what else you can stream it?
TikTok.
No, I don't
No.
want that Chinese.
LinkedIn,
Um,
LinkedIn, you can stream to LinkedIn, I bet.
I think LinkedIn and something with Instagram. I'm not sure what it is. It's not live,
maybe it
but
is Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram's got a stream
yeah.
of live.
So, but
Not,
Facebook, I know, and that's already done. Yeah, you can just put the link where you want to stream.
oh, that's gonna be my vacuum.
Two peas in a pod.
But your best interest is to have an invitation. If you want to see this, it's here privately. It's just like you make more value to it.
Yeah. I got you. I got you.
It's the psychology. I think Robin knows this. I don't know. I'm just an innocent. If I say the word, don't judge me. So, for example, she knows because she knew cultures like of the Middle East and the dancing in Egypt and all that. You know how seductive it is, for example, right? The psychology of it, and this is science. I'm not like really talking of a creepy thing, but the psychology of it is you're teasing. It's not like you're giving the whole thing. If you're just naked in the street, okay, ugly, but that seductive approach is more attractive. People will go and they would pay more money for it, like
Yeah.
right, for a show or something. You know what I'm talking about, Robin?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the same thing. I would tease. I would not give the whole thing. You know, I'll give you a glimpse. I'll give you, but something historical. You want to see it? It's here. Just create a username,
Oh,
and that's it. And they're married to you permanently.
forever.
You're the daddy.
Big Dad. Look at that head.
Great session, man. I pay a lot of money. You pay a lot of, you got to think about it. I'm going to say it right here. I don't care who you are in this panel. You would pay literally thousands and thousands of dollars for a seminar we just had in the last hour. That's the honest to God truth.
I got bad news for you. I paid thousands and thousands of dollars for a lot worse seminar. I can tell you that. Oh, I lost so much
I
money.
did pay, but I take it as good, you know, as I learned how not to do it wrong.
No, that's true.
I knew the wrong ways to avoid. Yeah.
I learned a lot of wrong. That's for sure.
Failing forward. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love, again, if it would make sense to give the whole thing for free and it would work, we will do it, but it wouldn't. Okay, do you understand the concept? Yeah. If there's a
Absolutely.
possible way that we can be in business and you will be earning without charging, we would do it. Obviously, we're naive enough to think that way. But it just, we want to make sure it makes sense to you, to us, to the customers, to the market, all of that. And we're able to scale to go to the next milestone, all of that. And if you don't become the financial mogul that you want to be within the first phase, I'm talking about physical products, hardware, all of that, things coming, there's plenty of opportunities for it.
Want to play some pool, Marty? I got to get this off my brain.
No.
I resisted a few things, for example, like games. Okay. I said, like, that's not my, I don't want to go into, but we got people who are good at it. As long as they assured me there's no gambling and there's no violence and there's no nonsense for the kids, like something educational, entertaining. Okay. And now
Chris does his best thinking shooting pool.
we
Even though-
have it, you know, in the pipeline. So where, yeah, sure, there's something completely. I never thought I'll venture in that, you know, field, which is gaming. It's not my passion, but if it's integrated with something that makes education more attractive and entertaining, then yeah, I said we're going to pay for that. Am I going to be the best gaming application? Maybe not, but probably the most inspiring.
There you go.
There is a lot of great educational games that you can play that are fun and educational.
I don't think they're that popular. Yeah, I know.
Oh, they are. No, they're popular. They really are popular. If you ever flying on a plane, someone's always going, I always say, what are you playing? Oh, it's like a mind bender game. Those are really cool. I mean, mind benders on a phone, people love because it makes their time go by fast because that's what they're doing, burning time. Plus, they're learning something. Or then you got a guy playing Pac-Man. I mean, it's a choice.
You got to try harder. I'm never sold on play. Anything you can play on a screen is a lazy game. Yeah, anything that you play with your fingers without moving or laying down, that's not a game. If you sweat, that's a game.
The mind game, though. I'm
Ah,
telling you.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I love
Chris,
mathematical
Have you ever played
enigmas and
have you ever played mind games, Chris?
Yes.
My proof
Sudoku.
doesn't-
I love
yeah,
it.
but you want to know the truth? I got my mom an iPhone and I set her up with, because when she was starting to go bad, I gave her these games and it perked her up, and they were all mind games, where whether they were easy to hard, whether what color everything would turn over, and you got to figure out which matches what, silly stuff. But then it got
True.
into real hard stuff.
Chris,
So
my mother-in-law, Asmahan's mom, into Sudoku day and night, and I think that's keeping her
Yep, makes her think, takes
like
her mind off things.
like keeping her sanity in a way. Yeah.
look at your youngest son. He's attracted to that computer, right? He likes.
Oh.
I'm sure if you stuck him, he's gonna like games. He's thinking.
No, they love electronics and
They know more about it than adults do.
Yeah.
technology, anything like that. Yeah, he's crazy. He's like building rockets already. Like that's why my heart beats like when he's touching things, because he's daring.
This is gonna be so much fun.
No, they really have crazy ideas. No, it's good. They got some brain. Let them thrive. Yeah, let them do something. But I know they're not living. I'm already instilling that in their mom. and you're not living for yourself. You got some unique talent or potential. You gotta figure it out. Okay, I know you can do anything you want. It's gotta be good. It's not like we're having a conversation that way, but that's our awareness. We're driving that way. Anything they think or they want to do, it's done. They have the potential to do. So our job is to make sure they are on the right direction and they do something beneficial. But also they already know that whatever they create, it has to have a good positive impact on others at the global scale, not just they never think what we do for the family or for themselves. No, that's not even on the table. So if I don't deliver something that I have in mind, it will be taken care of, whether them or somebody else.
Hey, Ash, everybody. I'm going to call it a night. I got an early morning, but I want to thank you, Ash, for showing up and just being so candid with us. For
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
talking
We're a
one-on-one, and just kind of an unplugged kind of scenario here. Thank you, Lynn and Ron, excuse me, for inviting me here, and just it was a wonderful platform. And if I didn't have something to do in 3 hours, let me tell you something, I'd be sitting here with you. So, but thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I will look forward to seeing you guys again soon.
Stay safe. Have a good night. Good to
Jeffrey,
see you
thanks for
always.
joining us. Thank you very much, Jeffrey.
Absolutely. You never know what happens on Friday Night Live. You never
That's
know.
right. Friday Night Live.
Just show up and expect the unexpected.
I never thought you. Oh, what a day this has been. Oh, did I just ask real quick? Did Charles send you anything yet? Ash?
Probably. I mean, I have to dig
Okay.
in my email. Yeah.
All right. I didn't want you to forget about that.
What
'cause
time is it? What time?
It's at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. No, I have a tournament for our son at that time, martial art.
Okay.
What's he want?
So,
What's
but
Charles?
He wants the pop-up. He wants the advertisement on the pop-up
yeah,
like he did
yeah,
for
I'll
Bangladesh.
do it. I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get it done. So, what else? So for how long they're gonna last? Will I catch them?
I don't know. Charles has long ones.
Cameroon or Nigeria?
I think it's
He said
Cameroon.
no. He said like
Five
Nigeria's
different
Independence Day.
There's like 5
Nigeria.
different regions.
Nigeria.
Nigerian, Cameroon.
Where's this at?
To
On
10 o'clock
Africa.
tomorrow.
On Zoom?
Yeah. If you look in the other chat
Well,
box,
they have a physical event, right? Like Bangladesh or
Yes.
no? Okay.
In 6
Yeah.
So they have a
cities.
6 cities. Thank you,
wow,
Rob, and that's it.
wow. And it's at 10 o'clock Eastern?
Yes.
10:30.
Oh,
10.
Is it 10:30?
but he didn't invite me, so I'm gonna play hard to get.
Didn't invite me either, so.
I'm gonna dye my hair and I'm gonna get a goat tonight and I'll just act like you. It might work.
Until you
Where's
try.
Julie?
She's with her. She just called me. She's with her daughter. She's out and spending time with Celestine at a concert right now.
That's
She was
fun.
listening for a little bit.
That's good.
Wow.
Coffee
Yeah.
time. Coffee time.
Okay.
How are you
Thank
feeling,
you.
Daryl? Daryl, haven't talked to you in a while.
Where's Daryl? He in here?
Oh, Daryl Cook's on here. Where is he?
Make him-
There's a good guy, boy. Let me tell you, Daryl Cook. I'll say it first.
Daryl, you can talk. And also don't
Great
forget
guy.
that Armin Hogue has been waiting patiently. He's from Canada and he's sitting there sweetly and demurely. He's waiting to speak with you. And we had Heriberto, but he
Yeah,
might-
where's Humberto?
Heriberto had to leave. I don't see him.
There's Daryl.
Yeah.
left.
Daryl Cook.
But Daryl, you can talk. Daryl, I'm unmuted. You can unmute.
Hey, good night. Good night. Thanks so much, Ash. It's you're right, Chris. I paid lots of money to just learn one platform that I was on, and this has just been stellar. So much to take in. I've been trying to take notes on this, Lynn. I'll get them over to Chris, and you guys can do with them what you want. But
Thank you so much.
invaluable. I posted one thing that I thought was quite interesting from Ash's talk. It had to do with Cervantes in Don Quixote. One of the main thoughts that whole book was about, Ash, and I'm sure you understand, it's one must live life in a genuine way, passionately, in spite of what other people think. And I think that's what we have a culture here, and you're teaching that, and I really appreciate that so much. Thanks a lot for letting me just say those few words.
Oh, that's
Appreciate
beautiful.
you.
That's what we do here. I listen, it's an opinion. And again, you want to understand, okay? And then you make up your own judgment. But if you're not independent, you're not living to your potential. I have to tell you something. Would you believe me if I say this is raw, uncut, unscripted, no idea what was the topic about? I just came, opened my heart, no plan, no dinner since yesterday. Last time we ate yesterday, right? But it was still curfew. Yeah. So I'm on low fuel, but I'm
You're all
just
set.
talking
You're
from
all set
my
for
heart.
colonoscopy, Ash. That's the prep. You're ready to go in there, man. 2 days.
Well,
no
it's been a joy. We started out this morning with those 2 incredible webinars. Then I fixed 3 bicycles for my grandchildren. They're in from the Bahamas, have been with us for 3 weeks, and man, are they tough on bikes.
Wow.
And then my wife's dad, he's 87, and he's really having some struggles with his ports for his dialysis. So we traveled 65 miles one way to be with him and back here. But life is life, and that's what you do. And I was just so thankful that, I'm sorry I got on late tonight, Lynn, but Rafi said, hey, you need to come on tonight. I said, it's a good one. So boom, I came on, and whoo, boy, I guess it was. So thanks so much.
Ash, can he put his notes in the update section, what you talked about tonight, or no?
Where are you going?
I'm going to that. I just heard it fall. Ash,
I'm here.
can you, the notes that Daryl took, can he put those in the update section of what you talked about tonight?
He should have access. They
I know
didn't
he's
add.
got access.
Yeah, I
Can you
do.
put his notes in the update
Of
section.
course. Why do we have it? To inspire,
go.
motivate, educate?
We're live on 20 channels or whatever.
We're gonna have to fire Peter now.
Okay, I'll
No,
do some
they should
editing.
be.
Yeah.
Janet can add. He can add. Michael
Yeah.
Williams is an incredible writer. Okay.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can't
yeah.
compete with him.
I mean, he's got the personality in his writing. So not Peter is good in a way. He tried to be accurate, and he's more scripted and what's the word? He's a reporter. He's just telling. Okay, Mike makes it interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way Dan Street is another incredible writer. He hears, I'm one, I just type what I hear. But Dan he just takes that reporter attitude. And I just think it's great that we've got so many folks now that are doing it. And then Peter takes all 3 of them with his, and then tries to put the most accurate. It's been a lot of fun. It's great learning.
You'll never have to worry about me coming in that lane, Daryl.
Marty said to me, he said to me yesterday, how about me and you taking the notes? And I go, are you kidding me? You want everyone to quit?
Speech to text.
I like the live stream aspect. Like, so I just checked right now on your channel, whether Chris or Lynn, it says started streaming 4 hours ago. It's not even 5. So even if you got one nugget out of this, it's worth it. I can tell you, sometimes you have to go through like a 7-hour NASA or SpaceX live stream, and the launch is like 45 minutes. All right. So to get to one little, event that you're looking for. So it is worth it. So sometimes raw, unplanned events bring up more organic topics that we would never plan.
Absolutely. A lot of fun too.
I would have never met, at least for now, Professor Deborah or Emily, and that was, for the first time. Yeah, with all the respect of to the people I know, that's why I come here, to the people I know. But I didn't expect to have that extra. So you never know, just like meet a new person that you either change their life, inspire, improve it, or change your life. What's better, that or a meal? Or 3 hours sleep or 2 hours. Yeah, so it's okay. I love what we're doing. And Daryl, to your point, that's why I don't care about 5 hours webinar, 3 hours. Your opinion of me or someone's opinion of me doesn't have to become a reality. It's I do what I love.
And we appreciate that.
I love
I'll
what I
tell
do.
you, I've learned so
Exactly.
much.
Stick to your guts and your guns.
Would it be okay to bring Armin down?
Yeah, I think so. Armin's looks like he's gonna pass out on us.
No, he was excited. He loved it.
He stayed the whole time. Come on down, Armin. Unmute, click the unmute button.
Yeah, it's a challenge nowadays, this unmute. It takes a genius to unmute like Zoom.
You see the unmute button? Let me click on it again. You should see it pop up. You see it, Armin? Armin is precious, you guys. I tell you, he's special.
We're holding the whole session so he can speak, because like nobody can leave until he talks.
Wait for Armin. He's a gem.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yay.
Is there feedback?
Yes.
You hear in reverber?
Yes.
How do I get rid of that?
Turn your second device off.
Poor Ash, poor boy. How do we do that?
So you have two devices on, right? So turn off
Yeah.
your second. You don't need that other device.
Mute one. Yeah.
So mute it.
I'll kill.
You can just
There, I shut my whole phone off.
There you go.
You can do it.
Mr. Ash, I gotta tell you, I gave about 10 speeches since 16 months since I come into On Passive. And the speeches were fantastic. They're going to give me a Pulitzer Prize, I think. But what I'm going to say tonight is not going to, it's not very good.
Oh,
You
no.
should have heard the other talks. But look, I got to tell you, Mr. Ash, I am honored to be in this program, this On Passive. A couple of times I wanted to get in and talk to you, but I was just lost for words. It's like Marty said. I think he said he was in a business meeting with, I think, and he had a few billionaires in there, and he felt out of place. And I feel the same way when I'm listening to you guys, and especially when I'm talking. And I got to keep it 2 minutes. Oh boy. I gotta say this. I was a big Lon Chaney fan.
speak more than 2 minutes, okay? Don't rush because you waited a long time. So
Oh, no.
thanks.
Yeah, no. Take your time. We're here. We're just waiting for Charles to open the Zoom. Just in a
Thanks,
few hours.
Mr. Ash. Thank you, Lynn. But I was a big Lon Chaney. It's got nothing to do with it. But I was a big Lon Chaney fan. You know, the werewolf back in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
And I tell you, since I came in here, I think that's why I stayed.
You were not alive, right? Were you
No.
born in? Okay.
No, I was
yeah.
born in 56.
Okay, yeah, you scared me.
February 56. But when I came in, believe me, Francesca Horbe called me on a whim. She didn't know me. I didn't know her. She made a bad call, mistake, and I answered. She brought me in. And, Francesca Horbe, Lynn, Rob, Susie McRae, there's a whole bunch of others that have really piggybacked me here. And I look back when I was 9, and I had a passion for. There was a guy in a snowbank inside an open garage, and I think he was homeless. He could have been a war vet. It was I think it was 1963. And me and my sister said, look at that. So we went to Dad, and he said, bring him home. So my dad put him up for 3 days. He had a big beard. My dad said, go upstairs, shave, take a shower, come down. We're going to feed you, eat you, everything else. And we gave him a big parcel of groceries. And after 3 days, we let him on his way. And that's where I kind of got how my heart is kind of like and helping if I can. And but I gotta say, when I saw I was in a terrible crash, forced motorcycle crash. I think everybody probably knows now. I had catastrophic brain injury on my motorcycle. Guy cut me off. I've been riding for 49 years, and I'm still riding a Harley, but I'm crazy. But when I saw Chris Johnson, I said right away, bang, that's Lon Chaney come back to life. And when Lon Chaney started to change and started to grow beard and his face was still, Chris, you're just the same, man. I'm telling you. I love your sense of humor. Everybody's got a great sense of humor, and it's like we all have a bond where mine. I didn't even think of that word. Mindset. We got the same mindset. I never heard that until I came in here. And I got to tell you, I was a partier back in the day before I was 29. And I drank too much. I only had 1 or 2. But then I passed an invisible line and I drank more. And eventually I got charged with impaired driving. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hurt my car. But you know what? An impaired driving, that's serious here in Canada. So I went to Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, it's in the back of my mind when the apples start to flow, the invisible line is there for everybody. And we're going to celebrate and we're going to party. And you know what? If you pass that invisible line with your drinking, celebrating, I haven't drank it since March 17th, 1985. I'm so dry, I'm a fire hazard, and I could spit tumbleweeds the length of the 401 highway. I am that dry. Don't smoke cigarettes near me. I'll go up like a cinder block. But I'm just worried about everybody in on passive. When they celebrate, they may get a little bit too, and they could get into trouble. And I just thought about it. I thought, well, maybe somehow, I don't have the technical knowledge, but somehow with on passive, if they had a program like AA, they could click into on passive and there could be some AA people helping others, because it was given to me. I didn't want to go to AA. Are you kidding? Oh man, I had a hangover like you wouldn't believe. And I got my brother's best friends knocking on my door. Come on, we're going to AA. Your brother said you want to go. I says, yeah, not today. Call me next week. When my hangover was over. But no, I went and I stuck. I caught it. That's like I caught on passive when Francesca Horbe phoned me and she told me, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you make money. So like I've been retired at that point 11 years, just riding my Honda Goldwing across to wherever I want to go. I only went on day runs because I didn't have enough money really. But, it's just great. I'm kind of losing my train, but I want to thank you, Mr. Ash. I've caught the vision. I understand your heart. It's the same heart that I felt when I was 9, and I continue to do that. Now, I'm not rich. Of course not. I worked at the post office. I retired when I was 54. I took Freedom 55 and I subtracted 1. And I was, discriminated and harassed. And all my peers at work said, how do you handle it? Because I'm Indigenous, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I was an athlete, and I even had athlete's feet. How about that? And, I got rid of that, but I can't really run no more because of that motorcycle accident. That's okay. But I'm glad I'm in on passive, and I just can't wait, because what I like to do is help others like you. I've done it. I've bought boxes of I shouldn't be pumping myself up. I'm not. I'm just trying to say something, I guess. But I bought boxes of sleeping bags, emergency sleeping bags, and I drove all the way to Trenton, and I stopped at the banks because they're open at nighttime, about 2 a.m. And you'll see homeless people in there getting warm. So I would go in there and I'd give them fruit and vegetables, and for the morning, and water, and sleeping bags, and I would do that, and I enjoyed that. And you're the guys. You guys are the first ones to know that I've done that, I believe. But I gotta thank. See, because I had a catastrophic brain injury, my brain was swollen, and it showed on the MRI by 8 forensic doctors that were on the team of lawyers that were suing. The guy made a left-hand turn in front of me, and I had to force crash my bike to avoid getting my left leg hit. And the bike did a 360, and I could have hit 3 kids on the sidewalk, but I kind of like figured before my crash, this is what I need to do. I got to drop this bike. And it was my baby. I worked my whole life to get that Honda going 20-year anniversary, and I had to drop it. It did a flip. The thing picked up, drove across the road. I'm skidding across the road. I kind of got knocked out because I hit my head, but I came up. God woke me up. He woke me up and he said, Armin, get off that bike. So when I dropped it, I kicked off the bike. I hit my head. I blacked out for a second, nanosecond, but I know I blacked out. And then the car missed my face by 1.5 feet. And I'm thinking, now that I got this brain injury, I can't drive. I used to put my bike in a motorcycle show. I had several bikes, and I had a CBX Honda.
Harley,
6-cylinder.
all of them?
Pardon?
The bikes, are they the same Harley or different
No,
brands?
no, I never had a Harley because my uncle was with the Hells Angels. And I never wanted to be following his trail because he wound up doing 10.5 years in jail. Kingston Pen, Millhaven, and Collins Bay. They blew his kneecap off. He tried to escape after 4 years. Him and 5 guys out of Kingston Pen. He was climbing up the exercise yard fence, and the guard tower, the guard in the tower beamed and took his kneecap clean off. So that ended his escape tactics. And but anyways, I never want to be like him because once a month for 10.5 years, my mother told my dad, we are going to prison to visit my uncle. And we did that for 126 visits in 10.5 years. And from 4 years old till 15.5, I knew, don't join the outlaws. Don't join the Hells Angels. Just get a Honda, and if you like riding, go. And that's what I did. But getting back, I want to thank Lynn and Rob, because I do have, I think, a bit of attention deficit disorder. It hasn't been diagnosed. I'm not on any medication, never have been. I'm okay. Doctor says you're all right.
I have lots of it. Don't worry.
My brain will swell. It'll go back, and it's been 7 years now. But I got to tell you, if I can, when Francesca Horbe phoned me, didn't know me, for 5 years after that accident, I was like a vegetable. I wasn't athletic at
In which way?
all.
Oh, vegetable. That's a good thing.
I
I like to
lost
be a
all my,
vegetable.
oh, sorry.
I'll be
I lost,
crunchy.
I lost all my motivation. But you know what? Coming into on passive and her spurring me on almost daily, I think.
Avocado is a vegetable or a fruit?
It was, I think it was a squash. My
What
brain
about
got
potato?
squashed. Sorry, I'm a bad Canadian comic.
Oh, we love
What?
Canadians. We just had incredible 2 women ahead of you. Yeah. I'm sure there were more before.
I can't really hear you. Oh, can I put these on for a second?
Absolutely.
I'm so thrilled to talk to you, Ash, and everybody.
Anytime. I
Oh
love talking
man,
to you. You're an
there you
incredible
are.
man.
I can hear you now. Just
Yes.
and tell me to shut up and I'll leave.
No, I didn't hear you from the beginning. You have to start all over again.
Oh, well, I'm gonna be writing a book. It'll be $4.99. I'm gonna
That's
anyway.
amazing. What day in 1956 you were born?
What day in September were you born, Ash?
14th.
I was I'm the 9th. February the 9th. Yeah.
1950. That's an incredible date. Not too many people get to have the same date.
February
You have
9th.
to be born in 1956 on the
February.
9th of September to get it, right? In Canada to be like you. Is that
Oh,
where you're
what?
born?
February
Yeah.
9th, 1956.
You're unique. Where?
That was
Where-
before the invention of fire.
Where were
Fire,
you?
fire,
No.
fire.
Where were you born? Where?
In Toronto.
I think he said February.
Yeah, I did. Did I? Yeah,
February
February.
or September?
No, September, I think, is your month of your
Yes.
birthday.
Yes.
And when
You
you,
said
asked,
9.
I learned from you because I remember somebody came on and they wanted to know your birthday. And that's a breach of security, you said. Kind of.
Oh, it's not. I'm just a horrible human being. I just can't keep up with everybody's wishing me a birthday. I'm not gonna have time to work. That's the issue. I'm just not a good human being. That's it. I love birthdays. I love to tell people and all of that. But if I make it happen, like what just happened, thanks to the staff, it will be a career. And I will never have the time.
I loved it this morning. It was a howl.
Oh, you were on the which one, Bangladesh or India?
You know what? I heard everybody last night, and I heard you come on saying it's on at 6 o'clock, and I said I'm going to get on that.
That's India. Did you see the cars and the phones?
I did. I saw them run over the balloons and all the graffiti. What do you call it?
They're ecstatic. Yeah. They
You're
have
a-
a holiday for a week. Yeah, they're just living it up. That's why I'm not bugging them. Otherwise, I would be. Yeah, so I'm giving them a little break. Some hangovers, yeah. So let them breathe a little bit.
I like.
I wish they heard you.
I like the way you hoodwinked Mohammed Kamel and the
Yeah.
other 2 gentlemen. One of them was I forget now. I had a photographic memory, but I lost the film in that crash. But where was I? Oh, where's my?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
You're killing me.
That was fun.
I lost my point. What was I saying?
But we got it. That's the key.
Yeah. Cool. Hey, but I want to thank you, Lynn. You've been piggybacking me because I got a hard time logging into Proton, I'll tell you. I got to learn that step. So hopefully somebody can guide me through because
Where's Francesca? Where's she now?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty much a loner.
He can support you, yeah.
Well, I'm a hard guy to deal with, really. Lynn's been
You're very sweet. Don't say that.
Oh
Like,
no,
don't be
you
hard
got
on yourself.
when I get frustrated, I kind of get irritable, restless, and discontent.
Do you
Now,
speak French?
Just enough to get my face slapped with the women. My dad was born in Montreal. My mother was born in New Brunswick, and they were heavy drinkers, till 3:30 in the
Of
morning.
course, they have to stay warm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but they're gone 30 years now. But they were heavy drinkers till 3:30 in the morning. So like we'd get a few hours sleep and go to school, eh? But I'd be sleeping and daydreaming, looking out the birds at the window. And I left after grade 8, and that's why I say the only thing kept me from university here in Canada was high school, because I got my grade 8 diploma.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
What do you like the most about Paso?
The heart. The ability that
Oh,
you're giving me.
you
Hang
nailed
on.
it without thinking. Did you hear that? The heart. The heart of
He's a
Paso.
fellow Canadian, Ash, from the
He
heart.
is. He
The
is.
ability. The ability.
He is a heart. I don't know if you're getting it, but he's a
Hey,
heart. I got this guy.
I'm wearing a secondhand jacket. I'm wearing shoes. I haven't bought a pair of shoes in 3 years, and I finally bought one this summer, a pair of running shoes. I hate to pay $200 for them, but I got quite a bit of money from
Do you
the
walk
insurance.
outdoors? Do you walk?
I'm a 6-minute walk to the boardwalk here in Toronto. I'm very fortunate. I've been in the same apartment for 32 years after my divorce.
Nice.
And I keep getting taken for, I guess I'm pretty gullible, but yeah, it's not bad. I'm a 6-minute walk.
So
to the
you've
boardwalk.
been divorced for 33 years?
Oh, bro, yeah, 1990, I think.
And you
Yeah.
have not yes, the 32. You did not.
3 times. No, I've been with both 3 women in that time.
Oh, okay.
And the last
So
woman,
what's your threshold? Like, when do you lose it with a woman?
when you got this belly, you got a football in your belly, and it's telling you something's not right. And then, you ask her a normal question because you're not living together. You're dating for 1 year, and you ask her, hey, how did your day go yesterday? And she's reluctant to say what she did. And you know what? After a year, I found out, because I met her in AA. She was sober 1 year, and they say, don't date
By the way,
any-
this is not Friday Night Live anymore. This is late show.
It is, yeah, with Herman Holt. And
This is after the dawn. This is
Oh, you got a new show, Ash. Old comedy starring this guy.
I love it. I love it.
And you know what?
Okay.
She was a lesbian.
Here, Armin.
Ash, she was a lesbian. I found out she was a lesbian. She wanted
Remember,
to
we
have
don't talk politics here, all right? So keep it. Yeah.
She wanted my pension money. I'm so disillusioned now because I was 3 in a row. Hey, after my money, I don't have a lot of money. Never had a trust fund. But anyways, I'm blessed. God has been looking since I lost my eye when I was 4, vision in it. Firecracker blew up, point blank range. So since I was 4, I had post-traumatic stress, and now this accident, I got post-traumatic stress. So I'm post-traumatic stress to the yin yang. But
So do you believe that Ling gave you extra time today? She was extremely flexible with you.
She spends hours. I've been buying. I'm fortunate. I bought some pendings, and I'm going to buy a few more. And she's been doing all the work.
Why are you buying more? Just buy shoes. Like, why?
Because you know what? If I get a lot of apples, it's going to fill my tank quicker. And then every month I go in, I'm still going to give to a bless, fill my tank. And then when my tank is full, I'm going to be able to help Obless more. And there's a program, the indigenous, I'm a Métis. Somebody stole my Métis card and I can't get another one. But there's there's the Neskatanga First Nations, and there's Attawapasack. They're both up in northwest and northeastern Ontario. They got Neskatanga First Nations. They are on a boil water advisory for 20 years.
Wow. Let
And
me
they're-
ask you, you said since 1985 you didn't drink.
Oh, March 17th, St. Patty's Day. I was coming back from a cottage. I put $5,000 down. I was just a layman. I worked hard.
But you
and-
drink something. Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
come on, we're
water.
talking,
Oh.
we're family.
Look,
That's
I
it?
got A&W. Look, water,
That's it?
water,
Coffee?
milk,
No
coffee. Gotta have
Yeah.
coffee. 3
Good.
cups a day. Yep. You drink
All right.
coffee?
Oh yeah, I have to. I have to compensate the lack of sleep with some caffeine. I'm not
Yeah.
as much into it as I used to be, but
Mm,
I used to live in California and coffee is a religion there.
I could see
And I
that.
used to be very religious.
Yeah, me too. But now I believe religion is man-made and spirituality is God-given. And that's what I've been. God gave me the spiritual guidance to go from being blown up when I was 4 to having I should be dead at least 3 times. But God pulled me
You
through.
got 3
got-
bonuses.
I did. And you know what? I keep thinking, why? Why? I'm not rich. I can't help many people. And he's guided me to on passive through and now when the apples come in, I'm going to be able to help a lot of people. But you know what? It's not to help them, it's to help me. And it is to help them, but it
You
makes
feel
me
better too.
I feel like
And
you
you
wouldn't
inspire,
believe.
like when you're talking now, I'm sure we all got some laughs and you did good. You gave us value.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Ash.
Yeah.
Hey,
And you are preaching a good message for those tech pro there. We don't know what they're doing now. You just said booze is not always a good idea, right?
we can pass an invisible line. And alcoholism is the only disease on earth that tells the person you don't have it. No, you got charged with impaired. You don't have alcoholism. Well, if you're painting every day or
Yeah.
every 3rd day, you're a painter. If you're drinking every other day,
So what got you in drinking, mom and dad, because they were heavy drinkers?
oh yeah, we're
It was
raised
available.
we were raised in Cabbage Town, rough part town. I was only
Cabbage
4.
Town?
Yeah, Cabbage Town. It's Toronto. It's
So
down
you are
by
vegetables.
hey, Ash.
Cabbage is a vegetable.
Yeah, it is. It's a high potent. It's one of the highest potent vegetables that will give you gas.
Yeah, it is gas, but it gives you energy. Did you know that? Any leaf, yeah, it gives you energy.
And lots of vitamin C.
Yeah. So a lot of my family members were
I like
stevedores.
coleslaw. Yeah, why not?
Coleslaw. Oh, I love it, eh? Hey, on the falafel, you gotta have it on the falafel.
Falafel.
You ever have a falafel? They're not awful.
Cabbage. No, they're
They're-
not awful. Yeah, but we don't
It's-
have any good one here.
Oh, they're great. Eh? You got
So
they mix
if I go
chicken-
there, would you take me to one?
I'll take you to the best. There's a lady that came from it's called Delina's, right on Queen and Woodbine. I'll take you there. I'll tell you, you'll have
Delina, what it called?
Delina's. Delina's. She came from Ethiopia. She was in a one of those camps, migrant camps, and she has a biography in her company there. If you look it up, but I briefly looked at it. But she brought her daughters to here, and she started a restaurant because there was no falafel place in that area. Delina's, Delina's. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was walking up from the Olympic
Toronto,
pool.
right?
Yep, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And she was walking up Woodbine from the Olympic pool where I dove off the 10-meter and I brought a couple of coworkers. I said, come on, we'll go dive off the 10-meter. And they came just to watch me commit suicide. But I was diving since I was on the farm because we moved to the farm for a few years. When I was 12, that's when I got my first rifle. My dad says, when you're 12, you become a man and you go hunt. So that's what me and my older brother did. We go hunting, but I don't hunt anymore. I can't kill a fly. I open the window, I grab a cup, put them in there, get them out. I'm softy now, I think. But oh, keep losing my train when I get what do you call it?
It's Delina, but with no S. It's Delina one, not plural.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
and they have
Yeah.
shawarma too. Yeah, that's
Oh, they're
awesome.
they're the best. I've been to a lot of them, but these are good.
You just started trouble. You know, I'm hungry.
Oh
Shouldn't do
man,
that to me. That's a torture.
I'll drive over the border if they'll let me in, but I have a driving
But they
impaired
have
charge.
nice branzino. You know that Mediterranean fish.
Oh, yeah, I've had some. They got sea
That's
bass
brain
too. Some
food. Yeah.
they got
Oh,
sea
it looks
bass.
amazing. I wish we have that good
Oh,
stuff
they're
here.
they're so good. I brought a couple friends there Monday, and I treated them to some falafels. Him and his wife.
Shawarma.
And we had the well, I said they could have whatever they wanted. They got more money than me, but I've known them for since I was 17.
And cabbage. You said falafel with cabbage, right? You have to have cabbage.
Yeah, it's pickled cabbage. It's pink.
Oh, the purple one. Oh, that's
pink,
insane.
Oh yeah,
Pink, yeah, purple. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
With
Yeah, I
hummus.
see it. Yeah.
Hummus and tahini.
And are you talking about the turnip, like the pickled turnip, the pinkish one?
Yeah, is that turnip? I thought it was cabbage.
Turnip. No, cabbage is a leaf. You confuse me.
Oh, it looks
Okay,
like cabbage.
so I
to
know
me.
which one you're talking about. Now we're connecting the dots. Okay, falafel doesn't go with. Yeah, you blew my mind. Like I said, this is the first time falafel with. Yeah, they have cabbage but I don't know it goes with falafel.
Yeah, their chicken shawarmas are out.
We're gonna have to send Chris across the border to check. Yeah.
I will hang out with Armin.
Hey, when you guys will come to Toronto, I'm sure you're going to come to Toronto one day.
Yes.
I'll treat you. It'll be my pleasure.
No, Armin, I would treat you because you are very fun. You're funny. I think you missed your calling. I think we should start a comedy show. I want to be your manager. I think you're just got a big heart and you're a ball.
Can I open for him? Can I open it for him? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that would be a good opening.
You guys, you're flattering me now.
No, that's the truth, Armin. I'm not lying.
I've never seen
your nose is growing.
Given somebody unlimited stage. You must be so special to her.
I love you all. You guys are crazy.
We are somehow
in a good way. In a good
Every
way.
sergeant
But
needs
we're
a
gonna have
corporal.
to wrap it up because people are just gonna judge us, and there's some people think in a bad way. But it was really fun talking to you. Hopefully we'll do it again. Maybe
thanks, Ash.
when the tech guy's not around, so we don't feel intimidated.
Thanks, Mr. Ashmafer. Hey, and what type of karate or is it Taekwondo? Your son?
Martial art.
Omar?
Yeah. He's gonna have black belt tomorrow. Well, if he
Wow.
passes the test. Yeah.
Wow, that's great. I'm impressed.
But the first, yeah.
I
No,
took
he's-
martial arts when I was younger too, so that's great. I'm glad for that. It sets you're setting you're a great father.
Thank you.
I envy people like you.
Well,
I
she
didn't
works
have one
harder
like
on them than me, definitely. I mean,
You're
it's
the
a teamwork. We do what we do.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
one thing. Can I
Eric
say?
fell asleep. Yeah, Eric.
Can I say one thing? It's my belief. I believe Jesus Christ is the rock I stand. Any other rock is sinking sand. And I stood on many rocks that were sinking. And then when I came into AA, I had Christian beliefs before 12, the 10 Commandments. And then when I came into AA, they don't teach you that stuff like that. You got to go on your own. And I am a Christian. And I just, hey, I'm not apologizing for it, but thanks, Mr. Ash, for the time. It's an honor to talk
Thanks to
you.
Lynn. I am
Thanks,
not
Lynn.
the captain here, and
Thanks, Lynn. I
it's
appreciate
Lynn
it.
and Ron show. I think we spoiled the Rob Lynn show. They had to sacrifice for you, and Eric
I owe
is
you big
holding
time.
his sleep.
Yeah. Ash, are you supposed to be somewhere right now? Because I'm getting a message from a young lady called Rupa Paul. She said, tell Ash, where is he? He's supposed to be in Kolkata right now. They have another festival going on. You know about that one?
Nobody should tell me where to go. Come on.
I'm telling you. He said, I invited Ash. Where's he at?
Did you see me like buying into it, like somebody looking like, no, come on.
That's pretty good.
There was one person I would respond to, which is my wife. And I'm not saying I'm afraid or anything, but she feeds me, so.
The last 2 days.
Well, it's my choice. Yeah, I'm just busy. No, she's incredible. Like whew, how would I do it without her? Anyway, what do you want to do, Roblin? I think you should call it a night like the tech pros.
Well, that's not how I normally roll, and I am prepared for tonight, but
Wow.
I think we may be running.
You will be a record. You're the unbreakable show. Like there's no way you blink. I've never seen Friday Night Live, Ron and Lynn ever scrubbed, like never. Even when he was not feeling good, you would. And
Lynn Nakamoto is a rock.
She's solid. Like they're like
Big
that's
time.
it. You
Big
go to the
time.
bank straight. Yeah. And since they started Roblin, they didn't miss a night. Like unless like sometimes you do 1 hour earlier, I guess. Saturday or so, or every night midnight.
Did it when Papua New Guinea was at midnight, but I think
Yeah.
time, so now we're back to midnight every day.
7
Wow.
mornings a week.
Dedication. Yeah. Wow. That is insane.
Consistency pays off.
I think Richard has his
Discipline.
hand up.
Discipline.
Right.
That's incredible.
Hey, man, I think Richard has his hand up.
I got that
Oh,
lady. here,
another
too.
Canadian. What's with Canada tonight?
Where's Francis? She's here too. The one that signed up Armin. She said she wanted to say something.
He's here?
She
Oh,
is
that's
here.
incredible. Wow.
Unmute yourself. Say something, young lady.
Who?
Francis or Francesca. I apologize.
Oh, yeah, that's Armin's sponsor.
Yeah, she said she wants to. I got 100 texts saying, Ash, Rupa wants you. I said, you got to
There we go. There we go. Hey. Oh, wow. Armand. Gosh, what a delight to be here. And Armand, this is such a story, Ash. I called a friend to invite them to be a founder with On Passive, and I got Armand on the phone. He said, who? I said, is David there, please? He said, you've got the wrong number. There's no David here. And I said, well, isn't that too bad? Because gosh, I haven't spoken to him for a long time, and I was going to tell him something really special. Maybe you want to hear about it. And Armin goes, sure. So I mentioned On Passive, and Armand, you are amazing. He was all ears. He said, wow, that sounds really interesting. And
when was that?
This was, what was the day, Armand? May 2021.
Let me unmute him.
May 25th, 2021. And I wasn't taking any
But
calls because I was being bombarded for 3 months by telemarketers trying to sell me Bitcoin from over the lake there, over the pond.
But when you spoke, you spoke like how long before that you didn't talk?
Here's the clincher, Ash. So Armand, tell Ash what happened. This is too funny.
Oh,
my name's Francesca, and
Francesca, not Francesca, Chris.
Francesca.
Okay.
She said,
I'm an
I said,
Italian
well, I'm not
sausage.
taking. I said, I'm not taking any calls. Are you a telemarketer? And she says, no, but I want to tell you about this because I was being woken up at 5 a.m. by telemarketers, and I reported it to the RCMP and the another board. I can't think of it right now, but it eventually stopped after Francesca a few months. But
Armand, say
I'm
the
surprised I took your call.
say the Sally Ann part. Do you remember?
Oh, yeah. I don't really have family. And I thought, well, what I'm going to do is in my will, I got a government will, it's post office. So I'll leave any money I got to the Salvation Army because they helped us when we were kids. We were so poor. There's a bad joke about that, but we were so poor. We never, at Christmas, we had a shoebox delivered by Salvation Army, and it had a pair of socks, a couple of candies, and that was the nicest gift, I'll tell you, because we never got gifts. And so I never forgot that. So like they're in my will. And you know what? Oh, bless, they're going to be getting rewarded too, Salvation Army through the oh, bless. And thanks, Mr. Ash. It's
So
going to
Ash,
be
so
humongous.
Armand, who was in your phone?
And where do you live,
Francesca.
Francesca?
You
Also
got-
Toronto?
Ash, you got to hear this. So Armand was going to say he had a name Francesca, Salvation Army in his phone. So when I phoned him, he said he never took strange numbers because of all the harassment calls he was always getting, but he saw Francesca and he thought I was the Salvation Army.
That's why I picked
that's how
up.
he answered the phone. And so the
Wow.
joke is now I am the Salvation Army for Mr. Hogue. Oh my gosh.
Again, you're in Toronto, right? Too?
And I'm in Toronto, right, Ash, right.
Beautiful.
So that was
Okay.
the funny thing because Armand never took strange numbers phone calls. And I
Oh,
showed him, and he
he's
connected
tough.
it to be Salvation Army because the girl that he was dealing with had my first name. So just a humdinger.
Mm, what an irony. That's I don't know.
And that's
how
God's
long
way.
later did you join, Armand? You joined like the same day? Did you
I
come
joined
in
the same
as a
day,
founder?
25th of May, 2021. It's on my calendar.
Blow
And
you
then
down.
3 days later, I think it was the 28th or 27th, I bought another founder member. And hey, it's ballooned from there. And Lynn has so much patience for me because really I gotta write something down about 3 times before it kind of sticks.
Francesca, have you been to Dalina? The
No, I
falafel
haven't
place?
been, no, I haven't been there.
She's the best chicken place.
He took
She's
me
been
to
to the
Scared
chicken
Boy.
place.
We need to find out, is he talking about turnip or cabbage? The
This,
pink one.
this one, I don't know. I haven't experienced that.
It's
Is
no,
it- is
it's cabbage. It's pink
it's
cabbage.
cabbage,
It's
right,
pickled
Armand?
cabbage.
Yeah.
Oh
Is it
yeah.
like-
I think it's cabbage.
Is it
I'm not a gambler, but I'd say yeah. I would bet the farm if I had a farm, but I'd say it's cabbage.
Ash.
If I'm wrong, Ash, I'll buy you 2 falafels. How's that? You can even take one for your back pocket.
I'm in. It was good to see you. So we're gonna go back to Richard, or did he
Yes,
give up?
let's hear from Richard.
I'm still here.
Thanks, Ash. Thanks,
Thanks, everyone. Oh, I love you,
Thanks,
Ash.
Lynn.
Well, thank
You're the
you,
best. Just the
Canada.
best.
You really
Thanks, Lon
enlightened the
Chaney.
night. Absolutely, it was like
Lon
a roller
Chaney.
coaster. Comedy,
Halloween.
intelligence, food, all of it.
On Halloween, do me a favor. Dress up as Lon Chaney with the beard bit, just
I'll do it for
a
you,
4-day
buddy.
growth would be fine.
Armand, you're the best. Oh, we so love you. You're the best. Thank you so much, Ash, for letting me speak. That was really special. It's
Absolutely.
great to have
Thank you.
Armand on Passive. He's such a dear heart and has such a generous heart.
I agree with Robin. Yeah, the Canadian are definitely lovely.
Funny guy, man. Funny guy. You got some engineer that says he worked with you too. Ash, I don't know where these people get my number, but Noroshima ready?
On the bathroom wall.
No idea. All right, Lynn, what do you think?
Richard, go ahead.
I love all of you from the bottom of my heart. Number one, thank you, Lynn and Rob, for giving your show coming on here. Is very, very enjoyable. Number two is I want to tell you, Ash, not only did you found on Passive, you also founded a big, big family on this earth have finally let go of that love from their God-given heart. And we are one of the biggest, most loving family on earth. So you also founded that. I heard you the first time I spoke with you. I felt your heart from that day on, and I'm still feeling your heart. And we will correct that corruption. And I guarantee you, Ash, you're never, never going to want to see me. Because when I get up to you, you better be ready for one hell of a hug
I'm gonna
and some
prepare my
kisses on
cheeks.
both cheeks. I'm a Frenchman. I kiss on the cheeks.
We do
Love
the
you,
same.
Ash.
Love you. We're
Big
family.
hugs. And I love you. And you say, I want you to tell your wife and your two sons that I love them too. And I thank them a million times for letting you be with us.
Thank you. Yeah, they are 100%
Kisses and
supportive.
hugs to
Thank
you and
you.
your family.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We'll see you.
Right. I think at this point, we're going to wrap up. We've been here 6 hours. I think that's pretty good for a
Let me
webinar.
see. We're gonna have to verify that, Lynn. Okay, we're gonna go to YouTube.
Started at 8.
And well, we're gonna go by the book. And
It's a great time, I think. Look, we still have 648 people here. So obviously, our content is of value to them, I would say. It's all about value, even with webinars, right?
so it says started streaming 5 hours ago. I guess in 10 minutes or so it will flip to 6.
Exactly.
So let's not get to 6. We can keep it 5.
Okay. So I think maybe since it's 2, maybe we won't do Roblin live. Do you want to do it?
We're going to take a break tonight. Won't happen again.
I guess, for the record, my opinion, even if you go there for 10 minutes, but that would be, you would never break the record. Yeah, even if you go there for 10 minutes, say hello, announcement, or just a few hellos, but not 30 minutes.
No.
Try to
Remember,
do
Rob, you're only a corporal. She's a sergeant.
because we don't want to be the breakers to your commitment.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
and
have
that
my
wouldn't feel
notes,
good.
but I'll throw them out the window.
I'm gonna be there. Okay, I will watch on YouTube. Okay, obviously, and we'll see you in the morning. In a few hours. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to catch. We're gonna have to see how many hours they stay alive. The Nigerian event with the
I
Chaz.
can run a coffee over to you if you need it.
I would love to. I do have all the machines here, but thank you for that. No, I'm gonna wrap up a few things, and hopefully it will be my lucky night for a couple of hours.
Okay.
That's
Is
a
it
good life.
Thank you for coming, Ash.
Can I do a quick thank you? You can go if you need to go, Ash.
No,
I just-
take your time. I'm here. No rush. Yeah.
This the engineer guy that's ready? He says he worked for you.
Marty DeGarmo, he just left, but he was here the whole time. you
Not
guys.
about. Yeah.
So Marty was here, and then to thank you for opening up the webinar. Marty and I need to get together with you, Mr. Mufara, so that I can get access to the corporate account. So he doesn't have to show up. I can show up, and he doesn't have to show up. But we have to meet with you. So we're going to try to see if we can make that happen. That would save Marty a lot of effort and time. That's our goal. Want to also thank my co-host here, Ron Hulbert. Awesome job. I had fun with you tonight, and I love you to pieces. Thank you to our chat guardians headed by John Barilla, and John Barilla is here, and he's going to say a few words of thanks to his crew real quick.
Oh, yes. Very quickly want to thank the folks that helped me so much tonight, and we're still at it. Okay, we have NK Kaylee, Yin Yang 444, Casey Zevenbergen, Kushal Pagoo, Raphael St. Germain, Jean Oliva, Lisa Truach, Mera Listra Tuach, Merakino, Bruce Gerstein, Roy Davies, Yakaya Kadem, Rob Gorman, and Dave Rozowski, and Willie Wonky. Thank you, folks. And that's all I'm saying. I'm done.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
an army. Wow.
you. Accumulated
Come and
a-
try us.
I give him credit, man. Good
We
job.
are protected.
Right. And want to thank our speakers who stayed with us. Daryl Cook. We have Jeffrey. I think he had to leave, right? And there was Mike Ellis, who also had to leave, but he was here quite a few hours with us. Who am I missing? Marty
Marty.
spoke. I think that's it for the speakers.
How about Chris Johnson?
Didn't I say Chris already?
No, you
Oh,
didn't.
okay, Chris.
He's
up
looking
first.
at
Okay, I thank you. Thank you for having me, guys.
Chris.
He's easy to miss, right?
Best
Yeah.
Friday Night
Look at the
Live
odds on that.
Yeah. Want to thank June Buckingham and Myra Aquino. They made our lovely graphics. We'll step to the side real fast so you can enjoy the beauty of the graphics. Gorgeous, huh?
Beautiful.
Thank them. So you guys, you two can unmute. You guys are co-hosts, so you can unmute if you want to say a few quick words. June and Myra. Quick.
Hi, thank you. A great webinar. I mean, great Friday Night Live. It's been, oh my gosh, take my
It's
breath away.
Friday
Thank
night
you.
late show.
Oh, yes, it was. It was good. Good night, y'all. I got an early morning.
Good night.
All you do, and here's Myra.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's just an honor, a pleasure, an honor, a joy, so much love in my heart to be able to speak for the first time and say hello to Mr. Mufara. That's all I can say. I'm too excited and too emotional. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Gracias. No problem. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Thank you to people who stayed. I mean, I'm sure quite a few of you stayed since 8 this evening, 9 to 11, 12. And again, I'm saying it's almost 6 hours. So thank you for your faithfulness and loyalty. And we're under 6 hours. Oh, we have 1 minute more to 6 hours. So we're going to say
Good night.
bye.
Good night. Good night. See you. Let's go. Roblin.
Roblin Live,
We'll go
coming
to-
to you soon.
We'll go to the gallery and everybody can say bye. All right? Everybody wave bye to each other. I'll unmute everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. Yes, everyone.
I'm Narasimha Reddy from India.
Go, Jackie.
I'm
Narasimha
Narasimha working as a software engineer.
Hi, Dr. Benny. Now, Chris.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, June.
Narasimha Reddy from India working as a software engineer.